questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way.
Team of problem solvers driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing. The new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most...
Check. Check 1, 2, mic test, check. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mic test. Sir, reverb थोड़ा ज़्यादा है, उसको थोड़ा कम कर दीजिए. Volume decibel थोड़ा बढ़ा दीजिए. Check 1, 2, mic test, check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. Check, mic test, check. 1, 2, 4, check. Perfect. This one is good. Podium mic, sir. Check 1, 2, mic test, check. Same thing. Reverb बहुत ज़्यादा है. Boom ज़्यादा आ रहा है? Check 1, 2, mic test, check. Check 1, check, clear. Volume little more. Check, ladies and gentlemen, check 1, 2, mic test. A very warm welcome, Mlds 2025. Check 1, 2, mic test, check. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Music बजा दीजिए sir.
Ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way, to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission
to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, in a very short while, we are about to kickstart with the proceedings of day one of MLDS 2025. We request all of you, the people who are sitting in the seats behind, please do come forward. You get the best view from here. Of course, it's a slope-like seating, so you get great view from there as well. But we request everyone who's sitting behind, please do come forward, take the seats in the front, fill up the seats in the front. In a very, very short while, we are about to kickstart with proceedings of day one of MLDS 2025. Thank you so much. See you guys very soon. Let's have the AV, sir.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment,
Hello?
generates from text,
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we have to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, lovely to see a lot more crowd coming in. Please do come forward, people who are still in the seats behind. There are quite a few seats here in the front rows, in the red seats. We have seats here, we have seats in the middle, a fair amount of seats right there which are empty. Please do come forward. The young, lovely looking crowd that is just entering here, maybe in their first, second jobs or just in colleges, please do come forward, take the red seats. All the people who are sitting right at the back, we request them to come forward and fill up the seats in the front. In a very, very short while, we are about to kickstart off with the proceedings of day one of MLDS 2025. All the crowd, all the lovely looking people entering the auditorium right now, we request you all to come forward and take the seats in the front. The red seats right in front of the stage. In a very short while, we'll be kickstarting off with the proceedings of day one of MLDS. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have the AV? Let's have the video, sir.
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025.
Check one, check. All right, enough checks now. It's India, we don't really need checks anymore. Our UPI system is just way too damn good all across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, we request all of you to please come forward. Great, great crowd coming in consistently, which is so lovely to see. Please do come forward and fill up the seats in the front of the stage, the red seats. And in no time, we are about to kickstart off with the proceedings of day one of MLDS. All the lovely looking crowd that is entering the auditorium right now, we request you all to do come forward and fill up the seats in the front of the stage, the red seats. Before we kickstart off the proceedings, I would request you all to please put your mobile phones on silent mode to avoid any interruption. Thank you so much for the cooperation. And yeah, as I said, don't really need checks anymore. The UPI system is way too darn good. And what better place to talk about that than here in Bengaluru. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to each and every one of you, all the AI innovators in the house. A very, very warm welcome to the 7th edition of MLDS, India's biggest developer summit, India's premier most Gen AI conference, MLDS 2025, proudly organized by AIM Media House. Can we have the AV, please?
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025.
A very, very warm welcome to you all once again to MLDS 2025, India's biggest Gen AI summit for developers. And what better city, what better place to host that than the tech capital of the country, Bengaluru, Namma Bengaluru. Can we have a round of applause for our city, Bangalore, please? Come on, guys. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Gets a lot of flack for the traffic, sometimes deserving, but all the world-changing things are happening here itself. About world-changing things, a very important thing to tell you all, that there are parallel tracks running featuring keynotes, tech talks, and workshops happening simultaneously in Hall 2 and Hall 3 over the next 3 days. Be sure to check them out and join those sessions as well. But let's talk about Hall 1 a little bit here. My name is Cora Croy. I'm the lead anchor of AIM Media House and your host for MLDS 2025 here at Hall 1. Now, MLDS quite literally stands as India's biggest Gen AI summit for developers. It brings together top minds like you all, practitioners in artificial intelligence. Over the next 3 days, we'll explore groundbreaking innovations in AI, deep dive into real-world applications, witness the transformations that are impacting through AI in various industries all across the country, all across the world. Innovations that even 5 years back, nobody, even the biggest visionaries, hadn't even thought of. Thank you so, so much to each and every one of you for being here. We are extremely excited to bring for you an incredible lineup of speakers, and we can't wait to get started. We're excited to also announce our fun and engaging series of activities, one of them being Code Craze, a special one for all the coders, all the developers out there. Happening every day right here in Hall 1 from 1 p.m. Don't miss out on the chance to participate, have a lot of fun, and win a lot of amazing goodies. We are also running some off-stage activities in the open learning area located in the lobby right outside. Do be ready to join our thrilling code sprints and grab your chance to win some more fantastic goodies. And of course, one of the absolute major highlights of MLDS 2025, the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards. The award ceremony is happening tomorrow right here in Hall 1, starting at 2:30 p.m. Make sure to join us for that very, very special event. Talking about special things, a massive shout out to our incredible sponsors. A big thank you to Genpact and Mathco, the powerhouses making MLDS 2025 possible as this year's title sponsors. Let's also extend our gratitude to our AI partner, Google Cloud. A very special thanks to our platinum sponsor, EY. Our gold sponsors are Synechron and WEX. Last but not the least, we appreciate the support of our silver sponsors, Insight, Intel, and Tiger Analytics. The conference would not have been same without the invaluable cooperations and contributions of our sponsors and our partners. Thank you very much for being a part of MLDS 2025. We request you all to please put your hands together for our partners and our sponsors once. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Do not miss out. Our sponsors are showcasing their very, very innovative products at their booths in the lobby outside. Be sure to stop by, check out their offerings, and you might even score some fantastic goodies. So do enjoy exploring those counters as well. Now, without any further ado, it's time to kickstart MLDS 2025 in all its glory. And we do that with our very first keynote session. For that, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Chirag Jain, Vice President AI Practice at Genpact, who will present a thought-provoking session on a pragmatic path to AI-driven business growth, harnessing an agentic perspective on enterprise strategy. The session will explore how AI practitioners, so many who are sitting right here in front of us, users, business stakeholders, cybersecurity teams, and governance committees must collaborate to drive AI-powered innovation while ensuring compliance and security all at the same time. Let's welcome Chirag Jain on stage. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Chirag, please, ladies and gentlemen? Our first keynote speaker. Chirag, welcome. Stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. All right. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to MLDS 2025. Before we start, I would like to request you all to give a big round of applause to Analytics India magazine. Yeah, thank you. I'm always trying to decode what has been the strategy of AIM, right? How Bhaskar and team, with just 90 odd members, able to manage such. You talk about Cypher, you talk about Rising. Along with that, they run so many parallel tracks, podcast, right? Then you have hiring, and then you have hackathons, not to mention about their letters which keep pinging our inboxes on daily basis. Imagine what has been their secret sauce. I think it's all about the pulse which Bhaskar and team is able to crack what AI practitioners are looking for, what organizations are looking for. Thank you all to make sure that they are able to light up all the lives of AI practitioners, especially in Bangalore, who can come and visit these conferences year on year, and they are exceeding excellence. Thank you. As AI practitioners, we also have a job to do. We also have to light up the lives of AI users, organizations who are our clients, correct? That's not has been an easy job over a period of time, what we have realized, right? In 2023, when generative AI started becoming popular, when GPT 3.0 came in, everybody was struggling, right? I personally spoke with almost like 117 clients, organizations during that period. They were all trying to understand what is the right mix of, you can say, players or agents, or you can say the legal teams, the corporate strategy, how they should navigate through that changing dynamics. It was not an easy job. Some were translucent. They had some plan in mind. They knew that, okay, because they have been using AI for quite some time, but there were some cases where it was plain opaque, black. We could not find any headway into taking solutions and making an interventions into their processes. It was a very challenging job. Everybody wanted to ingest AI, make an AI intervention, but it was not that straightforward. But we need to understand that any organization, when they are talking about AI strategy, the starting point of AI strategy has to be the business strategy. AI strategy cannot stand on its own unless it is aligned with the goals, the vision, the mission which has been set up by a business strategy. So we'll take a step back and we'll talk about that first. When we talk about a business strategy, the first thing which is very, very important in mind is that what is their vision? Where they want to see themselves after some time, right? Let's say 3-year plan, 5-year plan. What is their long-term vision? That is the starting point. If we talk about, let's say, draw parallels with Team India, right? How they want to perceive themselves. They want to perceive themselves as the best cricket playing nation. They want to have trophies, World Cup, Champions Trophy, and they want to win the love of the fans which they have, isn't it? That is what their vision is. What is the mission, right? Mission is, if I talk about organization, what is their mission is to achieve that vision. What is their game plan, right? How they want to achieve that thing, what technology partnership they want to have, what kind of investment in startups they want to have, right? how they want to upskill their talent. That is what constitutes their mission. Similarly, if we draw parallel again, the mission for Team India is like, how do I have a mix of, let's say, experienced players and have a mix of, let's say, youth coming in and then take that, take the mission forward, right? What should be my game strategy around that, right? Those two constitutes a very critical part of my business strategy. Third is when we talk about core values. Nobody likes if they see India playing an unfair game, correct? They would want to see that everybody is abiding by the rules and regulation which, let's say, ICC has set up, correct? Similarly, if I talk about an organization, they would want to ensure that they are abiding by all the rules, right? All the regulations which has been set to utilize, ensuring that they are delivering the right customer values, they are keeping things very transparent, because we know that ignorance of law is not allowed. So it has been a very, very critical part of how organizations ensure that they continue to abide by the core values which they have set up. The fourth component which comes in competitive advantage. If I talk about a few years back when Dhoni used to be our competitive advantage, the cool head over his shoulders, how he used to navigate, used to take the games to deep and win from there, how he used to have a game plan in mind. Similarly, every organization have a secret sauce, how they distinguish themselves, how they want to ensure they are able to make a difference in life and distinguish themselves from their competitors, correct? That is the fourth category of their business strategy. SWOT analysis, what are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What are the opportunities? What are the threats, right? Is there a player in opposition team who will take the game away in first 15 overs for me? How do I strategize? Do I bring in Ashwin to bowl in the beginning? Do I have a combination of Ashwin and Bumrah driving those first 15 overs? What is my game strategy to handle the threats which may come in while I'm trying to achieve my vision? That's a very, very critical part. And not only from a Team India perspective, but as an organization also, one need to analyze that if I'm making a technology investment today, how things may change very drastically. We have seen what all happened in just when DeepSeek came in, right? How the stock market dynamics overall changed in one night, right? So that is very, very critical, that what decisions we are making over a period of time. Finally, the financial objectives, right? An organization want to ensure that they are achieving their financial objectives in terms of revenues, in terms of net margins, or reducing cost, right? While keeping the stakeholders, you can say, happy, and in terms of ensuring that what are their requirements and what are their expectations. Ultimately, as a fan of Indian team, we want to ensure that Team India is playing that they continue to earn the love and respect of their fans, correct? Obviously, BCCI have their own financial objectives. But ultimately, if I talk to, just to try to consolidate what can be the core of, if I try to combine them, an organization want to achieve values for their customers, for their partners, and for their employees. So this is not an exhaustive list, but it covers the key aspects which constitute a business strategy. The reason we are talking about is that when we talk about AI strategy, business strategy has to be the starting point of it. Now, let's talk about what constitutes an AI strategy, right? When we talk about AI strategy, let's take an example of Kapil Sharma show, right? When we talk about AI strategy, everything starts from data, correct? If you don't have data, you cannot do any sort of analytics on top of it. That is the starting point of it. When we talk about data strategy, it talks about how are you ensuring that data governance is in place, right? What kind of data is being leveraged? How are you managing the access to the data? A solid data strategy is the foundation of doing any analytics on top of it, correct? Similarly, if I talk about, let's say, Kapil show, their jokes, punchlines, themes they are picking up, that constitute their data strategy. That is what makes the show live. That has to be complemented by technology infrastructure, what kind of stage setting they have, what kind of, you can say, lightings are there, what kind of orchestra is playing in the background. Similarly, an organization may want to have to achieve, align with AI strategy, what you can say partnership they have from hyperscalers, right? Talking about, let's say, whether there are hyperscalers who can provide the best-in-class LLMs readily available for them to be utilized in developing solutions or not, right? What kind of infra is available to the development team, right? Whether they are able to access it, not, you can say, navigating, you can say, organization dynamics to get access to the infra or not, right? Third is cross-functional AI COE. We always talk about that things have becoming full stack, right? We need domain experts to come in, right? What exactly they are looking for. Legal teams are coming in. We have ML engineers, application engineers, data scientists, ML engineers, architects. They all form the aspect of a cross-functional COE, right? For Kapil Show, if I talk about, they are screenwriters, right? How they are, you can say, script writers or screenplay directors, right? How they are managing the show end-to-end by leveraging the data, the technology infrastructure they have in place. Fourth is responsible AI. I know we have been talking about responsible AI for quite some time now, and it's like everybody knows that what are the core principles, but still it forms the critical part. That's why it is so much talked about, right? Talking about how are you going to manage privacy, security, how are you going to ensure transparency in the system, accountability, correct? There are various key principles which defines the responsible AI for any government, right? Talking about, let's say, how are you managing and keeping a tab of what is EU Act, what they are talking about, what is, let's say, an executive order from US, what kind of guidelines or norms they are ensuring that has to be part of a solution when we are building up, right? Similarly, when we talk about Kapil Show, we don't want them to make derogatory remarks, right? They are allowed to use jokes, but we don't like them if they go cross the limit, correct? When we talk about talent upskilling, I'm sure everybody loves Sunil Grover, right? But we see what he does on the stage, right? Whether he's trying to mimic Shah Rukh Khan or Salman Khan, but the background thing which he does to prepare himself to deliver those kind of, you can say, sessions or let's say shows is amazing, right? Similarly, for our talent skilling, when we talk about is how we are ensuring that our teams are able to access to the state-of-the-art technology infrastructure, or let's say talking about the access to LLMs, how they are upskilling themselves as things comes in so that they are able to deliver solutions at pass. What kind of competency skill programs we have in the organization, right? Last but not least, partner ecosystem, right? Netflix, if I talk about an example, right? Or the movie makers who comes to Kapil Show, advertisement players, they form the partner ecosystem for that. Similarly, in our case, when we talk about AI strategy, what kind of partnership we have from universities, what kind of partnership with hyperscalers, or let's say startups or third-party solutions, that all constitute the AI strategy, right? Again, this is not an exhaustive list. We have picked up some cases or some key aspects when we try to constitute an AI strategy. The reason we talked about AI strategy is that when 2023, things started changing, right? When GPT 3.0 came in and everybody wanted to leverage and ingest those solutions into it, it was not an easy job, right? I'll share some of my experiences, what exactly happened. 2 to 3 months were nice, right? We were doing some POCs, trying to see, okay, how the extraction works, right? As compared to traditional NLP techniques. We saw that, okay, how exactly we can do classification, what is prompt tuning, where exactly we are going to leverage fine tuning. There are some cases we were able to make initial headways, correct? But then we started, you can say, building solutions which will go and sit in a production. That time we started facing a lot of challenges, right? For example, I take an example of an order management solution. It's a solution we were proposing that time for a beverage company in Australia, right? What they wanted is that it's a plain, simple email comes in, you have purchase order information in it, you try to extract information about purchase order, certain fields, and then you enable it for downstream processing, right, with some human in the loop in the picture. It was a very, you can say, right, a lot of us have worked in similar solution when we are trying to do extractions from the content, right? It can be any sort of content, attachments, chats, and everything. One day, everything was going smoothly for 3-4 months. We were trying to establish, got an architecture approved and everything. One business person suddenly spoke. What if some of our clients are not happy to send their data to OpenAI? What will you do? And suddenly we hit a roadblock. Okay, now we don't know how to educate all the customers that this is how your security system will play in, right? While the client, our client was fine, but they have to also educate their clients who are sending emails and purchasing orders, right? Again, we hit a big roadblock. Luckily, we were able to navigate through it, and it took us 15 months to get all the things in place. And by end of this month, this is going in production. But I want to call out that you can say the battle or the dynamics which we tried solving in those 15 months, we covered various aspects. We talked to security guys, legal IP teams who wanted to be very much concerned about what kind of data we are sending to OpenAI. Similar challenges, help desk solutions. Again, it's a similar domain, but for example, this was for a manufacturing client, right? They wanted to have their chat systems enabled for, let's say, people are coming in, and they wanted to ask queries about what has happened to my, let's say, you can say invoice, right? It was a AP help desk. Similar solution was for a company who actually sells domains, right? Web domains, or you can say portals. That's where they wanted to have a chat system because the transaction is very high, right? People are coming and asking that, how do I get navigated? What kind of technical challenges I'm hosting? I'm not able to host my site, right? They had multiple kind of challenges. The solution was very simple. We wanted to identify intent and entities, do some connectivity from ERP system, right? Try to understand context and take an appropriate action. Again, a very common solution which I'm sure many of us would have come across in last 2 years when we started using generative AI. But again, a big concern is the data which I'm sending to LLMs, are they going to take away this data with them? There can be some critical information or confidential information on these emails. What will happen? In fact, we had discussion with OpenAI, we had discussion with Azure also, how they are going to handle it. We were not signing NDAs with them on it. They had their privacy policy, which we respect, and we had a lot of discussion that how are you going to manage those kind of situations. But obviously, we had to communicate the same tune to our clients also, right? Get them to that confidence level that we are going to manage your data in this fashion with these security protocols, with, you can say, handling intrusions, handling this thing, but this was a very common challenges. One again, a similar challenge was claim extraction, which has PI information. It was in the insurance world. People are writing their information about, let's say, personal information, phone numbers, or like when they are filling up forms. Can I start using the data and send it to LLMs? Again, a big concern. Obviously, there are solutions where we can use, you can say, locally hosted, or let's say Llama versions, which can be hosted on a more secure environment where it is all their own ecosystem. But we still had that kind of challenges when we started using, you can say, cloud-hosted OPI. Knowledge assist. This was, again, a very interesting example. I'm sure all of you would have had a RAG pipeline working on your system. That was probably one of the most common thing. Everybody had their RAG pipeline who wanted to explore with GenAI, right? I will not go deeper into RAG, but the challenge was very simple. So this was for a healthcare organization. What they have is that they had their products installed in healthcare facilities. So if something goes wrong there, they used to make a call to CSR agents, the customer service representative agents, right? Now, these agents used to refer to service manuals, right? Try to resolve their issues on the fly. If they are not able to resolve, they used to send a field agent to physically take a look at it. It used to cost them almost like $650 per visit. Huge, you can say, leakage, right? Because every time if CS are not equipped to handle those kind of queries, there is a huge cost which they are incurring, correct? What happened is that the question came in, while we were able to build a RAG pipeline, we could show them that this is how we will enable your CSR agent. But a question came in that, what if there are hallucinations, right? Let's say if I am providing a solutions to my, you can say, customer, which is not right, which they are not able to grasp properly because it has been coming from the hallucinations, right? How are we going to control it, right? Obviously, we added a lot more transparency in the solutions by adding reference pages, so to give CSR agent more confidence the solution which they are proposing. But there is always a risk that if they propose a solutions to their end customer, and let's say the customer is not happy around with, right? They will lose the confidence, right? It's a serious concern on how they manage their customer experience over a period of time. Similarly, media monitoring, right? This was again for a pharma company who wanted to get all the data from, let's say, media, talking what in social media, or let's say right, on website where their products are being talked about, right? They also wanted to have what their competitors are talking about their products. But again, a legal raise a concern that, is there a copyright issue? When you are scraping data from everywhere around, how are you going to manage that we don't fall into a trap of copyright problem, right? How do you ensure that channels are being established, correct? A similar solution came in when suspicious activity detection was required for a banking and finance company, right? So they reached out, they said that we had so many transactions happening at a very rapid pace, right? Now, you have some, you can say, transaction details also mentioned in middle, right, which is more of a textual information. What they wanted to utilize is that, can I utilize that information to decode if it's a legitimate transaction or not, right? So for example, it is not used for an illegal activity or let's say a terrorism act kind of related activity. Can you decode something from the transaction that where exactly this payment is going through? Now, again, we had, you can say, a solution built around it, trying to understand that whether we can decode with using keywords, by using the context which is present there. But that time, the token limit, we all know, was very, very less. To manage the infra at that level, to ensure that we are able to handle those many transactions every minute, to raise a flag like an anomaly detection kind of a scenario, do we have that kind of token limit availability? So infra team came in, though we cannot support this thing. While you can do a POC, but when we have to put in production, this is going to be a very, very challenging task because we don't have access to such kind of infra which is required by you. So there are a lot of roadblocks we went through during that time frame over and over again, and then it became like a roadblock, almost like 2023 kind of December, right? We went through all these clients across whom we were talking about, and we were trying to see that how do we put a structure on top of it? Is there a way we can channelize all this information? Some way we had access to all the proposals which were drafted. We had all our notes which were, you can say, right, exchange with organizations. We had all the Q&A we all filled, right, how the security is going to be managed. All the checklist which legal have given to us. So we had good amount of corpus collated by this time, but we were struggling to put a structure around it. So we all got together and sat down, let's take a pit stop. Let's wait for some time, right? This was something happening in 2023 December timeframe. We were able to make some headways, but we were still struggling that how do we navigate through changing dynamics at such rapid pace, right? So what we did is that let's start identifying who are the key players in the mix, right? Starting with business, right? Now the business person, what are their key focus areas? Their key focus are revenue, right? Net margins, reduction in cost. These are the key focus areas when we started talking to or taking a proposal to any organization, which is, you can say, as a main point taking decisions to begin with, right? This is the first key player which comes into the mix out of all the patterns which we got, all the collation we had. Second thing was chief data officer, right? They have their own focus areas. What they wanted to look for, do we have a data governance in place? Do we have data strategy aligned to it? We have to ensure that there is data available for developers to make an impact, to do analytics on top of it. But do you have the right governance and supported by right data strategy in place? So chief data officer have their own checklist, have their own focus areas which we have to abide by before we taking into the production or any, you can say, mature state. The third is chief information officer. They have their own checklist or criteria. They wanted to ensure whether the data security is being maintained or not, what IT investment we are making it or not, what kind of technology alignment they have, right? So it has to align with the organization level strategy also when we are making things headways, right? Finally, cybersecurity group. Every organization have a cybersecurity group who want to ensure that there are security, privacy, and monitoring and logging system in place or not, right? They have to ensure that when we are designing the architectures, right, they are foolproof. Nobody can come in. There are security protocols being followed. How are you handling, you can say, key vaults are being utilized or any other mechanism to ensure that the keys are not exposed. What you are putting in Git, is it being exposed outside or not? That was again a very, very critical aspect or a key player in the mix which we identified. They have their own focus area. The fifth was operations, BI user, very much linking to business. If I talk about ultimate AI users who are actually going to utilize our solutions, They want to have an optimized solutions with, you can say, process with minimum defects, right? They also wanted to have a good experience when using the solutions which we are building, right? Again, a big say came in because they hold the data, right? They hold the process in their hand. And if we are making a change in their lives, they have to be onboarded as a key players in the mix. Infra management team, like we touched upon the challenge which we faced with the BCM client, right? Banking client, where there was challenge from infra management. Everybody has their own way of hosting the LLMs, right? Their own guardrails. They will not allow, let's say, a particular service to be enabled for us, right? What alternatives you have in place. So those kind of challenges also came into picture, and they became one of the key factors with whom we had to interact to move ahead. Legal team. Again, I think all of you would have struggled with getting approval from legal team when we talk about privacy, right? Compliance, what risk it has. When you are sending, let's say, a PI information or dealing with the PI information, how are you going to ensure that there is a PI information which is being intact? We are not losing out that critical information outside. What kind of expectations you guys are setting with your clients on legal front, right? So all those actually become a very, very critical part when we start signing deals there. Finally, a responsible AI COE, right? This was not there initially in many of the organizations. This started forming, or let's say evolving over a period of time. It was kind of a mix of legal intervention or let's say cyber security groups who were helping them to shape up what is my responsible AI. There were intervention or players like CDO or CIO offices who were also providing their insight. We also have to ensure that the key metrics are also in place when we talk from the business standpoint. So responsible AI again became a key player in the mix, right? So what we have established by this time is now we were able to identify the key players and what are their key focus areas. That was the first thing which we did, and this helped us to put some structure and trying to identify what are their priorities. How should we navigate through? When we are taking a proposal or for a solution to be built in, we have to ensure that we are ticking all these boxes one by one. One more thing which we also did is that we also started building some frameworks, right? We knew that when we are taking a deal, we have to satisfy all these criteria, all these focus areas which has been established by these key players, right? Luckily, because we have been in this space for quite some time, we had some frameworks which we have developed over a period of time. We started modifying them to meet the GenAI requirements, right? For additional things. For example, we had a roadmap design framework, which talks about when will they want to shift to a particular, you can say, an technology change. Or let's say they want to have a partnership from a different hyperscaler. When they want to have an AWS, when they want to have a GCP intervention, whether they should continue leveraging Azure or not. So that helped us to understand that what is their long-term vision and mission and what is their roadmap over a period of time, right? The second was very similar to this in a maturity assessment framework, right? In this thing, when we are trying to propose something, is the organization ready to take up that solution or not? Right? We may go ahead and propose a solution which is, let's say, very technology advanced, right? But for example, like a BCM case again, right? Whether they have the infra to support it. Well, you can build it, but if their infra is not supporting, the solution will not go through. So talking about maturity assessment, whether they have a strong governance around data, whether they have a strong governance around, you can say, their technology infrastructure. Those things played a key part when we have this framework. The third is basically your use case selection. It's a very interesting use case, right? There were a lot of use cases which were very complex to implement, right? So if you try to assess them on a scale, right, you can assess that, okay, this is a high precision use case. You need better, you can say, testing on it or better precision on top of it. You need a better prompt tuning on top of it. The second, if I try to draw another dimension to it, what is the ROI which I can generate, right? One is complexity, one is ROI. So can I identify an intersection of the two where by picking those cases which are less complex to implement, but they are generating high ROI, can I start using those kind of use cases and take a first stab? At least I'll be able to set up friendships with the different players which we talked about previously, right? That was a very key, you can say, framework which helped us to pick and choose the use cases from, specifically from a GenAI perspective. Another dimension too is cost benefit. When we talk about cost of building, obviously LLM cost comes in, right? The infra cost comes in, right? the build cost comes in, along with obviously what are the overall impact of it and what is the ROI we are going to generate. So we had a quantified version of GenAI use case selection framework, which became our cost benefit optimizer. The fifth was in FMOps readiness. While you have build a solution, like we have to ultimately take solutions to a production grade solution as well, right? Where you need, right, scaling, monitoring in place, right? Feedback loops in place, right? That constitute our FMOps readiness assessment. And finally, a responsible AI framework, which was quantifying by measuring all those criteria and giving us a score. That on this scale, when we are taking this use case to a particular organization, this is how the risk factor comes into picture, right? Now, once we had this thing, we started visualizing them as tools, right? This helped us to, you can say, navigate through almost like 3/4 of 2024, right? I mean, last year we were using it, we had some structure in place. We were able to take more solutions to production by using the learnings which we had, right? 2024, Q4, I know now all of us are talking about agents, right? I'm sure that if you look at all the presentations which are going to happen in next 3 days, I think 50% of them will definitely talk about agents, right? That's how agents is becoming popular, right? How we are going to leverage it. We took a stab at it, and just to, because we are going to talk about agents in next 3 days quite a lot, I just took a one quick snapshot of it. What is an agent here? We are not talking about software agents. We are talking about AI agents, right? When we talk about AI agent, the distinction comes in. They have their own memory which they can leverage. They have their own cognitive power. They can perceive the environment in which they are positioned in, right? At the same time, they can collaborate internally, right? Two agents can talk to each other. And obviously, they have tools, right, which they can utilize to do specific tasks. They are positioned to this thing. So if I talk about AI agents, these 5 criteria establish how an agent looks like, right? There can be a lot more definition and things will continue to evolve. But to begin with, let's see that if I'm visualizing an agent, it has a memory, which it can have, you can say, historical preferences, what has been stored there. It has perception. When we are placing it in an environment, it can perceive what, you can say, what kind of reaction it receives based on the action which has taken, and how do I modify, right? Autonomy, right? We can allow them to take decisions independently without human intervention. Tools, right? Now, once this was established, we thought, why don't we map it? We had done so much amount of work in last, you can say, 1.5 years. Why don't we map it? So whatever players we identified, right? The players we were talking about, let's say responsible COE or let's say CDO office, we started mapping them as player agents, right? We created them agents, we created them, let's say they had this access to some of these tools, and we mapped the focus areas to key metrics, right? We quantified them in a fashion that they can be used as for keeping thresholds on top of it, which these agents can take an action on. Frameworks became our tools, and client preferences became our environment. So what we did is that we started seeing, okay, we simulated the client's environment at our place, right? We thought that if I am getting this particular challenge, right, what are the key criteria, what is the key information which I have right now for that particular client, right? Can I use this information and utilize agents in a way that they are feeding and helping me to revise my proposals to make a faster decision and navigate through changing dynamics easily, right? This I'll come in a bit again. First, I talk about this thing so that you can relate to what we were talking about. So what happens is that when we thought, we started creating proposals on the fly through LLMs, right? That was just a POC we did. We had a use case. We had all our historical knowledge. We thought, can you generate a proposal on its own as an experiment? But it was not working out. It didn't give us promising results. We could not utilize the specific, you can say, the agents or players' knowledge rightly, right? We thought, let's break it into 2 stages. We create, left side, what you see is as a supervisor agent, right? Where you see this thing, the middle one, which has an element of a human also in it. It's like a collaborative, you can say, between an advisory agent and a reflection agent we place in there. What we did is that we also divided 2 kind of organization we are dealing with. One, for whom we have some knowledge. We have advisory team, we have some visibility of the internal structure of that thing, whether there is a CDO, how the CDO interacts with, you can say, your infra teams, how your CIO interact with infra management and infosec teams, right? Responsible AI interact with, you can say, legal teams. We created a two-level hierarchical, you can say, this worker agent pool, right? We simulated this entire environment to ensure that they can interact internally and they can also provide feedback if my proposal is deviating from what they are looking for. This was possible because we had some knowledge for organizations with whom we were dealing with, and we had visibility of the internal dynamics and internal structure. So this was a you can say, two-stage hierarchical structure we created and simulated at our end, right? So now the way it works is that when we start creating a proposal, what it does is that it tries to perceive it, what proposal is it, what is the request which has come in, and then it starts interacting with the specialized worker agent pool, right? The tools which we formed that time, the framework which we had, we gave them access to these agents so that they can utilize the tool at will, right? It enabled them to come back with a feedback to the supervisor agent saying that, yes, this is the reasoning-based, you can say, feedback which is being generated using O1, and you to say this is being deviating from it, and this is being following what should be followed. This reasoning-based reflection on the left-hand side started helping us to modify a proposal in a fashion that we were able to achieve to a much maturity faster. Obviously, we have not used that in a very full-fledged application, but what we did is that we had almost like 450 proposals which were done in last 1.5 years, right? We took them, we created a repository of FAQs or a RAG-based system for them, which we made accessible to that, and we kept a smaller set of, you can say, like a test train scenario, and we started seeing that whether our proposals are following the same path or not, after, you can say, reflection and iterations, right? There was deviation also, where we could not succeed earlier, but we could see that it came back with this recommendation that because we didn't follow these XYZ steps, there was deviation in it, right? The second thing which we did is where we didn't have too much clarity, okay? So in this case, what we did is we used a planning agent, right? When we talk about a planning agent, we give them power to understand what is an ask is, how do we decompose that complete proposal, complete ask into your step of task, and then it has the power to plan and start executing through the pool of agent. In this case, we didn't have too much information how the internal dynamics exist in the client. So we gave them more, you can say, power to talk to each other, more power to interact, more power to come back with the feedback. This was not as, you can say, coming or converging to the analysis which we had the previous, but good amount of use cases where we tested, we started seeing that they are converging to a level. We were able to make sense that this is what should be done to take it forward and refine our proposal. Again, we did the same case. We bifurcated all the proposals we have. We took use cases, say that, okay, let's assume that this organization is very new to us. Where exactly we stand in terms of achieving this thing? And again, we got some headway trying to understand whether this approach can help us achieving to that proposal faster. As a food for thought, I think what we discussed today is about a non-trivial case where we tried using agentic AI, right? I know everybody has been trying to applying agents in order management to try with RAG of, let's say, multi-model kind of scenario. But the idea of this presentation was to nudge you all to think through where all we can see where agents can play a significant role, right? There are non-trivial cases beyond what we have been solving till now. Can we see that whether there is a possibility of visualizing an agent and helping human assist for some time, right? Can we start designing our proposal in a fashion that we are able to make faster decisions rather than waiting for a feedback for a long term, right? Ultimately, if you see that things are changing, we don't know when we sleep today, tomorrow there will be a new LLM launched, right? How are we going to take a decision in such changing scenarios? Can we have some cognitive power, access to the human taking decisions and make it a more seamless process, right? Second thing is, we also realize is that we have a requirement for a cross-functional COE, right? What we identified as our many agents we mapped individually. We thought that it may make more sense if we know what are the internal dynamics they have, right? They are very tightly coupled. They have their common goals, how they are going to mature together, right? The third key aspect is talking about human thinking process as well as the agentic thinking process has to coexist, right? As Jensen says, right, maybe AI may not be able to completely replicate a human, but what it may do is that it may have 20% of the job done 1,000 times better than what, let's say, a human does. So we have to start thinking that how do we start mapping them, augment both the things working together. Towards the last, I will just say that take this as an opportunity and start visualizing where all you can think of agents being applied. I'm sure that in this 3 days, you will get to learn a lot of things around agents. There are a lot of practical sessions or hands-on sessions which are being organized, where you will get to know that how do we create agents, what you can say tools, lang graphs, crew, what should we use, in what you can say flexibility we can achieve by them, what kind of LLM or reasoning power we should have in place. This whole idea of, you can say, new perspective on business strategy will also help you to let the feeling sink in and try to see that whether you may want to apply such scenarios in a non-trivial use cases as well. I'll take a pause here. Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much, Chirag. I especially really enjoyed the references. Chirag seems like a big Indian cricket fan, just like me. Gives references of Indian cricket team, gives references of Kapil Sharma show. Interests exactly like mine. Chirag, let's come here for a little while. We have like 3-4 minutes. For every session, we'll do this. We'll take quick questions. Anybody who has a question for Chirag, just raise your hands. We have people with mics here. Yes. Can we have a mic? Yes, ma'am. Go for it.
Hi, Chirag, this session was really nice, but I had a few things that when you identified the key players, right? The use cases were customer facing, but in your key players, there was no role of the customer, right? In the key players, what customer will contribute in that CFT, I think if you could also think on that, it will be really helpful, or if probably under business you are considering, it's a separate thing. Secondly, with the DPDP Act, right? What do you think that with DPDP Act, there will be implications on this entire AI ecosystem? Because that asks for consent from the customer to use their data, and also the power to the customer to be able to delete that data. So with AI, where I think for most of the models, deletion is not an option. So how do you think that DPDP Act would pan out for AI ecosystem?
Thank you. The first question was, we model the customer requirement in business as well as ops user, right? There were two key players. So what we did is that obviously you can expand and you can say have one more player which you call it customer. But in our scenario, when we modeled it, we put those preferences coming from customer into business, because business was a replica of our client partner, as well as the ops user was giving the preference for that environment. So those two form the key part, right? Second thing is, when we tried modeling this, we didn't let the complete autonomous be at the end agent's end, right? We had interactions done, or let's say human in the loop at every stage, they can guide and take the right decision. We put some guardrails in a fashion that, okay, we won't allow it to go beyond, let's say, number of iterations to go in, right? That's how we were able to control and put those constraints which were specifically, you can say, mandated by the organization for that particular use case. So that goes as an input initially itself. When we put a ask, we put a questionnaire that this is what we know about the use case, these are the constraints which we know, and then feed it to leverage the historical knowledge. Obviously, this will evolve,
So that's a fair point, that you have taken business as a representative of the voice of customer. But I still think that somewhere that iteration when you are creating those agents who are interacting with the key players, the input of the customer becomes equally important. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
And on DPDP Act, if you have any viewpoint.
Not at this point of time, but maybe we can talk it offline.
Sure.
We have another question. We have a sir waiting there. Then we'll come to you.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. Great presentation, by the way. I'm Pawan. I lead the AI COE for FISIV. Just one question. I mean, one of the things that we've seen is that, a lot of times everybody wants AI in everything, even when it's not required. a lot of CXOs come in and say, "Isme AI dal do." And I really like the fact that you talked about, sometimes, it takes a lot of tokens, it becomes too much costlier. So what's been your experience, going through these scenarios and telling people that sometimes a rule-based method is actually better than going for an AI given the use case at hand?
I think I think as AI practitioners, all of us are dealing with that challenge, right? There are a lot of push from organizations to, let's say, ingest AI some way or the other, right? But there are some times we have to take a stand that AI does not make a sense. When you can solve 2 + 2 or 4 by a, you can say, deterministic matter, you don't need a unnecessary probabilistic matter to it and solve it in a complex way, right? I think we have to take a right stand. It's our duty as well to educate what is right and what is wrong. I know there will be some back and forth which happen in this situation, but I think we have taken that stand at some times and said that AI is not making sense. You can do it using a rule-based engine and you will get a better results overall.
Before the next question, I'll request quite a few people who've been standing through the session. Very sweet of you. Thank you so much. There are seats right here in the front. So we request, please come forward. All the people who are standing at the back, throughout the session you guys were standing, there are free seats right here in the front. So please do come forward, fill up those seats. We had somebody here in a jacket with the mic. Yes, please go for it.
Hey, hi. Could you able to hear me? Yeah. So myself, Vignesh, I'm a lead AI engineer from Ford. So when you saw the process and you were told we have to have the agenda of the business as well as the AI agenda have to travel together. As well as when you told about you took 15 months to have it into a production, right? The AI use cases, making it into a POC, it's a very easy task. But the exact task comes into place because you connected a lot of agents. And then the business, we are trying to replicate it. The process contains 1 billion, and then you replace that with a 1 million cost of agent. But if the accuracy is very less, then we are handling with a very high business process flow, right? So how you handle this gap? That's a key thing which we try to understand. Because all these POCs are very easy to achieve, but the production is what pretty difficult we face.
Yes, absolutely right. See, production is a very different ball game, right? Because that time actual users will be using it, and then they will be taking decisions for the downstream processes, right? What I would realize is that we have to still start with a POC, try to see that how it will evolve over a period of time, and then start going in stage by stage, let's say adding complexity over a period of time, right? One thing which we also did is that we never started putting solutions into production. We went through multiple stages from, let's say, POC to MVP to production grade, which helped us to build confidence in the users, trying to see that how exactly it will span, rather than actually taking the first stab at a production grade system in the first go.
So just to adding to it, so you said that if we are trying to not achievable through agentic, then start with rule-based, right?
No. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that if there is a deterministic problem to solve, you can utilize deterministic rule to solve it, right? No need to make it complex. But there are some solutions you may want to start, let's say, small step, take baby step and see what you can achieve, right? And then start adding complexity over a period of time when you are dealing with an AI world.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Chirag Jain, an extremely, extremely insightful session. Let's have a huge round of applause for Chirag, please.
Thank you for being the nice audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chirag. I would like to tell you all that Tech Talks and sessions and a lot more have already kick-started in Hall 2 and Hall 3. Definitely do check out those as well. But as far as Hall 1 is concerned, keeping up with our proceedings, up next we have Mr. Vikas Mishra, customer engineer at Google Cloud, who will take us through building AI agents from prototype to production. In the session, Vikas will explore tools like Agent Builder, Agent Space, Notebooks LM, and Vertex Reasoning Engine, showcasing how AI agents can be deployed at a large scale. Please put your hands together and let's welcome on stage Vikas Mishra. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Vikas.
Hi.
Welcome to MLDS.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. A very good morning. Everybody who's at the back, there are plenty of seats here. Feel free to fill these in. I'll just allow a few seconds. Okay. Cool. So, how are you? Excited? Absolutely, so am I. And I'm so happy to be here and see you all. And for the next 30-odd minutes, you'll see what are the challenges that one would feel or one would experience when taking some of these agentic and GenAI applications into production. And that was, also the last question, by the way, great question. And because the thing is, the entry barrier to some of these AI use cases are so less that it's easy to get a feeling that everything is working only till you see the production. So in the next 30 minutes, you'll see how not just to build a prototype, but also how to scale them, how to make it battle-tested and enterprise-grade. My name is Vikas, and I'm a platform cloud architect at Google Cloud. For the last 5 years or so, I've been working with some of the largest customers in both APAC and India to help them build applications on GenAI and their cloud stack and help them scale and productionize some of these systems. So some of these things that you'll hear today is from my own experience working and productionizing some of these systems, right? So all good? Excited? Superb. There's some seats here. So I wouldn't go into the sort of details of what an LLM is and what it can do. By now, everybody and his dog knows what these systems are capable of, right? So, and they're awesome. We love it. The problem is, when you try to put that in production, that is when the challenge begins. Because sometimes these models don't behave like you expect them to, right? Then, and as good software engineers and companies, we've built these methods to solve for these problems. And I think Chirag mentioned about RAG. RAG, when you start augmenting these large language models with extra sort of data, you either put that in the part of the context or sort of put that in a vector database that could take a high dimensional data and turn that into a low dimensional data, and chunk it, split it, and make it available for a model to sort of reason out in a more accurate way, right? So it definitely helps, right? So this is, this definitely helps. Then, while that was there, comes along agents. And I'm sure you know a lot about agents, but for those who don't, you could think of agents as a system of software that wraps around your LLMs and who has access to your memory, tools, extensions, databases, and can perform complex tasks, actions, reasoning, and they can also interact with other agents in what would you call as a multi-agent sort of orchestration sort of thing, right? So, but the challenge is, and again, before I come to challenge, I personally feel, in fact, in the CES 2025, Jensen said the IT department for every company is going to be HR department of AI agent. And I love that because 2025 is going to be the year of production where a lot of the ideas, everybody I speak to has great ideas, right? What AI can do and cannot and the potential that it holds, right? But 2025 is going to be year of production, where there'll be increasingly pressure to put things in real. And that is where, Agentic definitely helps, where you could see that as a vertically integrated sort of niche problem-solving component, where you could have multiple agents both for your internal and external facing sort of use cases, right? Things like your customer agent, employee agent, CX agent, your code agent, it could be, there are different experiences layer, right? It could be chat, it could be, audio, as you would see later in the call, in the meeting. And then the thing is, how do you put these agents to work, right? So I spoke about, say, multi-agent workflow. So typically, when you sort of, work with these agents, what you have to do is, as you probably know, you have to sort of tie these together, or what you call as an orchestration, to build together a sort of a chain of sequence for different tasks, right? You'd have your steering agent, you have your query planner, intent classifier, and then you go into your domain-specific task agent. So, and these individual agent will have access to a function or extension, and also memory, right? So the context passing between these agents is retained. So every agent will also have the previous context, right? So typically, this is your traditional agent workflow, and we're not here to talk about this. The discussion is why productionizing any sort of Gen AI apps or agentic is hard, and let that data sink in, right? While you see everybody is talking about AI, but it is stark that only about 50% of people are actually running them in production. And if you see, the intent to do so is very high. So there is a significant delta, almost about 30%. That so the sort of the meat of this discussion is what is that is lacking, and why is that so? Why is that delta, right? So I think very deeply about this subject, and if you sort of this is State of AI Agent report that our partners LangChain published. You'd see the main reason for why people aren't able to put these systems in production is, one, obviously the performance. They don't meet your expected performance criteria. The second is cost. I think somebody asked a question about how do you keep these costs in check, because once you put that in wild, you don't have control on how sort of is going to be a cost structure. Can you go, can you get into a predictable uniform cost structure, right? So those are the questions that people sort of ask before putting these. And then the second and third is obviously the latency, right? It's very hard in a real multi-agentic workflow. It's very hard to control latency. It's a hard problem. And we'll try and see how we can solve some of those things in today's session. And then safety and there are other reasons. And we'll try and see what are the solves from someone from Google, from our vantage point, what are the solves? And we think we have some of these answers. So, and some of the problems, right? And if you sort of peel that, get into the second level of details, what are the sort of problems that one would sort of see if, while, these are things that you would have to worry about as soon as your prototype is working, right? Things like, how do you evaluate these agents? How do you know they're working well? How do you sort of debug them, right? How do you sort of identify where has it broken? Or sometimes, as you may have all experienced, more so with agents, with a single change in prompt or a model, and especially in a multi-agentic workflow, we're talking about N cross N sort of problem, right? So how a very small sort of deviation in prompt or a model behavior can put your sort of end user experience at haywire. So the question is, how do you solve for this, right? So how do you continuously eval, right? So those are some of those questions, and then you want to also use these agentic behavior to sort of achieve an end outcome, right? It's not an agentic system could work perfectly, but if it is supposed to do a revenue upliftment or sort of engagement, or it also has to achieve your business metrics, right? So those things, right? So let's peel each of those problems, enough of problems, right? Let's sort of go in details of how do we solve this, right? And see, if there's one singular takeaway that you can take from this session is about, I'm in a lot of these discussions and, model A, model B. By now, I'm sure you have understood this. It's not about the models, right? The way I'd like to see model is like a musical chair, right? You would have, a lot of these frontier models converging to a similar capability, right? So you'd have plenty of models, and the recent DeepSeek and Qwen 2.5 Max is a very good example. Last year it was Llama and stuff like that. There are plenty of good open source models that performs equally well to enterprise commercial models, right? So the question is not about models, right? If you have to build your application, your enterprise customer-facing, battle-tested applications, you have to choose a platform, right? So that's number one. So you are not just evaluating a model capability, but rather a platform. And I'll tell you what does it mean, right? Because if you go and pick a great platform, it solves about 70% of problem for you, right? So I'll introduce you to one such platform, which is Vertex AI, and before that, it's no secret that Google has been in the forefront of AI from very, very long time. In fact, our investment in DeepMind as early as 2011, our CEO Sundar said this in about 2016 that Google is an AI company, right? And a lot of the work that you see today in this field is based on our transformer paper that that came out in 2017. And in fact, some of you may know, just about last year, there are 3 Nobel Prize to Googlers who worked on some of these groundbreaking technologies like AlphaFold and obviously for deep learning and stuff, right? So we have a big and long pedigree to build some of these systems, not just for the enterprises, but also for the tools and consumer products that you use every day. Things like photos, YouTube's, Maps, Gmail. AI is all over there, and we are some of the biggest consumers of the AI that you're going to see today, right? So back to the agent. So what do we have here? So the way to evaluate a platform is to look at infrastructure, model, and the platform that it offers. And on top of that, you have different layers of these agent, prototype support, notebooks, and so on and so forth, right? So Vertex AI is a unified platform that allows you to do everything that you need, not just to sort of use model, but also to tune models. And not just use Google's first-party models, but also we allow you, through our model garden, access to about 160 plus, both open source and our first-party models, right? So, things like Llama, Claude, DeepSeek, all of that is available on Model Garden. And then further, let's say, and many of you might already be sort of looking at this, at a certain scale and for certain use cases, you would need to tune your model. At some point, a base model or a plain vanilla general purpose model may not be sufficient. So there would be a point where you'd need to tune that, starting with, say, instruction tuning, and then go on to building your own model through other methods. We'll talk about that. So, and then finally, you would need sort of, if you're building your own model, both language model and other machine learning models, right? You'd want to sort of host it, for inference, right? And you'd want to benefit from the advancement in inference time compute. And you'd need a provider that could provide you with sort of the GPUs and the, so I'll talk about the AI hypercomputer stack. So Now, just to draw that line, right? So prototype, use case, works, prompt, done. Production is a whole different game. And Chirag also mentioned a few things, right? Things like security, governance, cost, infrastructure, skilling, quality control, all that becomes challenging. So in fact, talking about the testimony, right, about 60% of the GenAI startups are in some shape or form using Google Cloud. And about 90% of the GenAI unicorns that you know of are customers, right? So that talks about the widespread adoption of the platform. Now let's start peeling and looking at each of those layers and how does it sort of solve your taking agents to production problem, right? So very quickly, I'll start with so last year we released our 6th generation TPU, which is Trillium, which is about 4x faster than the V5P and E, which is phenomenal, by the way. And the reason why Google has been able to build some of these models very quickly, video model, and we have image model, language models. In fact, last 1 year, we've released about 15 odd models, right, both in DeepMind and Google, right? You have a model for every task. The reason why we've been able to go so fast and we've been able to serve so many customers is because of our access to TPU, and we are making all of these infrastructure available for you, right? And all of that is integrated through open software, right? We, our own frameworks like TensorFlow, but also open source frameworks like PyTorch, JAX, and you could use them in a variety of ways. You can do multi-GPU, multi-TPU, you can do GPU slicing, and there are many different nuances, and you can do these on demand and stuff like that, right? So now let's quickly move on to the models, right? So our most frontier models, which are available in GA today, and probably you know about this, is Gemini, right? So Gemini comes in 3 flavors. Flash is our fastest model. It's, it comes in different sort of parameter, and it is one of the most cost-effective models there is. Then we have Pro and Nano and Ultra. So those are 3 different use cases depending on the sort of complexity. One thing worth mentioning, why people love Gemini is because of its long context window, right? And some of you probably know this. Gemini is only model that gives you about 2 million context window, right? Let that sink in, right? 2 million context window, which basically means that you could take the entire game of season of all the episodes and pass that as a context, which is equivalent to 100K line of code, and you can ask questions. And so it's a long context window for you to build phenomenal use cases, right? And just about last month, we released Gemini 2.0, right? 2.0 Flash, which comes with new modalities, things like live you just can't give audio input, but you can also get audio output, right? But you also have multimodal live, right? Through our projects Astra, which I'll be showing you today, you could get access to multimodality, and there are a lot of other things, right? So in fact, I would quickly sort of show you the power of this, right? And also show you how you can get access to this technology. So I'm not sure, how. So can I request somebody from here to just join me here on the stage for just a minute? Maybe, yeah? Hi, Gemini.
Hi there. What can I do for you?
I want you to tell me what you see.
Okay, I can do that. I see a large room, possibly an auditorium, filled with people sitting in rows of seats. There is a large screen at the front, and the time 11:37 is visible on a digital display. There appears to be a bright light source shining down into the room. Is there anything specific about this image you want me to focus on?
Can you tell me how many people do you see on the red seats here?
Okay, I see quite a few people seated in the red seats. It's difficult to give an exact count because of the image quality and some people being partially hidden, but I would estimate at least 50 people in the red seats.
Okay.
Do you want me to try and get a more precise number?
No, that's all right. So meet my friend. So do you want to ask a question?
Sure, I can help you with that.
Just
What questions do you have?
Yeah.
Hey Gemini, can you tell me what do you see?
Sure. I see a large auditorium filled with people
Maybe-
sitting in red seats.
Just-
There is a bright light shining, a large screen at the front, and a digital timer that is counting down.
What about now?
Now I see a sponsor banner for an event called Mlds 2025. The banner lists various sponsors, including Genpact and Mathco as powered by, Google Cloud as AI partner, EY as platinum sponsor, Synechron and WEX as gold sponsors, and Insight, Intel, and Tiger Analytics as silver sponsors. Do you have any other questions?
Yes. Do you have a watch? No. Do you have a phone? Can you tell me?
I see that the time on the digital display is counting down from 10:04 to 10:02, and then the view changes to show
So what do you see? What phone is this?
Okay, I see a hand holding a smartphone. The screen shows a time of 11:10, the date Wednesday the 5th of February, and a large purple sphere as the wallpaper.
Okay, cool.
Based on the physics.
Thanks, Gemini. So that is power of live multimodality, and this is the future. This is the future, and this is one of the best use of agent. Now, you're not just talking to the agents, but these systems are seeing, and you saw how seamless it was, and you'd be mind blown. I have a 7-year-old, and when I show these things and the amount of use cases that it unlocks, right? Identifying the food, dietary preferences, healthcare, I can't tell you, how integral part of our life this thing has become. So I'm very bullish on what these things can do, right? So let's go back to the subject, right? What is that singular thing that matters when you're building an AI agent? I'm sure everybody know about hallucination. So when you sort of identify the models, look for which model has the least hallucination. I'm not saying, because like I said, the list keeps changing, but there is a hallucination leaderboard that gives you these rankings in real time. So do look at those when you suffer from a hallucination problem. Now, sometimes a good model is not enough. Then what do? You have to sort of ground it with more real-time information, right? For example, if I wanted to sort of get a sense of what stocks were, performing well today, or who won a match, or when the news is happening, you want access to real-time. So on Vertex, we allow you not just to ground with your own data, but ground with Google search, right? And like you see in the image there, right? You have a real-time sort of access to internet, right? The model can search and surface those sort of results as part of the citations, right? And then you can also ground with the third-party data through our partners, Moody and Thomson Reuters, and many other partners, right? So, and I mentioned this before. So you start with a good prompt design, then sometimes it's not sufficient. Then you start looking at other, low-ranking sort of adaptation, LoRa, PEFT, instruction fine-tuning, and then you do reinforcement learning with human feedback. And finally, sometimes you want to amp it up and you want to do a full training, right? So this is the sort of, and then the easiest way to develop agents on Vertex, and this is the slider, the way I see. Everybody loves LangChain, right? So you could, today if you've written code in LangChain, you could take the same code, deploy that on Google Cloud, right? Full code. You also have managed runtimes for LangChain, LangGraph, LangSmith, all of those things, LangFlow. In fact, I was sort of in a meeting with a bunch of LangChain sort of engineers, and they unanimously said, Cloud Run is one of the best platform to run your LangChain applications, right? And finally, we also have Agent Builder, which is a fully managed sort of way, low-code, no-code way. So starting with no-code, you could define your agent, you could define your instructions, and you can sort of show it your data source. It could be your database, it could be BQ, it could be a bucket, so on and so forth. And then also it could be in function, right? So all of those things you could do, and you could get going with your agent in an enterprise-grade agent where you don't have to worry about deployment, scaling, security, all of those things. You just have to worry about your instructions and prompt. Then you have the low-code way, where you want to sort of bring your sort of code and using our fully proprietary unified SDK, want to build these agents. And then you have full code way, wherein you want to take all the open source component, build it here, Llama index, Llama chain, all of that, and through the Firebase GenKit, you could deploy these, right? So agent building done, right? Now what's next? Now comes the hard part, the eval. Agent eval is hard, I'm telling you, right? We discussed the problem. You have to, once your sort of prototype is working, you need to constantly check how is my model performing. So there are a lot of evaluation services. So Vertex does an online continuous online eval service, which allows you to sort of do both online and batch eval, both use pair-wise and point-wise eval. And in fact, Google has built a model. It's called as Autorator. It's a judge model. So basically, it's like saying using an LLM to judge how your other LLMs are working. So, think of it like this. It takes your prompt and sends it to two models and rates them, right? So it's a model tuned for this. And this is basically AI for AI benchmarking, and there are a lot of frameworks like these available. Now, let's quickly go on to model ops, observability, tracing. So once you have these models running, you want to look at the logs, you want to look at the traces. The biggest problem in a multi-agentic workflow is where did it go wrong, right? Losing context in the middle of the conversation, right? One specific agent not having access to memory, right? So all of those things could be problematic, and you could debug that very easily using Cloud Trace and Cloud Logging, where you could see what was the query, what was the response, and each sort of a specific agent latency, right? So all of that, is available right out of the box, right? So which is why when you deploy on any of those agentic framework that I mentioned, you get all of these things out of the box, right? And then finally, when you're ready for production, right? And I think Chirag also mentioned this, and this can't be said enough, right? I love DeepSeek, right? But I'm sure you saw the news, right? A small glitch in security could tarnish a brand reputation very badly. So what can you do to protect that? So number one thing, everything that you learned building good software system applies. Additionally, you have things like guardrails. You have to sort of ensure that your model cannot be manipulated, or your agents can't. So you have to continuously pen test them, and so on and so forth. And you have to have these safety filters so that your models can't, wouldn't be saying something that doesn't align with your brand identity. Finally, right, and this is a question that I get a lot. When you're building with Google Cloud on Vertex, remember this. You own your data. Google does not use that data to train our model, or we don't sort of, so your data remains your data. The second is governance, right? So you have your enterprise-grade sort of privacy filters, all of that available to you, right? And then finally, the safety filter, content moderation, all of those is available to you. With that, so all in all, to sum it up, Vertex and Google Cloud gives you a comprehensive platform to not just prototype, but also take your agentic and GenAI application to production using the world's best leading infrastructure, world's best models, and the same services power some of the applications that you use on every day, right? So with that, thank you all for being a great audience, and I have a couple of call out, right? We have a cloud developer community for people who are building GenAI application. I really encourage you to join these. You get 35 monthly credit to help meet like-minded people and help build some of the prototypes you have, right? And also, if you like the multimodal live, my colleagues, Gopala and Gopala is running a sort of in the hall 2, they're running a workshop. So you definitely want to be there to see how you could use the same technology to power some of your use cases, right? So with that, I'm happy to take any question if you have, and you've been a great audience. Thank you so much. I'm happy to also connect with you. I'm available at the booth. We have a lot of pop-up quiz happening at the Google Cloud booth and plenty of swags to give away. So please, join us on the booth. Yes.
Yes, can we have a mic given to sir, please? We'll take just 1 or 2 quick questions. Can we have a mic given to sir right here? Yes.
First of all, congratulations for such a wonderful session. It's really informative. I had just one question. Like, AWS has come up with like Bedrock agents.
Right.
How Google Cloud foreseeing this and has pipeline something like that? Like
yeah, it's very similar. So every cloud provider has their own sort of pipeline or a Vertex platform, because like I said, platform is the play. So every cloud provider now has a platform. Some have a first-party model, some have partner model. So it's similar.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other question? I can take one more question. If there's a gentleman here. Yeah, you could. Yeah. Using low code?
Yeah.
So through Agent Builder, you can choose which model the agent.
I have built the model.
Okay.
How do I configure it? How do I define it?
You have built a prompt, and you want to. So in Agentic, you have built the instruction, right? So and it's a chat app. Yeah, and it's a multi-agent. Okay. So the easiest way, and is it on LangChain? It's not in LangChain. Perfect. So the thing is, right, if you have your instruction and prompt, the easiest way to go to, say, Google Cloud Project and search for something called Agent Builder and build your application, right? You could build your agent, right? A basic agent would do, and you can plug in those prompts. And then if you could, call a model, let's say a Google first-party model or another model, that's one way to deploy. Another way, you could use a Cloud Run or a compute to deploy as is, right?
There is no direct deployment of it. That's if I build using low code.
Yeah.
There is no direct deployment.
Yeah, with low code, you don't have to worry about deployment. Yeah. Cool.
Check.
Any one last question?
Maybe one quick question last. If you have any other question, anybody?
Okay, cool. So thank you. You've been a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have another round of applause for Vikas, please? Absolutely extremely insightful session. Some great showcasing here, live showcasing of what Gemini is able to do and is going to do in the future as well. Thank you so much. Of course, we have some announcements to make as well. Quite a few people maybe already know, and that is why they've moved to Hall 2 and 3. There are very, very interesting sessions happening there as well. As a matter of fact, as we speak, there is a Google Cloud workshop starting in Hall 2 from 11:35, which is just about 13 minutes from now. And all the people who will be attending the Google Cloud workshop from 11:35 at Hall 2 will be getting Google Cloud Learning credits as well. So please check out the Google Cloud workshop from 11:35 today in Hall 2. And of course, Hall 3 also has very, very interesting sessions. So do check out those as well. Moving forward with our next speaker and our next session here in Hall 1 at MLDS Day 1 2025. Our next speaker is GDS Consulting AI Leader at EY. He will be discussing Agentic Workforce of the Future. This talk will delve into how AI-powered agents and humans will collaborate in the very, very near future business operations. Are we heading towards AGI, or is it a parallel path already? Let's find out. Please put your hands together to welcome GDS Consulting AI Leader at EY, Rahul Bhattacharya. Can we have a round of applause for Rahul, please? Thank you so much, Rahul. Rahul, welcome to MLDS. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Are you guys all agented out already? Right? There's so much more to come. It'll keep coming. We need to change that banner, AIM. Call it India's biggest agentic AI conference. Yes? Okay. All right, so I wanted to talk a little bit today, just taking a step back, thinking big picture, making sure we are all sort of aligned on terminology that we use. Because what I've realized, reading through literature, reading through media reports, reading through research reports, reading through things that clients are talking about, that there seems to be a lot of terminology that gets thrown around, and it means different things, right? But we are technologists here. This is a developer conference, and we owe it to ourselves to be very specific in terms of what things mean, right? And also look at how the workforce is progressing, right? And what's coming up in the future. So I don't know, show of hands, how many of you all were at MLDS 2024? Quick show of hands. Yeah? Few people. Anybody remember what I talked about in my tech talk at MLDS 2024? Agents, right? But I talked about agents from a perspective of enterprise software and how enterprise software was going to change fundamentally, right? And how you would have a conversational interface, how you would have dynamic control and data flow, right? And sort of how that would work with tools and interaction, and talking about memory, talking about different aspects of multi-agent framework, etc. I know recently there's been a lot of talk from rich and famous people in the tech world about the death of the enterprise software. Just want to point out, you heard it here first 1 year ago, right? So not to brag, but to say, what you're hearing today and over the next couple of days in MLDS, don't think of it as just another conference. There are things being talked about here that you'll get a sense of deja vu about, in the months and years to come. So keep that in mind. All right. So how would you recognize an AI agent if you passed one in the street? You'll say, Rahul, stop right there. In Bangalore, nobody walks in the street. Right? I'm like, okay. How about at your favorite watering hole, or your favorite coffee shop in Koramangala, 3rd block, all the startup companies that are there. Or more realistically, it's a Sunday morning, and you've taken the trouble to wake up and drive to the nearest overpriced, overhyped, overcrowded South Indian cafe, taken your, ghee puri idli, and managed to find that one sliver of a place somewhere, and you and your significant other are sharing that, right? And your mental state is somewhere between elation that you have found that spot and anxiety at the amount of ghee that got poured into your idli, right? And this tech bro standing right next to you says, I'm an agent. Okay, maybe he doesn't say, he's like talking to somebody else saying, okay, I've built an agent. So the question is, how do you know what an agent looks like? What does an agent do? Everybody is calling everything an agent these days. So it's very important to understand what really is an agent. And some of you might be aware that this term agent has been along for a very long time. It's been applied in the context of LLMs now, but AI agents have been around forever. And there are certain very specific characteristics of an AI agent. It needs to be able to interact with the environment. Interacting means being able to observe the environment and being able to take action on the environment. B, it is able to understand how the environment or the world evolves. What state comes after what other state. It is able to understand how actions change the environment, right? Because it takes actions, so it needs to know what happens as a result of those actions. And then it is able to choose across actions. And how does it make that choice? In the early days of AI, it used to be rule-based. We used to give it rules, saying, if this, then that, right? These are rule-based actions. We then matured to goal-based actions, that I want to achieve this end outcome. I will take the actions that best lead to that outcome. We then evolved to use utilities, reward functions, because an autonomous vehicle can drive you from point A to point B in many ways. Each of them achieve their goals, but there are only a few of those pathways that are short and safe, right? And the utility of those pathways is higher. All right, you all with me, interact with environment, understand how environment evolves, what actions you can take, how that creates a difference, and how you choose between actions. The other component is the learning. Being able to continuously learn over time, right? Take inputs from a critic that is helping you to alter how you behave, how the agent behaves, and also an aspect of exploration versus exploitation. What does that mean? So exploitation, so for a model, it's very easy to find one best way to do things and always do that, right? But what that happens is often you get stuck in a local minima. There might be other things to do. Secondly, it propagates biases that are there in your data. So it's important to be able to sort of nudge the model into a space it hasn't seen before or try something new, right? So this whole idea of exploration versus exploitation. So this is what an agent looks like, or an agentic system looks like. A very useful reference and example I can think of is the autonomous vehicle, right? And we'll talk a little bit about that more. But now are we clear that, you know, if you have to qualify something as an agent, these are some of the characteristics. Then you will ask, okay, so what about LLM agents, right? And we talked a little bit about this in my previous, and you'll see a lot of information about here, this. There are some aspects which are based on LLM agents. So there is, of course, the idea of actions, because we said, right, an agent should be able to take actions. And tools. So how do you differentiate between actions and tools? What's the difference? Right? If the output of a task is deterministic, given an input, we know exactly how it processes and creates an output. So a calculator function, for example, or a calendar function, or any very specific arithmetic calculation that happens, right, of a particular KPI or a measure. That is a tool. So tool has deterministic output for given input. An action can be probabilistic, right, where there is some agency in the tool. And we'll talk about agency in the system, and we'll talk about that. Then there's the aspect of planning. So what is planning? So we all know about chain of thought, right? Then there is the aspect of a critic being able to say what's working versus what's not working. There is a reflection after you have performed a task, thinking back to say, is this the best way to do it? There is sub-goal decomposition, so being able to take a goal and break it out. So all of that comes under planning, right? And then there is memory. Memory is usually of two types: short-term memory, long-term memory. Short-term memory is typically in task, in session, remembering all the interactions that have been happening currently, and long-term memory is being able to learn over time, right? Remembering things from before. So these are some of the aspects that you'll see. Now, an agent still is the same definition I had in the previous slide, right? But for LLM agents, these are some additional terminology, and we should try to understand what that means in the context of the broader agent definition. All right, so if you are trying to architect an agentic workforce, right? And what does that mean? So that means that now, typically, you know, all of us work on projects, programs. How do we create a team around that, right? We define a solution, we define the activities that need to happen, we find the people with the right skills, and then we deploy that on that project or program, right? Now you need to do the same thing. You need to think about how you do the same thing for a group of agents. So it's now not just one agent. You are trying to select a group of agents, just like you select a group of humans. And typically, more and more, we will be creating project teams which are combinations of a combination of human and agents, right? So that's what the agentic workforce is all about. And what we have found it useful to do is this is a complex problem. The previous speaker also talked about it. You know, getting this to work, right? With just one or two agents itself is pretty complex. Think about getting a workforce together to work properly, right? We have found it useful to break this problem domain down into 3 areas, right? One is the orchestration piece, right? How do you orchestrate all the work that needs to happen? The second is the action piece of what are the specific actions that need to be done, the work that needs to be done, right? The job to be done, as we say. Right, and being able to break that down into components. Some of them are deterministic and they need to be tools. Some of them are probabilistic, which can be agents and multiple different agents with different skills, etc. And then there is the knowledge component. This is the way we do work. Because remember, even today with a human workforce, you expect that workforce to come with some knowledge. There is some fundamental knowledge that would have come to the person just by being alive. There is some knowledge that was learned in school and college. And then there is some knowledge that will be learned which is contextual to the industry, to the problem domain, and to your own company. Right? That is your IP. So just like in a human workforce, the work that they perform is a collection of all this knowledge. Even in an agentic workforce, you need that knowledge, right? And being able to decompose this problem into these 3 areas helps you select the right optimal tools and technology, methods, etc., looking at building versus buying. Knowledge for a lot of us can be very IP heavy, where it makes sense for us to protect that. That is our secret sauce that we are bringing to the table, right? It creates new kinds of jobs. So a lot of the knowledge that gets deployed by companies is intrinsic knowledge. What does that mean? It sits inside people's minds. In order to be able to have an agentic workforce that uses that knowledge has to be made explicit. Right? From implicit knowledge, that has to be made explicit. So there is this process of harvesting knowledge of how we work, how we do things, how employees in our companies do things. What are our methods? Some of them are written down, a lot of it is not written down. Right? So that creates a new class of job about harvesting knowledge, which is sitting in people's minds. And there are various ways to do that. But that is one class of work that is getting created, which is almost like a new profession. The other one is this idea of a flow engineer. Have you all heard this term before, flow engineer? Because when you are thinking about how you are going to design your agents, what work is done, what action is performed by a deterministic tool versus a probabilistic agent, and how all of them are orchestrated together, you need to make some trade-offs, right? And I'll talk about the biggest trade-off, which is risk, a little later. But you need to make a trade-off. You have to say, okay, this is a tool, this is an agent. oh, it's too risky for the agent to decide on this. Maybe I'll make it deterministic, make it a tool, right? And then how those are brought together. What kind of reflection you should have, what kind of critic you should have. Right? So the flow engineer does this, thinking through what are the different aspects of breaking down a particular task, routing tasks through a workflow, making things deterministic versus probabilistic. Okay? Now, it was mentioned in the blurb of my talk that maybe we are moving towards AGI through some of these things, and let me talk a little bit about that. So, like I said, imagine, right, you are in a company of human workforce, right? You have people in your company, what we very bluntly call a bench, right? Not a nice word, but anyway. We have a roster. Basically, we have a roster of people with different skills, right? And then we keep looking at who are the right people to deploy to a particular task. And sometimes we hire people because they have the skills to perform a particular task. Then we have a training mechanism, right, where we can train people to perform certain tasks. If we find that there is a new task to be done, which people don't have skills, either we acquire people from outside or we train people to do that task, right? And we are continuously having governance and quality control on the work that gets done. Are we all in agreement? This is how we do work, right? We choose people with certain skills from a group of people available to us. We add to that group as required or retrain people in that group. And we provide governance and quality control. In an agentic workforce, it is going to be very similar, right? That for a given task, there will be a roster of agents available. Depending on the task to be performed, you will call upon the right agents and multiple instances of those agents, depending on the volume of tasks to be performed. You will monitor the quality of the work that they are performing, which will then decide, is the set of agents that you have sufficient, or do you need more agents? Or do you need do you need to retrain your current agents? You see the analogy, how it is working, right? But this has to be done with these software agents. Now, how is this heading towards AGI? Same question I asked as agent. How will you recognize an agent if you meet one on the street? How will you recognize AGI if you meet one on the street? Anybody? How will you know this is AGI? Two characteristics, right? Self-spawning or self-replication, the ability to create, a software's ability to create another software. And the second is to be able to train that software to perform certain tasks. So that is the point, the singularity, where we can say that we have reached AGI, where it is able to self-spawn and self-train. Now imagine in this idea of an agentic workforce, you start with a null set. A lot of us like maths, so I also like maths, so I'm talking in terms of a mathematician, right? You start with a null set of agents. There are no agents. You ask it to perform a task. It realizes it cannot perform that task. It understands what agents are required to perform that task, right? It goes to an agent university and says, can you create this agent for me? There's a piece of software that's looking at, okay, what do I need to do in order to build that agent? And sometimes I might need to go to a human and ask, how do you perform this task? The knowledge management thing comes in, right? So if you can have the vision of the future, right? I'm trying to paint a vision of the future, is where you start with 0 agents and have a self-organizing, self-propagating, self-training network of agents, right, that are able to do a cold start, right? We talk about this, a cold start problem, where it is able to do nothing on day 1, but over time is able to build the workforce and train the workforce. All right? Last piece that I will be talking about today. One key thing to remember, and I see a lot of systems being developed today which fail this test. And what is the test? An agent needs to have agency. And what is agency? Dictionary meaning the ability to take action or to choose what action to take. You will see a lot of agentic systems, and you actually go into under the covers and see what they're doing. There is no orchestration. It is a deterministic flow of activities. One agent does something, passes out to another agent. One agent does something, passes. At a minimum, it might be, okay, there are 3 possible agents, you decide which one to choose. But that also mostly is rule-based. You are giving a rule. Right? So there is no agency. If there is no agency, it's not an agent. Okay? So first step, agent needs to have agency, but agency creates risk. Why does it create a risk? Because it is not deterministic. Right? It might choose to deploy methods or take actions which do not align with our morals, our ethics, and our policies. Forget morals, ethics. All companies operate by policies. Right? Every single digital transaction that you perform within your enterprise is driven by a policy which is written down. More so in regulated industries, in banking, insurance, healthcare. Right? So agency creates risk. And what do you need to take care of that is the observability. Show of hands, how many of you took a flight into Bangalore to be here? Were there agents on that? And I'm not talking about Agent Vinod, but agents. There were control system agents. Pretty much 80 to 90% of an aircraft flying is done automatically. One person there, right? Okay. So when these vehicles were first deployed, there used to be one person in every single car, observing what it's doing and ready to take over. Now we have graduated to a place where there is people watching a fleet of cars. Accidents than human drivers. Accidents than human drivers. Yeah? But if an autonomous vehicle causes even one accident or one fatality, we find it very hard to forgive it. We find it very difficult. It's just very, we find it very hard. Is that we are all in a rush, very hard. Is that we are all in a rush to, without necessity go wrong, might be taken. Without necessity go wrong, might be taken. Is there a way to prevent it? Is there a way to prevent it? If there is no way to prevent it, is there a way to observe and record it so that we at least know after the fact? either record it so that we at least know after the fact, either as it is happening, so we can take over, or at least after the fact. So this an agentic workforce of the future, and this becomes a key and crucial aspect of such a future. Thank you all. You've been a wonderful audience. I would like to take questions now if you have any.
Check. Anybody, any questions? Just raise your hands. We have our team with mics here. Anybody with, we have a question right here in front. Can we get a mic to sir, please? Okay, sir, we'll come to you.
Hey, hi. Thank you so much for this information. It was very, very informative. My name is Gokul. I am working as a technical architect in Scientist. So my question is towards the orchestration framework that you were talking about. So I think like today there are a lot of multi-agent frameworks like supervisor, planning. So like with respect to orchestration, are you referring to something like this, or are you referring to an AI agent itself like trying to, probably call another agent to do something?
A mix of both, and my colleagues will have a interesting workshop that they're doing today afternoon in, I think, Hall 2, which looks at production-grade systems and how you build those out. But orchestration, just think of it as a concept, right? There are pieces of software that do things, and there are pieces of software who are coordinating across all the doers, right? So orchestration is all about that. Whether you do it through a framework, do it through other agents. When you do it through agents, again, risk goes up.
And we also see a lot of orchestration framework like maturing. So based on whatever you have analyzed so far, can you guide us on the, probably the best one right now that actually helps us?
Yeah, it's too early. It's too early days. We need to experiment. We need to compare. I don't think there is a clear winner out there. They are all, I would say, fit for purpose, and different purposes give, different orchestration frameworks give different results. And there's a new one coming up every day, right? And we work with all of them, right? And we should all try to experiment as much as possible before we create a point of view.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have a question here from Bhaskar. Then we'll come to sir. Rahul, if you don't know, that is Bhaskar. He is the CEO of
absolutely.
Yes, AIM Media House.
No, Bhaskar.
Hi, Rahul. Wait. Can you hear me? Yeah, very nice talk, Rahul. So I have a question. You spoke about some of the new areas or classes of new jobs which are being created in this space. Can you shed some light on that? What are the new jobs which are being created in this space?
Yeah, so there are two that I mentioned, right? So one is the knowledge harvester, right, who actually works with both document and undocumented knowledge within an organization, which is critical for performing jobs within that organization, right? And presents it in a form that is usable by LLM agents or AI agents. And it may not even be, software jobs or the kind of jobs that we do. I mean, we are looking at jobs like maintaining electric transmission grids, right? Or telecommunication. There are these, large telcos and utility companies have large fleets of field engineers, they're called. They are either installing new equipment or repairing equipment where something has failed, or they know a particular part is end of life, so they're replacing parts in things, right? So there's preventive maintenance, there is reactive maintenance, there is new installation. There are hundreds and thousands, right? Now, often they are veteran and they have gone through this trouble and they have learned what to do. Or they are new and they find it hard, but what they do is they call up a veteran, right? And ask, how do I do this, boss? Kahan milega? right? And this happens not just there, even in knowledge work like banks, bank staff, right? Somebody walks in and says, I want to do, there are some standard transactions you can do which everybody typically would have learned, but then some crazy transaction will happen. Citizen of some country wants to do something, married to somebody else on, some other currency, and they're like, what do I do? The only option today is to ask somebody, right? So you're wasting two people's time. You understand, right? Whenever that asking a senior or asking somebody else, two people's time go into solving the sale problem, and that other person could have been doing something productive at that time instead of, right? So how do you help? How do you take that knowledge and make it available in an assistant that can help people? Right? I think that's going to become a key thing. We'll all realize very soon that most of our knowledge is not ready in a representative form, and it is a lot of it is unstructured. And what is the important thing that you have to think about is, over the last 2 decades, all the discipline that has gone into managing and governing quality control of structured data now has to happen with all your unstructured data. Nobody cared about unstructured data till today. But all your knowledge is sitting in this unstructured data. So there is another job that comes out of that, is data management, administration, and governance of unstructured data. And doing that well. Because that is what will help you to not make mistakes. Anurag, you had a question. I hope that answered your question, Vas.
Yeah, thanks, Rahul, for such informative session. And that's a great analogy you provided of importance of human intervention in airplane. I just want to understand one thing, and from your view, what could be the low-hanging use cases or low-hanging domains that you think where this model can be applied right away, and that we can start working on and maybe go for deployments or build out solutioning? And like, what's
the question we need to answer is not low-hanging from a technical perspective. Technical perspective, we can do anything. Everything is low-hanging. The low-hanging we have to answer is from a risk perspective. And that, unfortunately, varies by industry and organization. What is your appetite for risk? Right? Potentially, you can look at technical development, technical support activities, large groups of human beings providing compliance and just providing support to people who are calling in. So that could be potentially low risk, but the low hanging is not just to keep, I think the perspective needs to change from low hanging being what is technically feasible to low hanging being what is sort of allowable and less risky. Right? That is the perspective we need to have. I think we are out of time. Thank you all so much. Lovely being here today.
Thank you so much, Rahul. Such a wonderful session. Thank you so much for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Rahul Bhattacharya. A very, very insightful session there. We now move on with our next speaker session, and this will be equally enriching and insightful. Let me tell you all, he's the lead AI engineer at Mathco. Today he'll be discussing bridging the gap, integrating business context into LLMs, large language models, that is. This session will explore the challenges of fine-tuning LLMs with business-specific data to improve accuracy and relevance. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage the lead AI engineer at Mathco, Pranau Agarwal. Can we have a round of applause for Pranau, please? Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Pranau. The stage is all yours.
Thanks a lot. Okay, all right. Hi, everyone. I hope I'm audible. So let's start with the presentation today. Hello, my name is Pranau. I'm lead AI engineer at Mathco. Today I'll be talking about how do we make LLMs perform better by infusing organizational context in it. So let me start with an example. Let me take with a scenario. What we have seen so far in the latest advancements that have happened with GenAI is that a lot of business users have been now equipped with a lot of AI assistants that they use on a daily basis, either to generate insights from their data or to get more and more out of their data. Let's take a typical example where a global sales manager of a company is trying to ask the same AI assistant that, generate the quarterly review performance report for me. And now what this AI assistant does is a generic AI system would just go scrape the data, try to understand what are the key metrics that I should offer, what are the kind of generic insights that I should offer. But what it fails really at is not being able to understand what user needs are. So it cannot really understand what exactly how should I make this report more specific to a particular business user. Contrast to that, let's say we choose a context-aware AI, where the same assistant now generates a report which is much more tailored to your needs. It is aligned with the goals of your organizations. It is aligned with your persona, where you see that the product filters, the region filters are all applied as per you. Now, you don't have to go back and hassle with that report more, because all you have to do is sit on top of that report and make some strategic decisions. Now, in these scenarios, definitely the second scenario would make the business user a lot more happier and more satisfied. That's the gap that I want to address in my today's presentation, that how can we infuse this organizational context and make the AI systems a bit more better. So let's get started. Let's first understand, so far when we, in the last 1 year, how our experience has been at Mathco is when we have exposed these AI assistants to a lot of business users, we saw a diverse challenges that we were facing when they utilized these AI assistants. So let me take an example. The first question here says that what are monthly volume sales for ISEX? Now, a typical LLM, they can perform only to a certain extent because of the knowledge that they carry. But can it understand that ISEX is the brand that you're looking for? Can it understand what exactly means by volume sales? Because in the data, it does not know ISEX is a brand, or ISEX is a manufacturer, ISEX is a product, or it could be that the data that you have created might not have volume sales exactly as a column in your data. Now, in this particular case, the lack of metadata usually leads to generation of inaccurate queries, or sometimes even it fails to execute the query because the column is missing. Now, similarly, in the second example, we are talking about what is ACV distribution. Now, these are some typical examples, real-life examples that we have seen our business users are asking on the platform. So in this particular case, as we have understood that LLMs have their own understanding of certain metrics and KPI, they might come up with their own formula in order to execute that particular question. So let's say they might assume that this is how it needs to be calculated, but until you provide the exact definition, it won't be able to calculate the question correctly. So that basically stems the need of the domain metrics or the domain KPIs that are required for an LLM. One very interesting example that we have seen is a lot of business users ask questions like, what are sales for my brand? How does LLM know who you are? So in that particular case, LLMs does not have a typical understanding of which regions you operate in, which products you are handling, what kind of categories you are handling. It does not have any idea. It gives you a very generic answer, or it might prompt you that what brand are you talking about. So in this particular case, most importantly, what we are missing is the user persona that we have provided to the LLM. It's completely missing. So these were a typical broad of challenges which helped us understand that to a certain extent we can provide LLMs to the business users, but in order to make the answers more reliable, in order to make the answers more accurate, relevant, you need a lot of organizational context to make them work. So this brings us to a question then, with these diverse challenges, how do I know what kind of context is right fit for me? There could be broad variety of context because the use cases with GenAI are like immense. So today I want to cover a few broad categories that so far in the last couple of years, experimenting with a lot of business users, we have identified at a very diverse, with very diverse nature of users. So I want to highlight some of the very few important ones that we have seen. The first, that is the most commonly used and the most important one, is the metadata. Now, everybody here might have seen applications like text to SQL or doing a conversational analysis on top of your structured or unstructured data. Sometimes your columns, sometimes your tables are so curated by from a developer mindset that the column names or the specifications of those tables are completely vague. In that particular case, what is required is a very well-defined data dictionary that can help LLMs understand what are my databases, what are the table descriptions, column values, and so on. So that metadata can actually enrich how LLMs would actually process that question a little better. Similarly, we'll move to the next, which is domain knowledge. Now, let me take an example where, as Mathco, we work with a lot of different kind of clients across domains. And what we have learned so far is that not two CPG companies or not two retail companies work exactly the same way. A same metric, which is, let's say, a market value share or an ACV distribution, might be interpreted a bit differently for one organization versus a different organization. So how do we handle that? In that particular case, we would want to be able to create very well-defined KPIs, and that can be onboarded onto the system, and with their right usage, with their right calculation methodology. So that basically comprises of some of these organizational contexts. The third one, which is the org persona, which I just defined, that when the questions are asked like my brand or show me sales for my region, this is where the org persona and the user persona comes in. Interestingly, we have also seen a lot of organizations have started connecting their org tables to the LLMs, because in the org tables, it is very clearly defined what are the roles and responsibilities of a certain business user, or what are the goals of that business user. So that really helps LLM understand, okay, which is the business user I'm trying to talk to, and then can I curate the insights only specific to that business user. So that's basically the org and user persona. Another interesting aspect that we have seen is sometimes in the conversation history, we might have given a lot of information to the LLM. For example, this is how I want you to calculate this metric. Or let's say, here is my brand that I'm focusing on. Now, do you want to keep answering that question again and again? No. So we can leverage the conversation history itself as the context so that the LLMs can maintain what you were talking about or how your interaction has been so far, so that your future interactions with the LLM can be influenced using that conversation. Similarly, there are many more such applications and many more challenges which are requiring the need of identifying more and more such type of context. An interesting one which recently we found out was the business users asked question like, optimize the spends for this particular channel. Now, in this particular case, LLMs don't have the right access to, let's say, your models which your data scientist team might have built, or some sort of simulators which your team might have built. So those intelligent assets which you might have curated also needs to be provided to the LLM as some of the tools. So we have one such tool that we had created recently, which was automating dashboards and automating PPT generations. Now, for example, if I ask questions like, analyze the data from the last 3 years and then create a summary for me. Now, in that case, it can analyze the data very well, but it cannot translate into a PPT because there is no such intelligent asset available to the LLM to convert that into a storyboard. So intelligent assets can also become part of your context that can help LLMs generate more and more reliable answers. One of the recent use cases that we have seen is we are moving towards autonomous agents now. So in autonomous agents, usually you want to move away from a paradigm of doing a Q&A to a completely opposite paradigm of letting the agents interfere with your system autonomously. What do I mean by that? Let's say if my agents are monitoring a warehouse through a camera feed. Now, suppose in that they saw that there is a hazardous activity that has taken place. Now, analyzing that feed real time, they would not want to wait for a business user and come and say that there is a hazardous activity that has happened. So this autonomous agent can just directly look at that video, analyze it, and then maybe send the information about this event to a different route planning agent, which can say that the associates can start taking a different route in the warehouse because this place has become hazardous now. Now, in this particular paradigm, what we did was we completely moved away from the human in the loop and let the agents interact directly with the environment back so that, so that these autonomous agents can go back and do something more. And that's the last type of it, which is the real-time data, where we want to connect LLMs maybe to a web search tool, to a live camera feed, to a data feed, or so on. So now, since the challenges are quite a lot, context types quite a lot, how do we go about handling such variety? How do we go about processing such variety of information? So let's go into that. Now, typically, when you thought of building a context-aware LLM or a context-aware system, how we have strategized right now is we have come up with a 4-step framework that is helping us completely take care of this challenge end-to-end. So the first step in this framework is the context onboarding layer. Then the second layer is the engineering aspect of it, and third is the improvement aspect of it. Let's start with the onboarding element of it. Now, enterprises can have your data present in any form, anywhere. They might have some documents present in Confluence. They might have some documents present on SharePoint. They have some documents present on Collibra. It could be spread across anywhere. You need a clear onboarding layer, which can have a lot of data connectors that can just bring that enterprise data into your system. And then you can use those connectors to be able to standardize or even enrich some of the data which they already have. So you would want to bring all of that and curate that at a common place so that you can retrieve it later. The other aspect which we have seen is helping quite a lot while onboarding is not everybody knows as a business user what context should I upload, right? Because you might not know, is this the right information that I should give to the LLM? Is this the right way to give the LLM? Is this the right format? In that particular case, what we have done is, since we have a lot of SMEs who have worked with CPG, who have worked with retailers, what we have seen there is, we have created some base SME templates that can help you get a good acceleration start towards your context journey. So we'll have some of those KPIs already curated for you. We'll have some of those metrics and definitions already curated for you that make sense from your domain perspective. And on top of that, the business users or the organizations can customize and add their own to the same template. That helps them solve at least 60% of their first level requirements of context. Now, all of this, once we have done, we have onboarded, we have got those data to us, we are ready to pre-process it. So let's move to the second stage of it, which is engineering aspect of it. Now, in this engineering aspect, how do we need to understand this is basically two major angles. One, is the user have started interacting with the system? So before the user have started interacting with the system and after the user has started interacting with the system. So the first is the pre-processing element of it. So whatever data that you have onboarded and gathered in the first step, you would now want to pre-process it. So there are typically two challenges that happens here. The first challenge is, since the data has so much of variety, how do I process? I can't have one fit strategy that can be applied to all the data sources. I might have to process my KPI separately. I might have to process my metadata separately. I might have to connect to org persona a bit differently. So I can have dynamic processing strategies so that, let's say, if I want to keep data in a structured PostgreSQL, maybe I want to keep my dictionary stored in a vector DB. Or maybe if there is a very complex database, I might want to pre-process and create a knowledge graph for it so that there are interconnections maintained in it. So in that pre-processing step, you can have your own variety of strategies. And the good part is that till here, the user is not yet interacting with your system. So to afford some latency, you can have your pre-processing as complicated as possible because the user has not yet come to the system. Now, in the second stage, where we are talking about retrieval, this is the place where user journey starts. So now, let's say the user has come, and the user is trying to ask a particular question. At that point of time, you need to dynamically retrieve the right set of context from all the context that you had kept ready for your retrieval. So in that particular case, what you would do is, first, how typically we start is, we first try to build an intent classifier, where whether that particular question is actually something that we can handle or not. Is that something that ideally I should process or not? Or we might just say this is something out of the data, I might not be able to handle it. Once your intent classifier says that, yes, this is the right question that I want to handle, in that, you can maybe start processing it with an ambiguity resolver. So this is another form of taking more context with the user. So let's say if the user has asked a more complex question, where LLM cannot understand this completely, it might nudge the user and ask for a more clarification. So this clarification becomes part of your conversation history, which can go back as the part of the context, which we just discussed as the interaction history. Now, this is the place where your question or your query is ready for your retrieval. Now, in this particular case, what we do is, we do some sort of semantic searches to be able to identify, let's say, if in my question, there is the brand i6. How do I go and find it back in the vector DB that I had created? I might do some semantic search on top of it. I might create a graph query to be able to pick all the relevant nodes around it, and then use that to enrich the question that has been asked by the user. So that way, you can retrieve that particular context during runtime, and here, there is always a trade-off between how much of processing you want to do at runtime, so that your latency for the user doesn't get impacted. You might have like different strategy in order to handle that latency. You might stream the response for the user so that user is continuously engaged with how your LLM is functioning. You can also give a lot of steps. For example, now LLM is doing this, now LLM is processing your data, it is picking up from DB, so that user is continuously aware of what is happening in the system. And then once it is retrieved, then your question can be answered much more reliably. One of the challenges that we saw in this journey is sometimes when the very first time we built this context layer, what we saw was every time for every question, irrespective of how complex or simple it was doing a context retrieval. But is that something good? Might not be like applicable to all the scenarios. Because in some cases, the question could be so simple that you don't want to spend this extra time in retrieving that context, and then you can have some threshold-based scenarios where, you know what, just tell the LLM that if the context is not high confident context, is it below certain threshold, don't use it. Because the more information that you provide to your LLM starts getting more and more confused, or sometimes it might just, instead of solving the right question, it might make more assumptions and then solve it a bit more inappropriately. Or in your query, it might add more filters, which was not required. So you can have these threshold-based techniques that you can apply. Similarly, there are some ways in which you can make it a little bit faster, because latency versus accuracy is the biggest trade-off that we have been asked from variety of our clients. So either you use threshold-based techniques, or you might want to use some caching-based techniques so that you can improve the overall responsiveness for the user. And once all of this is done, in the end, you have an enrichment module that basically takes your context, takes your question, takes your data, and then completely packages it and generates a much more reliable answer. So this is the place where the entire engineering of the context happens. Now, what happens after the context or the response have been generated? The last step of this framework is basically the improvement aspect of it. So there are multiple ways in which you might, this is a common question that people start thinking that, what if the context that was retrieved by the LLM is wrong? It can happen. In a real scenario, sometimes it happens that the definition that it might have picked could be a wrong definition. Or sometimes it could have picked the same definition from multiple documents. How does it know that which definition do I need to use? In those cases, what we have enabled is a simple feedback mechanism for the user. So user can actually provide feedback on either they can go and edit the context themselves, or they can start disliking the responses, and you can use those feedback mechanisms to go back in your processing layer, so that next time you know that this was the kind of context which was rejected by the user, and I don't want to use it again because it might be inaccurate. Or you can actually raise an IT ticket and say that, hello admin, please go and update this context for me. I think the definition of this metric is wrong. There are multiple ways to handle some of this feedback mechanism. And then all your post-query refinements happen once your system starts improving and again and again. So if I have to sum it up, the overall process starts from making sure that you support enterprises onboarding as much as data as possible. You create seamless layer of onboarding that data. And the second is you allow them to process it very efficiently. You keep as much as context ready for your retrieval, and so that the user does not have to manage the latency. The third is you smartly retrieve it at the time of query processing, which is quite important. And then the last is you do not miss out on any loose ends. You ensure that the loop is completed, and you take the feedback back into the system. So this is one of the typical entire strategy that we have followed in order to improve all the applications that we have been building for our customers. And we have seen a significant difference in the way the LLMs were responding before versus now with these context-aware LLMs. And with over the period of time, the more and more conversation that you have with your assistants, the more and more interactions that you have, you can keep improving this context further and further. So this is a typical architecture that I want to just quickly help you visualize the 4 steps that we just saw. How does it actually process it if I have to visualize it? The first step starts with creating that customizable interface. So our generative AI platform, Ask Nucleus, basically it's completely standalone platform. It's an independent platform that can go and sit on top of any of your web stacks, which is completely customizable as per your need. And this allows users to onboard as much as variety of context that we discussed. It allows those connectors to be able to seamlessly integrate with your enterprises and then onboard that system. And then it also provides the interface to actually go and ask the question, so you can have your own personalized assistant on top of it. So we have both the personas there. Now, once the question comes from the user, the brain which is depicted here is the typical orchestrator that we are talking about. First, it takes the question. It does all of those steps which we just discussed in the engineering aspect of it, where it first tries to understand the context that we had onboarded, what kind of context I need to fetch from my context layer. And then we have a skill set marketplace. Skill sets is basically an analogy to all the agents that you build. So your agents could be a text-to-SQL agent, your agent could be a storyboard generator, your agent could be something like document retrieval. It could be anything. You can have as many as custom agents that you would have built. So based on the context, based on the question, the brain would now try to pick what is the tool required, or might create a sequence of multiple tools, which we usually call as planning, that it will create those tools in a sequence, process this information, and generate the response on the right side. So one of the interesting questions that we had got from one of our clients was that, how do I trust that the response that I'm seeing on my screen, is it right or not? That's when we started building a citation feature. So what citation feature does is, if you are doing a retrieval from your structured data, it actually tells you this is the exact query that was created in order to perform the retrieval on your structured database. Not only that, it also gives you the context that was fetched in that particular processing, so that the user is aware whether the right definition of certain metrics was used, whether the right filters were applied or not, whether the right query was generated or not. So in this particular process, with citations, it adds more and more transparency to the business user, and also gives them provision to give us the right feedback so that we can go back and improve the system. So this is how the overall typical architecture of a simple question processing looks at. This is the behind of Ask Nucleus that I've been talking about. Now, I want to make it a bit more real. So far, we've been talking a bit more conceptually. Let me take a real example that we saw and how does it actually improves. On the right side, what you see is a prompt template that I have taken from a very renowned paper, Chess, which basically talks about how do you harness context for text-to-SQL applications. So here, the example that I'm talking about is how do you make your context-aware text-to-SQL. Text-to-SQL, for a larger audience here, is from a natural language question, how do you go back and structure, how do you go back and query a structured data? So from text, you are actually generating a query. Now, in this particular prompt template, we have left some of those places open for us to fill in the dynamic retrieval process. So let's say the question says, what is the PCPI for my restaurants? Now here, can anybody understand what kind of 2 anomalies that might come? The first one that you can see here is the definition of PCPI, because LLMs don't have literally a clear definition of PCPI, or they might hallucinate, or they might just assume that this is what PCPI could mean, and it completely be out of my domain context. Secondly, my restaurants. Again, it does not know what does my mean in this particular case. So what we do here is, the first thing that we do is we provide the schema so that it knows in what horizon of data it needs to look the answer for, and it can actually go and narrow down to the right tables or the right data set. So until here, your data is not at all exposed to the LLM. You have provided a simple schema of the database. The second step, which we talked about, was the context retrieval. So we go and fetch the metadata, which is the descriptions of your tables, descriptions of your column, sample values of your column, and we pass that so that it understands what columns needs to be used to process that particular question. The second is the metrics and KPI. So here, the exact definition of PCPI metric will be retrieved from your metrics and KPI document, which was onboarded in the first layer, because there would be multiple KPIs that were defined there, and LLM can pick the definition of PCPI from there and then send it in the part of the context piece in the prompt. The third is the user persona. So once we have connected the LLM or your AI assistant to your org table or your chatbot, in that particular case, it will pick the designation and the description from there, and overall it will enrich the entire query, and then generate the final response, which has the right set of filters applied, which has the right set of the definitions utilized. All right. So that's more about the entire the context-aware LLMs that I want to talk about. Here are two snapshots that I wanted to show you from the platform, which is the Ask Nucleus and the Nucleus platform that we have. So the first one is the onboard context layer that we had built, where we provide a lot of data connectors that the enterprises can use and just onboard that data with us, and we allow them to see how it is getting processed. And on the right side, what you see is the chat assistant of it. So here we have kept both the personas in mind. The one is the admin or the IT who's setting up these assistants for all the business users in the organization, because they have the right access to data, they have the right access to documents, and usually in a real scenario, business users don't typically have a clear understanding of the right data that they want to use. So the right side is the persona for a business user, where they can just come and ask more questions, accelerate their insight generation process. And that's where we are showing, I have run the same question, which is what is the PCPI for my restaurants? And it shows the SQL query generated as the citation, and also shows the context which was generated. So this basically increases the transparency in the UI as well. So I hope that session was useful. That was the overall session where I want to talk about how do we build context-aware LLMs. And thank you all for attending this session. I hope you liked it.
Thank you so much, Pranshu. I think the reaction can clearly tell how much they enjoyed the session. Right. We have 3-4 minutes to take some quick questions. Anybody has any question, do raise your hands. Yeah, right here in front, sir has a question. Can we get the mic to him? In front here. Okay. Let somebody get the mic to sir as well. Hello. Okay, let's have the question from there first, and then we'll come to him.
I'm audible? Great. Hello, it was a really good session. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Can you go back to that text to SQL slide if possible?
Sure.
Let's try to keep just one question and not 2-3 follow-ups. I'm extremely sorry, but we are running short on time. So we'll try to get as many questions as possible. Bro, please, now you can ask your question. Sure.
Sorry. Okay. So here, when I'm asking about the PCPI of my restaurant, right?
Yes.
And then we have that context retrieval part in the middle, right? And I want to retrieve the metrics and the KPI information. So how has that information been retrieved? So there is that information, is it separately stored in some database, maybe ChromaDB for that example? How that process has been executed? I just wanted some clarification on that.
Right, thanks for your question. So typically it depends on use case to use case. If you think that your context is quite small, you can have just one vector DB created for all your variety of context. But what we have seen is with increasing variety in context, you might have to just store, let's say, all your metric definitions in one vector DB, like ChromaDB, which you mentioned, or any other vector DB. And then when you are dynamically fetching it, you might have to do multiple retrievals from different storages that you would have created. So you might go and actually perform a retrieval for your dictionaries that you might have stored separately in a vector DB, or you might do a second retrieval to just pick the KPIs from a different vector DB. So it depends if you want to create parallel vector DBs in order to store different information, and then from each of those vector calls, you can parallelize these calls during the runtime, and then take all of the information, filter them from threshold, and pass it. I hope that answers your question.
Can I ask the question meanwhile?
Hi. We have someone there. Yeah.
So I saw that you are talking about like vector DB and graph DB is both using in conjunction.
Sorry. Oh, there you are. Okay.
So in that case, I just wanted to know your experience with like, do you store same kind of data in both of these, or do you have specific set of information which you choose for graph DBs? Like, in what way have you found which is beneficial in what scenario?
That's a very good question. Thank you for asking that. So while I was talking about the processing aspect of it, if you think that the semantic search strategy, which is if you would just want to make a similarity search on your databases, and you think that that could be fast enough, so there you can choose something like a vector DB. But if you see that your queries are quite complex, where they need a lot of interconnections between your entities, relationships, that's when you would want to go for a graph DB. So depending upon the complexity of the questions that you expect the business user to handle, depending upon the size of the data that you would want to store, and depending upon how do you want to process it, you can choose any of the strategies that fits the best for your business user. There is no standard framework on whether I should always use vector DB or whether I should always use a graph DB. It depends on use cases to process it in the right way.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Hi, Pranau.
Hi.
So, can you put that slide again?
I think we lost the connection.
Okay, my question is...
Sure.
It's not working. Okay, so have you faced any issues with the attention in very large system prompts? So let's say you give a lot of examples to the query in the system prompt, and then it kind of like, I have seen it taking, it answering the questions from the examples itself. So it kind of has an attention deficit sometimes when it answers the questions. Especially with Claude, like if you have the 3 lakh token limit and you actually reach that 3 lakh token limit in your entire query, then these problems arise. So have you solved that kind of problem?
Right. So there are multiple, again, depending upon the use case, we have handled it differently. So this happened in a case where we were handling almost 500 tables in a database, and the table descriptions were just blowing up the context limit, as you just mentioned. So what happened in that case is we had to introduce another schema selector agent, that what it will do is, based on a particular question, it will first narrow down itself into the right data that it should be looking for, and the other thing that we had provided was the past SQL query logs, so that it can focus on what was the most used tables that were there in order to answer these particular questions. So that way, you can do some sort of a pre-processing in order to narrow down your context itself, so that you don't run out of context limits. That is one. And sometimes there is also a different impact of it. The more content you start putting it in your prompts, the latency of the models to start generating a response also goes up pretty high. So in that case, you need another pre-processing layer to be able to narrow down the context that you would rightly want to use inside the prompt.
All right, we'll take one last question.
Hi, Pranau, very nice session.
Hi,
this is
thank
Priyesh from American Express. So, considering, we have conflicting metadata across different data sources.
Yes.
And if we are considering, combining data which has to be fetched across multiple tables, whether it can be of greater than 5 tables.
Yes.
So how do we handle such conflicting metadata anomalies in the system?
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, is it more about having it from multiple tables, or is it more towards when there is the same information present in redundant tables, the conflicting nature of it?
Yeah, same information present in multiple tables, and even if the metadata are conflicting across different tables.
Yes, so that happens quite a lot, because sometimes we have seen that if in a typical scenario where there are a lot of tables, some of these columns will be redundantly present in all the tables, like your subject ID, employee ID, and there are so many such information, or your product information might be scattered around like 5 or 6 different tables. And that's where the context retrieval becomes challenging, because the metadata is now becoming, that conflict starts arising, because how do I know that this is the table which I want to use or this is the table which I want to use? So in those particular cases, we have to create some sort of metrics in order to see, like, is this a more relevant table or is this, so you introduce something more like a context relevance in that particular case, and then you see whether the relevance of this table is higher than the relevance of this table, and then you use that. That is one way of automatically handling it. The second is you use a human in the loop process. So you would say that, hey, the question that you have asked me, I can see that I'm finding it in 5 different places, and which one is that definition that you would want me to use? In that particular case, that's the fastest way of getting your accurate answer, because those conflicting nature of those definitions, you would have just asked the user that, hey, I'm considering this, is this good to go? And in that particular case, your conflict could be resolved using a human in the loop as well.
Makes sense. Thanks, right? Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Pranshu. Ladies and gentlemen, an absolutely wonderful session. Let's have a huge round of applause for Pranshu Agarwal.
All right. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you so much, Pranshu. Enjoy your time here at Mlds. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward with our next extremely insightful session. Before that, I'll quickly tell you, right after that, we will have Code Craze, the battle of the bots. All the coders here, software developers here, you all have chances to compete real-time, live, and win a lot of prizes. But before that, let's move to our next session. Let's dive into custom ML solutions, navigating challenges and building impactful systems, presented by Director of Data Science at Tiger Analytics. The session will address real-world challenges in deploying ML models and how to align business expectations with technical feasibility. Please put your hands together to welcome Sakyab B, Director Data Science at Tiger Analytics. Can we have a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome, Sakyab.
Hi, everyone. So before we start getting into it, I'm Shakti. I've been with Tiger for some time now. My whole history has been problem solving, building solution systems for quite a bit of time right now. And I've seen, and I'm here to basically discuss with you guys what we've learned when we are trying to go from, say, a POC or a prototype of any ML solution to a working production model that is basically serving multiple tiers of people, right? That's exactly what I'm doing, and I'm open to critics, open to suggestions. Let's get into it. We start by I try to define what I mean by custom ML solutions as a platform, right? Then we'll, how I define it personally is it's a well-developed machine learning system, right? That's targeting a specific use case, a highly specific use case, right? But then it also needs to be flexible architecture, easy to integrate, customization, scalability, all sorts of things. But then you also need to look at, okay, does it have, as a platform, if you're looking at it as a platform, you would want to look at, does it provide my users with, say, some pre-built ML components that they can leverage, reduce their time? Does it engage my downstream, upstream, supporting users, marketeers, stakeholders, right? How does it help them out? How does this solution as a platform help them out? And how does it, solve very specific questions or pain points that we face otherwise? Why and where we think it is critical? They're interrelated, right? Why and where, in this case, are very interrelated. As I said, we'll start with this highly specified use case, right? My specific use case would be, say, for a life sciences company, but then there we need a lot of data control and privacy required, a lot of tailored functionality to be built in to satisfy A, B, C components from our stakeholders. What else? Something that's deployed across a large scale, right? I've got 5,000 stores. I am doing demand forecasting across at a granular level. How does it scale up? How does it, it's across multiple brands, multiple locations, multiple markets, multiple brands. How does this scale up? and how does that integrate into my own intelligence that I have, right? Highly scalable, I need the performance is required there. So that's one, right? That's again there you need to have very fine-tuned model deployment strategies, model monitoring and maintenance strategies, and those come into picture, right? Another use case is where you have a lot of regulatory needs, right? Where you need to be constantly being to be reported, say an insurance domain, in underwriting cases where you need constant reporting of what needs to happen. Even life sciences, you have data privacy issues there, right? So these are the cases where we see it, a custom ML solution, especially as a platform, is very critical, right? Now some key components. The key components start off being simple, right? Any system is going to have your ingestion, it's going to have your model development, it's going to have deployment and scaling, monitoring, maintenance, adoption, how many people adopt, how they adopt it, how fast platform is getting adopted across your organization, how do you integrate, right? But then it becomes nuanced when you dig into each use case. There are different types of use cases that are present, and you have to address them individually differently, right? Let's see how that works. I've got 3 use cases here, and each of these use cases are in varying levels of what we've done. Some, 1 or 2 has been almost done, and we are continuously improving it. Some of them are being disrupted with new, LLM functionalities, features coming in, how are we adapting to it. Some of them, one of it is going to be basically with LLM. So I'll walk you through all 3. We'll go over them, right? Most of us would have done an MMX solution at some point in our life, right? It's been there for a very long time. There's nothing new there. We would have done a POC, brilliant. We've done for one market, one brand, brilliant. We've got a team of data scientists who do it for each quarter. It's ready. There's this whole hullabaloo happens that every time a quarter comes in, we get prepared for it, we present it, we do a lot of things there, and then go back, right? So the core of it, the intelligence is very mature. It doesn't change much. But that isn't in itself a platform, right? Let's say you build beautiful Pythonic classes, right? It's automated. It's available across your data scientists. They're able to generate real-time things there, right? But then there's other issues cropping up. We'll talk about them. So that code doesn't change. But what makes it, in this case, what makes it is a platform. Data. One major issue was data here, right? They were dependent on a lot of vendor data coming in at varying granularities, at varying frequencies. And every time you sit down, validate data, before you start your model, you spend 2 weeks there. And that was also a bottleneck for them to start thinking of how do I come together as a platform to solve this. So obviously we come in with a flexible schema. Again, a data profiling, analytic system. Now, again here, right, the techniques that we use to do any of this, right, a flexible schema matching or a data alerting or a profiling system varies, will change. We'll have to take into account, and that's been done, right? Some of it, we see how do we bring in our traditional, we have already used traditional ML techniques. Now how do we bring in my agents here? That's something we can discuss. Okay, that's a key issue that's stopping you building things. What's next? I need to be able to provide my users with confidence, right? When I say my stakeholders, with my budgeters, my marketers with confidence in what I'm showing, I need to have insights that give that. So they should be able to integrate, play around with what I'm showing. They want to interact with the data and the insights itself, see what insights is being backed by what data. They need, to be able to basically publish it, right? Publish it within their team to see how what their insight was. So that needs to be provided, right? That's insights and confidence. Here again, right? The basic use case of query to text, people start off with that, anytime any LLM person, aspirant will start off with that, but then it's highly complex. We see how that is being integrated into this, right? Obviously, adoption and scalability, right? You build it out, but it's not to be used by one particular set of data scientists or one business stakeholder. It's going to be used across market, needs to be scaled across multiple products. In this case, it's going to be different products across different markets, right? And these data within these markets needs to be siloed because of the nature of the data in itself, right? You need market-specific architecture in its place as well, right? You cannot just use US storage to cloud to a non-US data, right? Or vice versa. That doesn't happen. You also need to provide access based on user tiers, right? A marketeer does not need access to your final optimized results or budget results. Your business users do not need to look at varying parameters of how your model was built. Your data scientist obviously will have the full range of data, but you get the idea, right? Multiple different tiered users utilize the platform differently, and we need to give them access differently. So this, in a whole together, if it comes together, it's a large-scale team working to build out highly available point of a platform that is basically catering to multiple users to solve this one small, I shouldn't call it small, one well-known problem, right? So this is what we call as this is the scale of the platform right now. And what we saw was, what helped us here was a highly integrated team. When I say integrated team, what do I mean is, like, obviously, your design team, your testers, your AI engineers, your managers, your consultants coming together, right? That's integrated team, right? But what does integrated team here mean, right? They do not operate in silos. They are basically merged, right? It's not like a unicorn, like we have one, synergetic team, right? The teams have their own silos again, but the shared knowledge, shared goals that are revisited regularly, right? That's what we mean by integrated team here, right? Even how we operate, right? Let's say Scrum, principles of Scrum, right? Highly controversial one. How do we operate there? So that in itself needs to have an integration, right? From that, on top of specialists, you need some general knowledge, right? Generalist present who help things out. Product roadmap. It's nothing new there, but what exactly is special here, right? You have this long-term vision, 6 weeks, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line. What do we need out of my product? What is my feature roadmap? But that changes. That changes almost ridiculously fast. That needs to be addressed in line with your technical debt that you're incurring, right? When you're trying to push to a milestone, right? When you're trying to push to a milestone, you incur technical debt. How does that is being addressed, right? That understanding and transparency needs to be present, not just your team, but but of our stakeholders as well, right? And how do you simplify that, and how do you make sure a change that looks very simple breaks your system, right? We call that faulty architecture, right? A change that looks simple needs to be simple, right? That's one thing, right? Adoption strategy. How quick you would want, the success of a platform depends on how many people adopt it, how quickly they adopt it, or what's the scale of it, right? So we need to have a proper strategy in place with your shareholders to get this out. Now, this played a key role in the success of the platform, right, for us. Monitoring and feedback is obviously, right, it rolls into all three. I'll not talk more about that, right? So now, this was our MMX solution as a platform. I have some architecture that basically calls out some key components, what we did, and how we expect this to change as well, right? You have this front-facing interface that people basically look into. You have your data lakes, you have your RDS for your transactional data, you have your buckets. You've got your project managed instance where it basically scales up based on users. You've got your control flow and control routers across your backend that basically manages, okay, where, what needs to run. Is it a EDA? Is it a model run? right? And then the rest is very explanatory, right? You have your authentication that happens, data sophistication that happens in data access layer. You have your response curve optimizer that happens here, right? This is an architecture that we have. Moving on, right? This is a different type of platform we built here, right? This is a demand forecasting problem, wherein we have this fast food retailer who wanted to estimate or forecast quite a bit of highly granular information as part of their stores. So it is a mature place again. You have going into it, you have their own teams having enough iterations, enough models, right, that they have done, right? But then how do you improve it? How do you bring up a system that is going to slowly improve your model performance? How is it going to slowly, how do we navigate the challenges that you're going to come across it? And how does the end result look like, right? It was a very iterative, thing that happened here. The key thing was, how did we get the tribal knowledge that was present? How did we bring it into the system as a predictive power? And how we were able to, convert it into a feature or a model or a rule set that flowed into their system cohesively, right? They have their own, the clients here had their own knowledge center. They had their own internal tool that basically my head of operations is going to look at with my GMs. At a week level, we had these discussions of, okay, what needs to improve, what is the thing that is going to be very key here, what is the one particular rule that is helping the general managers estimate better than your model, right? That is brought in, and you looked at, okay, how I can bring this data as a streamlined pipeline that basically runs every week, right? And it predicts forward, like say, 10 weeks, right? For the next 10 weeks or the next quarter, right? How does it do that, right? That's that was key here, right? But that as part of the system, right? So you start with the basic pipeline, or I shouldn't call it basic, a minimum pipeline, and then you look into it's productionized. The reports are being generated, right? From the model deployment, you get your reports being generated. Those reports are looked at weekly, right? You have this brainstorming session that's looked at weekly. That's very, very manual. But then that comes in as experimentation. So within the next couple of weeks, you come back in saying that, okay, this is what we have found out. This is what we were able to solve. And there were quite a lot of it, right? There were quite a lot of it. But what happened was, as we started doing it, this tailed down. We naturally saw this effort that went into bringing the tribal knowledge in tailed down, and we were able to give them a solution that was a combination of different techniques, a combination of different knowledge sources, a combination of pulling in the right data, evaluating it without overhead, right? And then, it gave them this improvement at the places that they wanted to actually see, right? For example, stores around universities, right? There's a rush when there's this delay when schools close down, or some live event happens, there's a peak or something like that, right? And similarly, when stores perform during holidays, right? These are basic things, but how did we automate it in, right? There's this key knowledge that they have, right? Okay, no, my lunch is going to be less than my dinner, right? That kind of knowledge is going to come in, and how do I quantify it? And that's something we did here. This is a system that has evolved. It is a very mature place right now. But the question right now was, okay, how do I bring in my, leverage LLM bots here, and what is something we can do to, bring in the power of LLM, right? That's something we are discussing, we are proposing, and it's a continuous improvement that we are doing here, right? Especially in places where we think, okay, I do not show my data, but can I look at my drift? Can I look at my reports, and will I be able to give some, ease of use, right? Further familiarize my stakeholders, my users in a different way, right? Can I engage them in a different way? That's one question we're trying to answer. And cool. So this again is a high-level architecture that's present there. All data ingestions happen in GCP, and this is a Vertex AI pipeline that was scheduled. Humongous amounts of information were passing through them at a weekly level. The runs were at weekly level. And these were monitored using BA dashboards, right? And then you've got your service now integrated as well. You've got their in-house system integrated as well. So that helped, the stakeholders, my operations head to basically say, okay, now I've got enough confidence in my model that I do not have to sit down every week to hash out or fight with my GMs, right? It gave my business user stakeholders see a consistent improvement in my performance of the models themselves, and they started concentrating or spending the energy on much better or different streams, right? It freed up a lot of effort, and they were it was highly received. Again, right, this is one particular architectural system design pattern that we have. Again, this is what we saw worked very well for us, and it's something we can again, right, hash out during or after the call. Now, LLMs applications, right? There's a lot of LLM applications, based applications that have been being built out right now, but let me pull it right. Let's say I have my product sentiment analysis, right? Look into my product reviews, try to identify sentiment analysis, right? How do I do that? My inventory management, inventory queries, how do I do it? Can I look at something like sales, right? Sales versus my spend. How do I engage it in a different manner, right? These are some questions. These are some of those use cases this particular client had. But there was one other question that was present, right? This is going to be ever-changing. This LLM application development is going to be ever-changing. What are some of the key components that needs to be uniform across my company? How do I enforce, security? How do I make sure there's this proper monitoring? How do I ensure my developers have the latest that is being tested, the latest that is being, comparative to how do I improve my versions, right? How do I do that? And the solution was, okay, how do you think LLM application as a platform? So at my organization, if I have a platform that can provide each of this pre-built in a low-code interface, right? And I can switch between vendors for my foundation models. I can switch between where I store my, where I take my compute, right? I can switch between what kind of guardrails I want to put in and not put in, right? And I can switch between what data needs to be part of my knowledge and what need not, right? And how do all my teams know what is the better way to index my this particular data? What is the better way to organize this particular data? How do I let all individual teams build up on their own? The answer was what we've built here, right? This is where we're trying to get at, right? Let's break each of these down. LLM models, right? I remember when we started up initially, we started having LLM keys, right? For each of the developers will have the access to LLM keys within them, right? Obviously they were not exposing to the data, but it's still a security concern to have LLM keys floating around, right? Security is floating around within your developer team. So the answer was LLM gateways, right? You set up an LLM gateway for your organization wherein you authenticate and enable users with tokens, and they just need to provide the name of the LLM that they're going to hit, which is part of your ecosystem, and they would be able to just address it. They should be able to connect it via the gateway. So any foundation model, any fine-tuned model that comes in will be part of the LLM gateway, and that's something that users can get authorized parallelly, right? There's user authentication and tokenization functionality available, right? That's a web app that does that. Now, once they have that, I say they want to look at product sentiment analysis, right? They want to look at, okay, how is the sentiment changing on my reviews? Is it, that's something they want to look at. So, and what do they need for it? What is the agent they have to build for it, right? And do they have to brainstorm it? Do they have to code everything from the front? We do not want them to. So that's where we say we've given them use case patterns, right? That's pre-built set of packages that tell you, okay, how do I set up a RAG, an agentic RAG, or a graph RAG? How do I do routing between my requests? How do I basically have my agentic framework set up as well, right? The pre-built, and you can keep adding to it as your raw capability. And top of it, you'll also start adding use case specific capabilities there, right? So when a user comes in, they're able to access to the models, but they also know how they want to build their bots, right? The agents themselves. How am I going to build that? Then comes my API, right? My data access. How do I get my access to my data, and how do I, set it up? How do I index it? How do I navigate it? And again, right? So for data access was to be via an API again here, right? So say I have my sales data, I have my product review data, then I have an endpoint that basically tells them you're able to hit an endpoint and get this information for your agents, right? For your particular agent, right? So the agent would be able to get information from there. Now, what does this API mean, right? It's not like real-time streaming of data. Rather, you would have your knowledge base set up, right? That's where the knowledge comes in, right? So you'll have your GraphDB set up, your VectorDB indexing happening, right? So you'll have your best practices for your company for the type of data that is available. The developers would basically opt in for what they would want to do on what data set, and it basically gets done in the back end, right? And they can just look at it, change it. There's enough flexibility for people to change it and adapt to it. Orchestration and infrastructure, right? The cost of doing GenAI is something we are all, productionizing GenAI applications is something I think all through the morning we have seen various, suggestions and things to do, right? We see that's a pain point. Right? That's one of the pain points, right? Performance as well as monetary cost. So that is something we establish again, right? So you, at a company level, you know what's the infrastructure limit that is being set for each particular platform, each particular bot that is being built out, what's the rate limit you want to set up, and how it is going to be orchestrated, right? What is the easiest way for the particular organization to orchestrate, right? That's something that particular models take care of. Perfect. I've got my setup. I've got my models set up. I've got my data set up. I've got my bots running. I'm trying to test it. But is this enough? Obviously, no. We want to add security and monitoring, right? Let's talk about security first. Security, in the sense, it's leakage, avoiding leakage of PII. What else? You need IO guardrails. IO guardrails in front of, okay, should I, they need to be embedded based. You need your Ragas, you need your Azure AIs, embedded based, Arise AIs, embedded based guardrails. You need to look at fairness. You need to look at regulatory constraints, language, right? Sorry, I forgot about that. So regulatory constraints, various other things that they're present, right? So that's security, right? And obviously you want to log anything that happens, and you want to look at that, and that's again defined in what's the better way for the company, and that is uniform across the multiple groups that are engaging, and that's something that's happening, right? All of us have this new toy that we want to play around with, and we do different things across the organization. But at an organization level, we want that they want it to be a better streamlined approach in how that needs to happen. Monitoring. Now, this one important thing here that we call it continuous evaluation, right? Okay, so this particular continuous evaluation means, say I have built a new bot, new agent that I have come up with. how do I build use cases for it, right? Say I've got my 5 products in place first. As for my review, then I add 10 more products across multiple regions. How do I monitor, right? There's this auto regression that takes place, right? You have your judge LLM, and how do you engage your judge LLM that is set up, right? Something similar to what Autorator, right? From Google's Autorator. Something similar to that. How does it scale up? That is something that we look at in monitoring, and then we've got a human oversight, absolutely required, a provision to look at a subsample of what's being done, and feedback needs to go into your dashboard that basically calls up to your governance, right? That's right now built out. Yeah, this is one sample architecture that was built out of this particular as a platform. So you can see multiple components that were present in the previous slide being pulled in here. I think, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to say, and I think I'll close off now. So we've seen 3 different places where use cases that are radically different in how we approach them to build out a platform, and how we see, Gen AI disrupting and enabling it. So this is exactly what I wanted to share. I'm open to questions right now.
Thank you so much. If anybody has any questions, we have our volunteers with the mics. Yes, please. Let's get the question mic to sir. We'll only take 1 or 2 questions. We have a very fun game starting from 110. So let's shoot.
So the IO enterprise guardrails that you mentioned, are you relying on the LLM's inherent capability to implement those guardrails, or have you actually worked on some kind of a training module where you implemented the guardrails for a specific organization?
Perfect. So in this case, what we've done is we have had a separate judge LLM along with supplemented with a known guardrail. So there's multiple layers. You start off with something that you deterministic, you're very clear, 100% very clear what needs to happen, and then you go into sub-layers. So not every particular problem will need to have all layers of implementation. There's going to be a few problems that need only a few layers of implementation. They would not need to go to your judge LLM for a few things. So every request need not go into a pass-fail system, right? There's going to be selectors between each, how you want to address each of your prompts, each of your use cases.
So are you is that a multi-agentic approach you are taking there, or when you say a judge LLM, is that a multi-agentic approach, or what is it?
No, I wouldn't say it's a multi-agentic approach at this point. It is the judge LLM governed by a structural flow.
Anybody else with a question? Any other raise of hands? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Shaktivel B, and was a really, really enriching and insightful session. Can we have a round of applause for Shaktivel, please?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Shakti. Thank you so much for your time. And now, of course, time for a lot of fun. Live coding, live software development, and games to be won, prizes to be won. It is time for a code craze. I will request my lovely team members, Saket and Ranjit, to come forward on stage and get the setup ready as well. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, we now have our first code craze activity. It's the battle of the bots. It's the ultimate face-off as teams will race against time to build the most brilliant conversational agent using RAG. It's code, compete, conquer, real time. So to get this started, we will first pick out the teams. A lot of them have registered already. The teams will be participating live. Get ready to see AI development in action as participants build chatbots using RAG and LLM models. Let's kick off this very, very exciting session. We have our team members here, Ranjit and Saket. I'll request you guys to come forward, please. Ranjit and Saket, please come forward. And we'll request them to now tell you all the rules of Code Craze here in day one before we kickstart with the battle.
So before that, we'll call the team members.
We have a lot of registrations, so we will call the names randomly. Whoever comes first, because in this, there is only 2 teams who will be participating. Whoever comes first, those 2 teams will be participating in this. Yeah.
do we have Pralayankar here? Yes. Hari? Bala? Shruti? Pushkar?
Whoever comes first.
Ranjan? Yes.
Can you repeat the names once?
Yeah. It's Pralayankar. Yeah.
Check one, check. Yes. Pranayankar, please come forward. I think there's a machine already, so your laptop might not be needed.
Yes.
We have Hari who has joined us.
We have Hari.
Yes. And we have Pralayankar over there.
Hari and Ranjan.
Ranjan, yes.
So Hari and Ranjan, are they going to form one team? Yes. All right. Hari and Ranjan are going to form one team. Can we have a round of applause for Hari and Ranjan, please, guys? Come on. And we have Pranayankar here, and we need one more participant. Right, Ranjit? Okay.
Can you make it quick or someone else? Yeah. Now we can get started with the rules.
Shall we wait for him or?
While we are waiting for Pranayankar's partner, I think this is a good time for Saket and Ranjit to explain the rules as well.
Sure. So I'll get started with the rules. So there will be 2 teams, and team size will be 2 members each. The data sets and questions will be given at the start of the competition. Candidates will be provided notebooks, and they can choose one of them to build their solution upon. They cannot use web search tools on tutorials like Medium or Stack Overflow. They are allowed to use ChatGPT or similar models, but without the web search agent. And users have to, as in the participants have to, make the notebook runnable and complete the flow. The evaluation of the completed pipeline can be checked in the footer section. That is for the participants. And the winner will be declared basis whoever solves most number of problems or first to solve 5 questions. So you all the any LLM, yeah, but without the search option, web search option. Yeah. Not Google search, web search.
Not the web search in the LLM, but
Yeah,
Google search.
yeah. Within the LLM.
Like for example, search option.
Sorry?
Can we have a couple of more mics on stage, please?
Yeah, you can.
Yes, 2 mics on stage. So we have Hari and another team member is called? Hari and Ranjan. Do you guys want to name your team something? Quickly, come up with a name in 5 seconds. Not bad. DeepSeek is all right. So Hari and Ranjan's name is called DeepSeek. And Pranau, where is your partner? He's having lunch. Oh my God. Pranau, I think we have other names. Okay, can we please announce the other names once again, please? All right. Bala, do we have, or Shruti? Do we have Shruti in crowd here with us? Or do we have Bala here with us? These, or anybody who's a coder and would like to do some live coding on stage? And there are a lot of great gifts to be won. Black t-shirt bro seems to be a coder. All right, please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for him, please? Absolutely amazing. Yes. Come forward on stage. We can call the other team Men in Black. Both of them are wearing black. Who is that? Your partner? Oh my God. What do we do now? You are also registered. Okay. These were random picks that were done, by the way. We have more games coming up tomorrow. Can we play a 3-member team? But then other team will also have to be 3 members.
Or we'll do one thing, we'll have another team. We have 3 notebooks, so they can choose any one of that. We'll have another team.
So 3 teams can participate.
But only 2 teams will be shown in the split screen. Other teams' details will not be shown, but it's okay.
I think that is fine. That is another team can participate then. So do we have Bala or Shruti here in stage with us? Or anybody who's a coder and would like to participate in Code Craze? Amazing prizes are to be won. Please, bro, come forward. Yes? I think, okay, final participation will be this. We have green t-shirt, bro. I'm so sorry, I don't know his name.
and that is why I'm having to address like this. Quickly, quickly, come forward. All right, so now we have 3 teams that are ready. We have the first team that is called DeepSeek. We have the second team that, what are you guys going to call yourself? Quen, okay. So can we have like Indian names also? It is too much China happening right now. All right, so we have DeepSeek, we have Quen, and we have these 2 bros here who kind of look like brothers. Are you guys brothers? Cousins? No, meeting for the first time. Okay, bro, what's your name? Ahmad. Hi, Ahmad. Devesh. Come up with a name for your team. Quickly. Prime Factors. That's a production company in Mumbai. All right, cool. At least we're back home from China. Okay, we have DeepSeek versus Quen versus Prime Factors. We have 3 machines here. I think the third one is just getting set up. Ranjit? Yes. Third one is just getting set up. And rules have been explained. It is live coding in our battle here, which is called Code Craze. Whichever team wins has great, great prizes to be won. So I think all right, we'll just quickly get 2 more chairs for our team Prime Factors to sit and set up well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Code Craze, the battle of the bots here in MLDS 2025. Code Craze was played in MLDS 2024 as well, and let me tell you, was a massive resounding success. This one promises to be even better because the stakes are higher, the games are more fun. Our ultimate face-off as teams race against time to build the most brilliant conversational agent using RAG, code, compete, and conquer in real time. The teams are set. We have DeepSeek versus Quen versus Prime Factors Private Limited Association. No, I'm just kidding, it's just Prime Factors. We are all ready and waiting to see AI being developed in real time, live in action. The participants will be using chatbots to build RAG and LLM models. We are all set to kickstart with our very, very exciting session.
Can you reiterate? We'll reiterate the rules.
Yes, yes. Music चलते रहना चाहिए सर. Check. All right, we'll start off with Code Craze in just about a couple of minutes. In the meantime, all right, yes, please, please, just tell us the rules once again. Ranjit, come forward. Tell us the rules once again.
We have Sakyab who has the laptop. 1 minute. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I'll repeat the rules once again. So there will be 3 teams now, each consisting of 2 members. The data sets and questions are provided to each of the team. And so each candidate will be provided the notebook as well, and they have to choose one of them to work upon. Then you'll be allowed to use ChatGPT and similar tools, but without the search engine option. Plus, you cannot use web search on blogs or Mediums or Stack Overflow, any such similar sites. users will have to make the notebook runnable and complete the flow. The final evaluation criteria is basically whoever solves maximum number of problems or first to solve 5 questions will be declared the winner. Good.
Check. Participants, are we all set with the rules? Everybody understand? Okay, let's take their seats, please. Took us a little time to put together the three teams, but okay. All right, we have DeepSeek, Qwen, Prime Factors. One of the screens are going to be up. We'll try to get both the screens up so that you all can see in real time all the fun going on. But in the meantime, we are about to kickstart with Code Craze here in day 1. I know not a lot of crowd is here because I hear little birdie tells me that the menu is just amazing. But whoever is here, guys, these are live participants. Once, let's have a huge cheer for them. Can we have a round of applause for participants, please? Thank you so much. Code Craze here, MLDS 2025, day 1 has started already. All the best to DeepSeek, Qwen, and Prime Factors.
Okay, so for to get you started, you can all get to the main drive link, all 3 teams. So all 3 teams are requested to be on the main drive page, the initial tab, so I can. Okay, so the first tab, where screens is being shared. Yeah, so let's take it to the first page. Okay. All right, so in this drive, you can see 3 notebook files and 1 CSV file. So what each team is supposed to do, you are able to see the CSV file and you have to check it out. All the questions that you have to respond, or your bot is supposed to respond, are based on this question, on this particular CSV file. Now you can open and have a look in the CSV file, and based on this, each of the team can choose whichever notebook file they want to proceed with to complete their bot. Each notebook has different approach to complete the bot. And you can see the questions mentioned on top, the 5 questions, which each bot is supposed to be able to respond correctly. So you can see the screen from team Qwen, if I'm right, the middle team. Yeah. So notebooks have some omitted code sections which you have to complete to make the whole flow runnable. And then in the end, if you scroll down in the notebook, you would see the evaluate section. The build section has the whole flow, and the evaluate section, you're supposed to get the right answers which should match the correct answer, which is mentioned in the 3rd row. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. And this is a time you can choose with either of the notebook that you want to proceed with. Each team will be entitled to have only 1 notebook as an approach they could use to proceed with the solution. So I will get near each of the team and ask them to finalize which notebook they want to proceed with. Llama index. So you are going with Llama index. Okay, so it's a team. Prime Factor. So Prime Factor is leading with Llama index RAG workflow. Other teams can also choose the same file or can agentic workflow, and it's team Qwen. Team Qwen is going with the agentic workflow, and it is team LangChain, and you are going ahead with the LangChain RAG workflow. Okay. Yeah, so time starts now. You have to complete the flow mentioned within each notebook and get it runnable. And the bot prepared at the end should be able to respond to those questions. which you can check the responses from in the footer section. So team Prime Factors has got 1 question right as of now out of 5 questions. The timer is ongoing. The 5 more minutes to go. Two more minutes to go. We can see progress and hustle in each approach. Last 1 minute.
Last few seconds.
Almost over.
Sorry?
They're able to get it matched. It was Team Quinn, Team DeepSeek. So Team DeepSeek has made the flow runnable, and let's see how many questions they have got right. We can see first question doesn't seem to quite match the correct answer. I see. While the flow is runnable and we have a running bot here, but I think we are not quite there to the correct answers, but a very good try and attempt by the Team DeepSeek. Great, great. Let's see where we are. Team Quen. Okay, very good try. Okay, but that's bot is okay. I think the bot is yet to get into life, but very good attempt still. They were using agentic workflow. No, it's supposed to respond. The bot, yeah. Okay, let's go to team prime factors. Okay, so for the team prime factors, we can see one question correctly responded by the bot out of the 5 questions, but the flow is also runnable. So bot has come to life, and yeah, we can see one win here. So
we have a winner, and so remember, this team is called DeepSeek, Quen, and Prime Focus, and Prime Factors. So announce the name of the winning team now.
Okay. I don't know the names.
Devesh.
We have Devesh.
Amar. Amar.
Amal. Okay. So team prime factors, Devesh and Amal.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was Code Craze here at day 1 of MLDS 2025. Lovely performance by all the 3 teams, but we have Team Prime Factors as the winner. Can we have a huge round of applause for them once again, guys? Well done. Let's have some music, some celebratory music. Congratulations to Devesh. Devesh, right? Yeah. Congratulations, Devesh. Congratulations, Ahmad. Well, Amar, so sorry. Congratulations, guys. Well done. But guys, you all also registered, participated. Very well done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Don't forget that there is Code Craze happening on day 2 and day 3 as well. But right now, we have Prime Factors as the winning team. Please come forward. Come forward here. And we have Ranjit to give out our prize. Let's have some music and some lovely pictures as well. Yes, guys, good time for another round of applause here for Prime Factors, Devesh and Ammar. Very, very well done. Thank you so much to all the participants. Thank you so much to our team members, Ranjit and his team, for conducting Code Craze. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an enormously exciting first half. Thank you so much for having been a lovely, lovely crowd. But in the second half, lots more is lined up. We have some amazing, insightful sessions. And of course, right at the end, we'll tell you all that is about to happen tomorrow as well. Right now, we have in the pantry a lovely, lovely menu, a lovely lunch organized. So please enjoy the lunch, and we will meet you guys right here at 2:35 p.m. in about 50 minutes' time. Enjoy the lunch, and see you all after that. Thank you so much. This is Korat Roy.
Mathco began with a bold yet
Check.
simple
Can I have the
vision in
lights
2016
on
to
for
help
2 minutes?
enterprises
Thank you.
unlock
Thank you
the
so
full
much.
potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity, To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences. whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Even before the world could start talking about AI and Gen AI, for the last 15 years, we have invested in AI with the pioneers in AI.
Our responsible AI is taken extremely seriously, and we have typically 4 dimensions that we talk about. One is the societal dimension, the individual dimension, environmental, and technical dimensions.
And Wipro offers a tremendous great learning environment, a working environment for us to learn every day and experiment on various things.
Working in Wipro is an exciting learning experience.
For me, working in Wipro is all about creativity.
Working with Wipro is innovative.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way, to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Check.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:33, and from 2:30, some really crazy activities have started at the Code Craze stall right outside in the lobby. There are chances to win some incredible goodies. Don't forget to check out the Code Craze stall. Some really fascinating and a lot of fun activities have started already from 2:30 p.m. And of course, we'll be kickstarting here from 2:40 p.m. And our next speaker will be starting with his session from 2:45. See you guys in a very short while.
This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "we got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at WEX. This part's easy. The story behind the WEX story has always been the WEXer. It's the people who work here who put the we in WEX. Our purpose is to simplify the business of running a business. Our secret are brilliant and curious colleagues who love to figure it out no matter how complicated the challenge may be. People who just roll up their sleeves and say, "We got this." The spirit of "we got this" is brought to life by 6 values that we live and breathe every day. And if you see yourselves in these fundamental beliefs, chances are you'd find yourself at home here at WEX.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or
global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's
Check.
through exceptional delivery for our clients.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. There are some people who are standing there. There are a lot of seats right here. All the lovely crowd that is entering the hall 1 right now. We'd request them to please come forward, fill up the seats that are right here in front of the stage, the red seats. We are about to kickstart proceedings in no time now. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a very good lunch. I especially enjoyed the chicken a lot. And after, yes, I think Sir here agrees with me about the chicken. Yes, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was telling you a little while back, an important announcement. There are some really fun activities that have started at the Code Craze stall from 2:30 p.m. We had the Code Craze contest right here, of which Prime Focus won the contest. But of course, there's a Code Craze stall as well, where some really fun activities have kickstarted from 2:30 p.m. itself. So this is your chance to win a lot more goodies. So don't forget to check out the Code Craze stall, which is right outside there at the lobby. My name is Korak Roy. Once again, a very warm welcome to day 1 of MLDS 2025, India's biggest Gen AI Developer Summit. Our really insightful, enriching, and enlightening proceedings continue. And our next speaker is somebody who's going to keep the trend forward. We will kick off the second half with Prasanna Kumar Parthasarathy, Head of Data and Analytics and AI at Capco, presenting Gen AI in low-code, no-code, quite literally democratizing AI for the masses. This session will showcase how low-code, no-code tools are making AI development accessible to everyone. Please put your hands together and let's welcome on stage with a huge round of applause, Prasanna Kumar Parthasarathy. Come on, guys, let's have a huge round of applause. Prasanna, a very warm welcome to MLDS. The stage is all yours. Can we have the, yes, can we have the switcher, please, for...
Check. Is my voice audible? Oh, yeah.
Definitely. Can we have the switcher, please? There's no clicker. All right, so it's directly connected, I think. The laptop is here.
Yeah, that's mine.
Yes, sir. Let's get the tech started. Console team, the laptop is connected.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Do we have a switcher or just move with the laptop?
There you go, Prasanna.
Sure. Probably does not work. So, yeah, that's okay, no problem. So, yeah. So, very good afternoon, everyone. I hope the stomach is full after the good lunch. Yeah, so I'm expecting a few more other people to step in. Yeah, so today, my basic question is, what do you believe that, what if AI is truly for everyone? Do you believe this? Yes, no? Absolutely, very good. Okay, let me put this question. In this whole forum, how many of you developers, non-developers? Oh, I see developers are very little, but non-developers are very, but yeah, this is something which you will learn very interestingly, how the tools like this can make you uplift, because you are the domain experts in your own field. The developers come in and they bring that knowledge, using that, and they develop the solutions, right? Sorry, so I have to just jump backwards, other side. So what if creating AI solutions is just like you writing in a plain paper, right? So these are some questions which I have asked so many people, asking, what do you really wanted to do? So I was just looking at some examples, what GenAI today, as well as the low-code, no-code, are really moving this industry forward, considering the massive shift which is happening right now, and we are being colluded with informations, data, yeah? So I'll talk about two examples. Luis Pereira, who is the founder of AudioPen, many of you would have heard, or I'll give the context, has just transformed this idea in just 12 hours into an interesting app. Any of you aware of AudioPen? It's fine. So AudioPen is nothing but, it's a voice to text is ready to share in a medium, and it is same like ChatGPT, but it has its own functionality to give you a better information which can be shared with everyone, right? Another example which I can quote is Robert Thompson. You can Google and check. So who's a 72-year-old retiree. He was able to build a low-code AI solutions in a matter of weeks' time, predicting the local weather. How that is possible, right? So with that, I strongly believe this. AI isn't just for coders. It is for anyone who has an idea and a problem to solve. Do you agree? Yeah, I believe we have to wake everyone up. Do you agree? Yes. Very nice. So today we will see how GenAI, as a adding value to low-code, no-code, and how we democratize AI for the masses. So this is the topic I have chosen, but there is a reason to it, right? When MLDS contacted me, so there were whole number of speakers, eminent speakers, where I saw lots of content around AI, agentic AI, so many things it's been flooded with. I thought, why not let's take a step back and understand the core of AI, where does it, how do you bring this onto the table? Yeah. So I am Prasanna. An introduction is already being given. And I'm a strong advocate in cloud, data, analytics, and I worked in the past on products, engineering, and multiple other industries. And currently the head of data analytics at Capco, which is a Wipro company. So with that, it is always good to understand what does the industry says, right? So we just don't believe it, but just take it as a reference point. Yeah? So again, I went back, asked some questions to the people. Hey, what does it look like? Where is it you're seeing the low code, no code moving forward? So I saw Gartner has predicted by 2029, most low code, no code solutions will be in a mission critical applications which you can develop. What does this mean is, again, the first slide which I just showed, you just need an idea. So which means you can get things done in no matter of time. I was talking to a friend in Microsoft where I was just asking him, how are you people able to release applications in so quicker, faster? Yeah? So they were saying we are all implementing, we are bringing the domain owners, business owners to understand they also build something. So where the citizen developers are growing exponentially and using their power apps, there are other tools which is bringing, they're seeing a 72% of users getting to develop in less than 3 months of a time. And I looked at some of the research papers. So recently I found Dora, I frequently follow this, where the developers have said there is a 70% of uplift in their productivity by using AI. Yep. So today the topic is about low code, no code, and how GenAI is adding a value. I'm not going to do a technical round, but rather I keep it broader, which gives you the understanding where we can add value and a takeaway where you can go back, do some research, and you come up with your own apps. So whoever the developers who are here, please excuse me, I might need to add some context. So the low code, no code is nothing but where it's a visual programming which allows you to drag and drop things and deliver solutions maybe a few weeks or a few days of a time. Yeah? And basis my past experiences where I've used such tools, adopted teams to take up some of these tools where you have to go the time to market, which is very little because you want to adapt to what markets is expanding. So low code, it allows you lots of changes, customizations, which is much more flexible than no code, where low code, no code is more simplified, or simplicity is the core of it, but less of customization. So I looked at where does GenAI is coming into picture in this. Yeah? Today there are lots of low code, no code tools are there, which is driving the AI solutions. So I looked at 5 dimensions. Consider an example where you're asking a financial analyst, hey, I need this predictive model to be developed, and he comes and tells you that, hey, I did it in 2 hours. You might be surprised. I might be surprised because I will be more interested where people come and tell me my work is done so faster. Yeah? So you just need to have an idea and a creativity to be able to solve this problem. That's what I meant by unlocking creativity for all. And I have been in the journey as a developer early in my career, and I still continue to do so, but yeah, programming has reduced dramatically, looking at the strategy side of it. So I have seen developers are now moving towards, they're riding the AI wave, right? Where you're being fumbled with lots of data, gathering not just the technical side of it, but more you are being pushed to understand the business context. That is the success of a developer today, right? So more and more developers are moving into the strategic roles, allowing the non-technical users also to come in. So your empowerment is going a lot. The GenAI in the current context, what it is doing is, you have a tool where you can drag, drop, develop, but it is also making something where you can do your natural language, right? You just tell them that, hey, I need an app. For example, I could say develop an e-commerce app with a secure payment gateway. If it can develop such an solutions, that's what I call it as complexity into a simplicity, right? So today these tools have enormously taking shapes, and we should ride this wave as developers to be able to conquer and deliver solutions as fast as possible depending on the business needs. So what does this mean at a scale? That is also very important, right? So I was talking about time to deliver, time to market. So that is edge at scale. So not just you just come and you just have these tools, but look at how fast it can go to the market. How does it create value? End of the day, all it matters is creating that value. And AI, I'm summarizing it as AI for everyone because all of this can happen. A developer can do this. People who don't know development, they can also do it. But we will get to see what are the other actual aspects of what you need to look at as a citizen developers. Yeah? So I had a chat with one of my friend. He was just saying that, hey, you have these tools, you have Gen AI and all of this, but how do I go in terms of taking it to the company or to the clients? How do I ensure there are no barriers so that I can go as fast as possible? I'll take two examples. The one which you already see, where Microsoft has said during the visit of Satya Nadella the last month or so to India, where they have made Copilot as free. How many of you tried Copilot? What did you try in Copilot? I didn't get you? Okay. Yeah, so what it has done to the industry is it has made people to go to an extent that you don't need to do any coding and you just go and put their content. It is going to use your GitHub to be able to do your version controlling and so on and so forth, right? I have seen some of my college students who just come in, they talk to us regularly. They were just saying, I'm using Copilot. I said, what are you using for? I'm just generating some codes, making sure my version control systems are ready, and doing so on and so forth. But the impact it has created is, they already had a code base of 150 million developers. And it is allowing them to do a 2,000 free code completions. It is not about just generating a code, it is code completions. Another example, which is in the last few weeks, which is taking a shape. What is it? I didn't get you. Probably somebody can. Which one? There you go. DeepSeek. So what did DeepSeek do? Open source, yeah. Great. What else? Excellent. What else? Excellent. What else? What else? What else? What else? Okay, that's great to hear. So it has given a big hit to OpenAI, right? Competition. It has proved that anything open source can add huge impact to anyone and everyone in the industry, right? So it is 10x lower the cost, 20x which is faster, 30x computationally better, so you can keep adding on, right? So you might expect such a things to come in. So the point is, today the barriers are trimming down so that everyone has an opportunity to try AI to the extent of what you feel in your day-to-day challenges you face, whether it's personal as well as it is on your professional life. Do you agree? Yeah? So some names which I have put here, meaning most of them I've used in the past, and I keep evaluating some of these things like Langflow, which is an AI solution you can do a drag and drop, so which is Data Robot is again doing the ML. Bubble you have for full stack development. RIL, does anybody know RIL? It is a BI as a code, so Gen BI. Yeah, business intelligence. Hopefully I might write something Gen AI, Gen BI, Gen CI, Gen DI. So I'm trying to ask ChatGPT that what will be my Gen ZI? What do you think? What could be a Gen ZI? Yeah, I really don't know. I have to ask ChatGPT. So, yeah, I'm done with this, so I just thought I moved the slides. Okay, sorry. So, the video which is playing on the right, what do you think about it? I mean, that is the reason I put, probably I forgot to ask. What do you think? I didn't get you? Building blocks, okay? Okay? Just consider all these are all like a pre-trained Lego box, right? You just don't need to go. You just tell them what is that you need. It is going to do. That is what the low-code and no-code solutions are going to bring it onto the table. So we have seen low-code, and there are no barriers to AI innovations. But it has its own challenges. We should never forget about governance side of it, because I do lots of governance and other aspects. I did talk to few people asking how to ensure scalability, sustainability, and security. I don't say the low-code, no-code solutions are not secure, but we need to understand the how and the why, right? Now we are putting all kinds of tools onto the hands of developers as well as the non-developers who are trying to support. So when you build an app, it has lots of loopholes, right? So where you can get to data breaches, data privacy issues, regulations, so many things are there. So it is very important to understand what are the security vulnerabilities during your building phase, to understand, am I considering required aspects of my security built in, so which is a security first approach, right? Am I adhering to regulations? Could be a CCPA, could be a GDPR. Long-term maintainability. So let's take a question. If you were to build an app, right, you go through several phases, but where does it end finally if you were to give your product to somebody who doesn't know how to use it? What do you do? Excellent. So you need documentation. Today, documentation is playing very, very important role because of the reason that lots of apps, and it is all designed from the perspective of the business, not from the customer point of view, right? So there are very little companies who look at how do I ensure my customer comes in, clicks a button, ensures the data, or ensures the outcome which is expected in a few clicks, right? That is not happening. So the maintainability perspective, your documentation is going to play a very, very huge role. I know everybody uses ChatGPT and so on, but there are tools which does automatically generate based on your PRDs and FRDs, etc. So the how part, what are the guardrails which you can implement, right? I know most of the modern tech stacks today comes with default guardrails. They do have tech stacks which can secure your perimeter, right? But that said, it is also important that perimeters are secured inside and outside, not just when it is coming in, it is also should be going out. And platform specific, for example, you take Microsoft or you take OutSystems or Appian, many of you would be using for the testing, right? And it's very important also to look for training for citizen developers. So So the benefits, I just mentioned about the scale security first approach, scalability, and the sustainability point of view when you have to document of all the activities what you do. I just put across how does it look like if I were to ideate from start to end in a simple 5 steps process. Identify a high priority aspect and understand what platform suits you. Today, these platforms are playing a very, but it is important depending on your industry, where do you step in. And it is very, very important to address the collaboration gaps, right? So that is why I said collaboration across teams and leverage GenAI to be able to control that workflows, content, how effortlessly you can bring that solution onto the table. And don't forget to deploy and optimize, which is very, very important. And probably I will just take a minute to show what I did in just sitting from here, right? So I went to an app. My screen is, I'm just moving out of the screen. Please excuse for a minute.
Check. What needs to happen, Prasanna? What can we help you with?
I just need to show this.
So I think we need to move out of this screen and get back to the laptop itself.
Yeah.
It's a screen share, right? So shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
So we want the laptop screen to be showcased.
Okay. Yeah. This is the screen which is happening. Okay, otherwise I will keep continuing. Yeah, yeah. That's fine. Okay. So I had an app which I just was sitting from here and I opened. There is something called as Glide AI. I just said I need a speaker sync app. Okay, I just did it in 10 seconds. I just said I need a speaker, content, whomever who speaks. I just want to record it. After recording, I just want to transcribe it. I just did it in 10 seconds. Right? Yeah, it's like an MVP. You still have to further deep dive, which I just thought to showcase. But you can see the power of what the tools can do, right? So that is something which I just wanted to highlight here. So I know everyone is wanting to know what else can we do. So we are moving in the direction of AI-assisted development. So everything today, what we do is basis your Copilot or any other chatbots. So I looked at what kind of a business can it actually bring to the table, right? So one is, I looked at what it's from a customer experience point of view. I can use one single tool to make sure that it happens both at mobile, web, or any different devices which it requires. We can generate new business models using, I just referred about the example of audio pen. Just 2 hours, his idea turned into an app, generating millions of dollars. Look at from a modernization point of view, right? You can just, today, so many of them, even I do the same thing where I go and I look at what data, what does the strategy looks like, what should I look at. So all these can be automated and including the process automation, which is by default. Yeah, we all looked at what does it look like, right? So this was the question I asked almost some 20 people before I came into this session. I just sent a WhatsApp message to everyone saying, hey, there are so many tools. So people gave different random answers. I thought, let's dispel it, right? is these tools are only meant for simple apps development. That's the first thing which I saw repeatedly everyone asking. The first slide when I said Gartner predicted by 2029, most of the mission critical apps will be developed by low-code, no-code tools. So that's an answer which is specifically for this. So industry is moving towards that. It's not that everything where you go and develop, you generate your boilerplate code, leave it to the AI, and you do your most strategic items. Will GenAI completely replace these tools? This was another aspect. So these are all collected data. So both are complementing each other. So GenAI is going to use your automation, generating code, debugging, so on, where low code is going to provide you that visual programming interface to be able to deliver you the results. By combining these two, you can see endless results. And most importantly, the third one was very surprising because we spoke about the governance and guardrails. Still, people have this myth that it can compromise security. Obviously, it can compromise security, but that said, we spoke about perimeter inside and outside. So most enterprises are the platforms which you might use. Consider your Microsoft, other than the new startups which is keep pumping in today, where security is still a concern, but most these tools are much secured. But that said, we have to have our own security within the organization to be able to know if a citizen developers, like people who don't have technical knowledge, when they develop an app, what are the loopholes? Is it relying on some of my IT requirements? Does it cover my governance? So on and so forth. And also people talk about, because I'm a developer, meaning I do have a doubt that whether somebody will pick my job, right? So people are talking about whether GenAI will pick up many of the jobs, so for which the answer is obviously no. So here is also the same thing where citizen developers are going to augment, right? So I see developers, because I do work regularly with them, I'm giving them more priorities that to solve complex problems rather than just doing some repetitive activities, right? So I thought this should give you a much more perspective on what these tools can do for you, what it can bring a value add, and so on. And where are we moving towards? It's AI-driven UX. So I do use some of tools like Figflow. So today, time has gone. So Figflow, which is actually converting a Figma into the Jira related. It can convert as a request. And tomorrow, I would see this. Today already I'm looking at some of the apps which is converting. You just tell them that I need this is the interface, and you just give them an NLP kind of a request, it generates you the interface, right? That is how I see text is moving forward. Fusion teams, which I said, when using low code, no code, it is very, very important. The business and the developers and the IT teams are very much engaged. It requires a lots of collaboration so that business leaders can give you sense of idea what the end goal is about, and the developers can step up and solve that problem. Composable architectures. So being the low code or no code, you should be able to looking at how do you plug and play, how do you do real-time adaptations depending on market needs as it happens, not that somebody asking you for a benefit and you just provide them after 2 months or 6 months from that point of view. Yeah, GenAI, the last piece, everyone knows we are talking about ethical AI concerns. How do you address, how do you bring in PII-related information, how do you mask it, how do you ensure you be very transparent, and so on and so forth. So there is going to be a lot going to happen in this particular space. So with that, I collectively say this, the future is going to be more collaborative. AI is going to accelerate, and there is a lot more creativity which is required, and we are going to create a lot more. The future is inclusive. We need to build it together. That's what I call it as build smarter, faster, and fairer, because innovation belongs to everyone. I'd like to thank you for everyone who has joined this session. Pleasure to share this information and happy to take up any questions.
Thank you so much, Prasanna. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we will clap, but before that, we will ask questions. Does anybody have any questions? If not, I will ask a question. Please. Prasanna, there's a question that I want to ask you. As you mentioned that in a very short time in the future, it's going to be mostly all low-code, no-code platforms. So with platforms and apps getting built through that, will there come a time where software developers, will they start asking themselves a question that what is even the point of training ourselves now? Like what is the point in training, say, in the AngularJS and Node in other languages? Will they ask themselves that question as to where our future is going to lead to?
I will talk about it. So that's the myth which I dispelled, saying that the future is going to be enormous, but that is not going to take away any of your human creativity. So even today, it is still another decade to go where you put your code and it just generates a piece of information and you just don't trust and then move on, right? It still requires, the fact is developers are going to go more strategic. They're going to uplift. They're going to go more business-centric, where the citizen developers is going to augment the developers so that your productivity gains goes higher.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Great answer there. Can we have a mic towards ma'am very quickly, please? We'll just take max 1 or 2 questions, all we have time for.
Yeah, just to add to that, at least my belief is that citizen developer is not coming soon. Why? Because citizen developer, one, they can do desktop development even now and in the coming future. The moment they say that this has to be spread even to the department, right? They lack the coding practices, they lack the optimization skills, they lack the security skills. So citizen developer cannot replace the role of a developer, right? That's one. Even if they become skilled enough through training, through upskilling, right? If they become skilled enough and are able to create apps which can be used at least across their functions, then you will have the challenge of shadow IT. So these two puzzles are yet not solved, so it's not coming soon. That's my perspective.
Completely agree with you. It is not that immediate, so all these are all what is happening in the current trends. But this will happen for sure because the orgs are moving forward. It's not me saying. The number of researchers which is going through, but what you said is 100%, right? That it's not an immediate thing, but this will happen for sure.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderfully insightful session there by Prasanna. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prasanna. We move forward with our next session, and for that, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Vargab Datta, Chief Digital Officer at Century Plyboards. He'll be discussing framework for successful adoption of data science solutions in real business scenarios. The talk will cover key reasons as to why AI projects fail and how businesses can ensure that successful AI integration is done. He's already on stage, but please welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr. Vargab Datta, ladies and gentlemen. Vargab, stage is all yours.
Thank you. Am I audible, I believe? Okay, so this is one topic that will not talk about LLMs and Gen AI in today's session, because I have seen the agenda today, and it's, of course, rightly as it said, is India's biggest Gen AI developer summit, so it is expected. Having said that, we are also working on that, but my key focus of this talk is that to show how something really good AI project or ML projects being used in real business scenario. I will talk about the scenario, what I was going to talk about. And at the same time, we are also working on building an interesting LLM use case. Probably in my next topic, next MLDS, I might talk about that. Okay? But because it is not yet success, so I'm not going to talk about that. Now, before I start, this is my company. People might be thinking, what is Century Ply? So anything you see all around, right? This is actually us. We are the largest player in this segment in India. So all this wooden product, anything that you see, in fact, in your home, also it might be there. So this is what we do, and we have business all across India. So with this context, you may be thinking that, okay, it's a desi company here, so what they will be doing in AI and all. So having said that, I just wanted to build the context a bit. yes, we are a desi company and we sell products like this kind of stores, right? Not you could think about like this. So I am showing you two scenarios. One is the groceries, that kirana stores that you can see any nook and corner of India. Similarly, those hardware stores. Then on the down below, you will see some below modern stores as well for the same format, right? So this is interesting because everyone has a different perspective of selling our products based on their need, their requirement, which we need to understand, correct? Now the problem is that these are millions in number in India. If you want to know the count of grocery stores, I think it is about 18 to 20 million stores across India. We have grocery stores in such kind of grocery stores across. This is the universe, right? Now, to build a model where we can pinpoint and say that this is the right product that you need to sell at the right time, that is the big question mark. Now, to do that, what we need a person like Rocket Singh. How many have seen this movie? Right? So this is what we are trying to build, so eventually. Like how we can bring that Rocket Singh behavior into our selling process, considering all these dynamics of different type of stores across India and different needs. And I'll talk about that as I'm going ahead. So what does it mean? Like for a normal kirana store person, my actually head is a little small, it's not fitting up. So anyway, what important point for him is that he needs his product at the right time, in right quantity and right type of product. Okay, what does it mean? So he's a small shop owner. He do not want to stock items unnecessarily, and he also wants to stock only those required item and at the required time. Otherwise, he will lose business, or otherwise his money will be just locked. It's a working capital loss for him. And for my Rocket Singh, for him it is needed that, okay, if I have to go to that store, I need to know that what that store guy might be buying from me, or I might be able to sell it to him. And while doing so, it should be very easily executable for me. At the same time, it also should help me earning my incentives and targets and whatever linked KPIs for his performance, right? So that was his need. Now, coming to the organization, they only look for profitability, earning, revenue, blah, 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 all these things, right? So ultimately, whatever you say has to link with how much money I'm going to get, I'm going to earn from the organization perspective with the profitability. So from this context, it's not working. Oh yeah. So it's from this context, what is coming up, that first part is entire ecosystem need, which involves my salesman and those stores. And the below part, as I told you, this is the organization needs. Now, in summarizing, all three teams, my channel partners, my sales team, my organizations, they work for a certain growth, and that eventually should give some money in terms of profitability, in terms of revenue, or in terms of cost cutting, whatever it is, right? So let's get into a little deeper. So what I'm going to talk about, it is purely based on what we all know about recommendation engine. Its form basis is the same form, but how we are deploying it, that is what I am going to talk about here. So for this type of store owners, so he always keeps very limited SKUs. He may not be keeping, for one certain company, he may be keeping 10 to 12 type of SKUs in his stores. He does not want to keep it more. But within that assortment of 10 to 12 SKUs for a particular product, so question is that, what is the right, first of all, right assortment? And then secondly, that through that, how we can also look about my other cross-sell, upsell opportunity. So that is the idea here. And for the salesman, so as I mentioned earlier, his point of view is that how easily I can sell it, how much incentive I'm going to take it. And then while selling so, how I can also gamify his selling process so that he gets some bit of motivation and encouragement as well. So those are the things we are also trying to build in here. Then there are many other aspects which I am not going to touch upon, because there are other aspects like new product, how we can introduce new product, how we can bring pricing strategy, price packs architecture. Those I'm not talking about here. These are all another growth drivers. Now, with this context, what I am going to talk about, that what is required. The three aspects here. One is, of course, the ML part, which I'm going to talk about more in this discussion, which is definitely required, and I will talk a little bit detail on that, slightly little, not very detail. Then once it is developed, how it is to be integrated with tech integration. I'll touch upon that at the end, and then how we can simplify the execution. These two aspects I will touch at the end of the discussions, maybe briefly. But having said that, this is the three pillars that is required for any successful implementation of this kind of real business problem. Let's talk about this. Still not going. What is it? Oh, now it has come. Or it went 2, 3. No, back. I am pointing here. Okay. Now let's talk about here. So, as we all know, India is changing. This is a district clusters of India in terms of affluency, and actually this is a multi-point poverty index diagram. So how it is changing over the years. So now the point is that whatever we are being approach, right? So that is the point what I would like to highlight here. Just to give you one more closer look, even if you look at our Bangalore, these are all neighborhoods that are available in the Bangalore district. And you can see on the below where we have those affluency clusters in terms of household income, then new ongoing upcoming infra projects and likewise, right? But the point what I want to make it here, that same city, same city, but in different neighborhoods we have different types of infra development, affluency, behavior change, and all these things are available. So these are known thing, but I just wanted to put a thought in the process so that it will help me in expanding my next discussion. Now, based on that, any shops in Koramangala, Avalandur area, as against, let's say I'm talking Binya here, don't take any offense here, don't take it otherwise, but if you look at these two area, we understand that in these areas, there is a probability of having high affluence shopper. Shopper means you and me, who may try out more premium products than the other locality. So, but the question is that we, as a company, as an organization, how I can tap into this diversity? Because I have my product range across all, and I cannot sell everything everywhere, because that is also not beneficial for me, right? So that is the point here. And based on that, what we have segregated, we have done entire pan-India into largely, of course, urban and rural segment. Now, within urban, in this case, there was about 1.6 million stores we have considered, about 16 lakhs stores. Out of it is almost 50% urban and rural divided. And within urban, we brought in two aspects, Algo, in terms of how I can push my premium products based on that affluency, diversity, what we have just seen. And along with that, what is that, along with my core product, what is that next best other options also we can sell? So that is the next product, best product called I was talking about, looking at historical pattern and various other factors. So these are the two aspects within the urban segment of my customer profiles we have used. And for rural, it is we made it little simplistic. Only RFM-based approach we have deployed here, because diversity is still evolving in rural sector in India. But maybe we may have to upgrade that modeling approach also very soon. But there is a third box you can see in must sell. What it means that certain products, as an organization, we always want to sell, always want to push because of various reasons. It could be our most prominent visible product, which we do not want to lose as a site. Secondly, it could be some new product that we are going to launch, because for them, we do not have any history, anything, so we may have to push it through a muscle approach. This is just a rule-based. Okay. Now, for the premiumization perspective, what we did, it is, we focused on the very specific products and looked at the targeted some cities to start with. And if you can look at here one thing, that if you look at the number, average sales per store is just about 2,300 to 5,000. Actually, it ranges around 5,000, 2,300 to 5,000 to 7,000 rupees per month of product products get sold. But it is a huge number. It's in millions eventually. That becomes quite big eventually. Now, from the premiumization perspective, what we have started with simple clustering approach. Of course, clustering is the starting part everyone does. Then went into the typical recommendation engine based on that collaborative filtering approach, then cosine similarity based approach, where we have brought in that item to item, then customer to item perspective. What it means is, what are those similar items getting bought together, and what are all the customer segment coming together and buying those similar items together. So that part of clustering we have done here for entire universe of 1.6 million stores that we had in our arsenal, in our go-to-market strategy. And we have done this actually not exactly only India specific. First, we have divided India into Northeast, South, West, these 4 regions. Within the region specific, we have done all this approach. Just to give you perspective, what we did, we had all our historical performance in terms of our sales performance, sales transaction, percentage of sales that coming from certain product as against other products. Various features we have derived from this. Sorry. Then we also have brought in some bit of external data, which I have not shared here in details. Just I will talk about at the street level. In fact, nowadays at a street level, village level, or at neighborhood level, we get data in terms of how much people are spending, how much they are overall spending in various activities in terms of food, restaurant spend, movie spend, shopping, and all these things are available. And based on that, what is the discretionary versus non-discretionary, all these expense parameters also we brought in. Then all other economic activities, that I know that where are my stores are there, we have entire lat-long information in terms of, we did a geocoding of across our stores across India. And based on that, we also leverage in terms of certain radius of 100 meter, 400 or 500 meter, 1 kilometer, what all different other stores are available in vicinity of my store, okay? And what type of those stores. Then all the other urbanization activity in terms of anything new, mall coming, movie theater coming, and likewise, all these things we also identified. Or whatever, not only upcoming, but what are all existed also. That also we have figured out here. And we also brought in some of the mobility index to look at the people's movement, and because that also gives an economic indicator about the localities where our stores are there. So based on that, we have done the entire clustering. K prototype was used here. And we have actually got 7 clusters, but our focus was on this first 4 because of the purchasing power perspective. You will see that last but below row. So these are the clusters which we have focused. And this covers about our, I would say, close to 80% of our business is covered by these 4 clusters. Okay. Loyal affluent, emerging affluent, churning low density affluent. What it means basically, loyal affluent and emerging affluent are like, loyal are basically they are more inclined to our products. We have that information in terms of some bit of consumer insight research. We have that idea. Similarly, emerging was upcoming locality and all. And churning ones are largely, they do not have any loyalty. Today they might buy our products, tomorrow they might buy my competitor's product. So those are like those churning category of consumer, end consumer. Now, based on this, what we did, okay, this is a little difficult to read, but I did not find any better way, but I will just tell you what we did. So each row is one store, each row, and those columns are 1 to 50 that you see. Those are actually our top 50 products, premium products, okay? So for each of the stores that belonging to that particular clusters, what I have shown in the previous slide, based on that, we figured out what are all those products they typically already being getting sold, plus what is their affinity to get getting sold for other premium products. Those are basically those red dots, okay? So let's if you look at the second row is one store. It has almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 15 to 20. Out of that 50, almost 15 to 20 premium products, probability of selling those premium products are there. So that is what basically this graph is depicting. And at the same time, if you look at this plot, we also identified few areas. If you look at the middle one, so top ones are like, those are top 20 products we are definitely should be pushing for sold because those are premium ones. And the middle one are like, those are, I would say those are potential premium because from the clustering algo and and their historical performance significance. So they fall in the category they may be sold if we push some bit of selling strategy by our salesmen, or may not be. But we still identified those because in this kind of business, there is one point we need to understand that although we may talk about Gen AI, LLM, and many other technology that may be given to the salesperson, ultimately it is a relationship what he has with that customer. That is what matter a lot in the final selling process. So that is the reason we also kept this middle part as part of the premium product recommendation to give him an idea. Okay, if you have a good selling skill, you can push for this product portfolio as well. So this is what this graph means. Now, coming to that is what about our entire premiumization perspective. Okay, this is how the premium products are identified and being shown and distributed across each store lines. Now, from the next best product perspective, what we did, we have, I'll skip this graph. This is the framework of the entire implementation process. What we did, so this is a combination of heuristic as well as some bit of XGBoost-based classification approach. So we have identified top 60 product group which are being typically based on the by value, which are being important for us. And for all those stores which are other than premium product, for the other products, the normal product range, other than premium, for those stores, and we check these 60 top product groups, how much they're falling under typical buying or non-buying category in last 12 months. Okay. Based on that, if it is they are falling under bought category, that in last 12 months, at least once or twice they are being sold in those stores. So we have brought in this quantity and penetration algo. Quantity means how many of that segment of 60 products should be pushed to sell in those particular stores. And penetration is how many stores, what all those respective stores we need to sell it. So this is what these two bucket is defined. And for those products which are not coming under in any being not sold in last 12 months, For those, we have taken some bit of heuristic approach, some bit of rule-based approach to say what also can be sold as part of core portfolio. Okay. So this is about that next best product called algorithm. Now I'll not get into detail of this. This is some output of how it looked like. This is, as of now, I'm showing the Excel kind of output only just for simplicity. What we had afterwards, this is again some bit of model evaluation. We are for this project, for this engagement, recall is one of the criteria we're looking for, where we are looking at least maybe 65-70% above of recall could be good for business to take it forward. And so this is until here the entire my algo works. Okay. So I'll skip one thing. I will skip, which is the rural part. Rural part I'm not considering here because that is RFM based approach, recency, frequency, and monetary based approach, which is very well known. Now, having said that, once the idea of recommending for type of product, looking at my premiumization opportunity, looking at my profitability, how this needs to be sold, right? That is the eventual thing that it has to be executed. So for that, we have also developed that, of course, mobile-based, everyone nowadays use, app where they are all, along with their sales activity, we have pushed all our recommendation portfolio to that mobile app. It is very simplistic at this moment. Probably near future, all this LLM will play on top of here eventually. And there it is very simplistically it is feed for each store. If you get into that store, it will tell these only talk about this SKUs. Okay, and then he doesn't have to look at anything. And based on that only he can go and talk, right? And based on that, what it also help him, like ultimately, how it will be helping, right? Ultimately, I am giving him that list of things to be done, list of product needs to be sold, but while doing so, I also am trying to help him in this 3E aspect. We call 3E framework for the salesman perspective, the economic perspective, emotional perspective, and ego perspective. Economic is basically, anyway, how much incentive he's going to win based on whatever I'm recommending, whether it is helping him earning or not. Then emotionally is that because he knows that if I follow this approach, I'm owning my earning eventually, right? So that is he is getting an emotional support in terms of some bit of financial support that he is going to get. He's almost sure. And ego part is, of course, it is kind of different way of people's ego can be addressed. It could be through good visibility, good reward and recognition approach, and all these things, right? So here, what we brought in also, we brought in the gamification approach, which another topic, maybe not for today. There are also lots of algo we have brought in, like while doing so, while doing such selling activities, he is not only selling for himself in his locality, he is also competing with his peer salesmen as well. And based on that competition, where he stands and how he may also get ahead of the others, those kind of nudges and levers also we try to push through this gamification approach. What he can do, what he cannot do, those kind of things also we have tried to push here. So based on that, what we have done, we kept one very simplistic approach, like for his earning perspective. This is also very important, right? So typically when all this high-tech behind the scene algo that comes into his mobile screen that he needs to follow that, there is always a question and pushback from the sales team. Like, why should I do it? What does it mean, right? And because he doesn't know how it will work, whether it will succeed, whether it will make him succeed or not. So that's why he kept his KPI very simple. We only told him, okay, last 12 months, I think it is in this last 6 months. In last 6 months, if you are selling only 10 items in this store, through this next 6 months, you only sell 11 items, just one item more. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. So that gives him some confidence. Then he means, okay, it is not a big thing to me, because even if I am able to sell one more item, and I am getting good incentive, but at the same time, if you remember my premiumization algo, that one item, I am trying to push my premium product. So I am also actually improving my profitability. So both way, it is a win-win kind of situation. So that is how this is being implemented here. And it gives a good satisfaction. Eventually, okay, this I skipped this. I think there's some misalignment of my slides. This should have come before. So along with this, all the gamification approach, what I mentioned, right? Everything was built in. And then that KPI of just one extra SKU being put in. And afterwards, what is the impact we have seen? This is a real, by the way, this is a real impact, okay? This is being measured and validated by CFO itself. So this is a little bit slightly old. Now it is slightly more. So out of 16 lakhs stores that you have seen, this is 750K, by the way. I probably missed out the unit here. 7,50,000 being stores were actually rightly being used through that recommendation engine at the end of December. And I think until 23, it was almost, it reached about 80% of total stores. It took some time. It's not very easy to implement such a big scale implementation across India so easily. And finally, we got about 8% incremental growth through this recommendation approach. That resulted about 2 million sales increment in just 3/4 times. Overall, actually it came into news also last year. Overall, it actually provided about 10 to 12 millions of incremental growth until last year. So this is what the discussion what I wanted to talk about today. Maybe next time, on top of that, what are these all LLMs are working, that I can maybe talk about next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhargav. Anybody here with any questions for Bhargav? We have our volunteers here with the mic. I have a small little question for Bhargav. Yeah. Bhargav, around like 4 or 5 slides back, there was a slide where there was a picture of a salesperson in a yellow t-shirt with spiked hair. Was that a real picture or AI picture?
I know, this is real picture in the sense, actually real picture.
Was that so? I'm confused. Was that a real picture or AI picture?
Real picture.
Real picture, huh? Picture. Because if that was AI picture, I would have been like, no. Yeah, but the pictures nowadays look like that itself. Yeah. Anybody with any questions for Bhargav? Yes, please, go ahead.
Thanks for the session. It was quite wonderful. So my question is for the last slide where you showed growth in the revenue, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was not able to see you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So my question is related to the growth in the revenue based on your approach. So my question is, sometimes the leaders would ask that this growth is not necessarily just because of the recommendations that you have given. So how do you segregate them?
So if you remember that KPI, +1, right? So for each of the stores, we have actually had done the comparison of growth in total number of stores, SKUs being sold post-implementation of this algorithm, okay? So that is what the defining factor. Keeping everything same. What I mean to say, keeping everything same. Entire other selling process is same. Same kind of bid planning is happening for the bid plan. I think you understand. I don't know how many of you understand. Bid plan is something like when a salesperson goes to different stores, if let's say this area, this Hosur Road area itself, or Koramangala area, Koramangala one will be one locality, and there will be a defined way of going to different stores to do his selling activities. So those every other process is being kept in same way. Only this is being implemented, and through that we could quantify that what impact it has had.
Yeah. Anybody else with any? Yes, we have.
Yes. Yeah, Bhargav.
Yes.
Yeah, Bhargav, it was a very insightful session. I have a question to you with respect to the sentimental analysis that you have shown in the slide. Because when we are talking about the Salesforce, sentimental analysis plays a very vital role.
Yeah.
How the seller is reacting with the customer. So how you have taken care of it in the clustering process, in your model actually?
So you are talking about sentiment of the salesperson's interaction with
the customer.
With the customer. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So one caveat here, from the clustering perspective, there are two aspects. One is we actually did the cluster based on consumers, not customers. Consumers are you and me, right? So from the consumer perspective, we did the clustering because I need to know where are those people where eventually my product will be consumed. From there, then I brought in my customer section, which are my stores, all the retail stores and all. Then the play of that clustering of consumer with this customer started playing. And there, as you rightly say, there where this salesman and customer, which are my store owner.
Yeah, that consumer and customer. My question was wrong actually. Consumer and customer. The customer means the salesperson that you are selling to the...
Customer is a store, the Kirana store that you see.
Kirana store.
Yeah.
And the consumer is who is buying from the Kirana store.
Yes, correct.
The sentimental analysis, how you are...
between customer and consumer you're talking about.
Exactly.
Okay, that's a good question. There is actually we did a consumer insight study as well on that. So typically in any neighborhood store, they always have the known consumers. That is a given thing. And we from the consumer insight study, we have established that generally if there is if this is the neighborhood, these are my Kirana stores, and 80 to 90% is more likely that they will be buying from the nearby neighborhood store only. Now those consumer, if their consumer behavior profile in terms of purchasing power and all changing, then that customer store behavior also changing. He also needs to will keep stocking such kind of items. Right? So that is how we linked it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more question before our next session.
Thanks, Bhargav, for that talk. I just wanted to know, besides doing this sales optimization, what other areas is CenturyPly using AI and ML?
So at CenturyPly, I joined as CenturyPly very recently, about 1.5 years back. Okay, CenturyPly is very new. So this is one example I took from my previous organization. Now we are in the process of implementing in CenturyPly as well because business is similar. Okay. But having said that, to your question, we are our traditional business. We are starting with traditional things like customer churn and all these things. That was very have to do it. But based on now on the Salesforce, actually we are building a LLM ecosystem for us, our Salesforce. Probably by this maybe 6 months down the line, we should be able to provide one to them. What we are trying to build in. Our problem is in our CenturyPly. Problem is that we deal with even like carpenters and painters and all these people, right? And they are always flying people. They may work today here, they may work sometime today there. Then when they have to meet them, the kind of questions they typically ask our sales team, it is always very difficult to keep in track. So from that perspective, we are starting with that knowledge bank basis one LLM use case for the organization. And beyond that, we'll bring in all other aspects.
Yeah, one last question here. So,
Who has the mic? All right, one last quick question.
Yeah. So how do we handle these cannibalization problems in kind of sales industries? For example, if you introduce a new product, so how would this sales of the product affect the existing product, the sales?
So there is that cannibalization effect also you have to keep in mind. Actually, I could not hear where this question came from.
Yeah.
There's lots of slides coming. Okay. So got it. Yeah. So you need to look at the cannibalization aspect as well. What all product cannibalization is happening, and from there you have to bring that gamification. But while doing so, you have to also keep in mind that cannibalization may be happening in this locality. It may not be happening in the other locality. So for that locality salesperson, the way you will define your gamification approach will be different than the other one. So those kind of things you have to keep in mind.
All right there. Thank you so much for that session, Bhargav. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very insightful session. Let's have a round of applause for Bhargav, please. Thank you so much. An important thing to tell you all, do drop into the Google Cloud booth at 3:40 p.m. I mean, 3:40 is when the proceedings started, but they're still ongoing. The Google Cloud booth right outside in the lobby for the Gen AI quiz and win lots of exciting hampers and goodies. And of course, quickly moving on to our next session, security and privacy for AI by AI. As AI scales across industries, the need for security and privacy has never been more critical. How do we then safeguard AI applications from vulnerabilities? What are the governance, risk, and compliance challenges that enterprises must tackle? Up next, we have Jason Joseph, Chief Information Security Officer at mPocket, who will take us through the intricate world of AI security and privacy, from technical vulnerabilities to legal frameworks. This session will cover the proactive, detective, and reactive strategies needed to secure AI-driven systems. Please put your hands together for Jason Joseph. Let's have a round of applause for Jason, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, guys. Thank you so much, Jason. Welcome to MLDS. Stage is all yours.
Thank you. All right. Good evening. So, I'm here to take, a session on security and privacy for artificial intelligence systems and by artificial intelligence system. It's AI versus AI in the cyber world.
Check. Technical difficulties. Let's try to fix the clicker.
Okay. A quick note. My views are strictly personal, subject to availability and change. And also with due credits to all in the open source world. Okay. Now, this is what the AI cyber world looks right now. The first case, you can see hackers using the AI for cyber attacks. The second part is an AI model being attacked. What is the impact? And where is the impact? The impact is on all sectors. You look at, I've not put in statistics per se, but all sectors are impacted. And most of these sectors are what we call in the cybersecurity world as critical infrastructure, which means an attack on this sector can lead to anything from large-scale impact, financial losses, and in certain cases, loss of life as well. Now, for a brief outline, what I'm going to take here is cybersecurity and privacy for AI products and services, security and privacy enhancements by AI products and services, the governance, risk, compliance aspects, and also the individual and national security aspects. The objectives and the basic takeaways are basically a basic understanding of threats, vulnerabilities, impact, the risk of AI products and services whenever you build something. How do you prevent, detect, respond, recover to it? And also, how do you use AI itself for cyber risk mitigation? Let's quickly step into the governance aspects. There are laws all over the world, and there are laws in India as well. The IT Act has been protecting all things data from 2000. That is relevant. We have the new Personal Data Protection Act, which is also there. It is a fundamental right. Privacy is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution. There are hundreds of sector-specific regulations that we'll have to follow. And in the world as well, GDPR, CCPA, HIPAA, all of these have AI data protection elements, privacy elements. And we have the upcoming EU AI Act, a specific AI Act coming up. This is where we are. As far as frameworks are concerned, how do you actually govern the whole system? ISO 42001, relatively new standard. It's called the Artificial Intelligence Management System. It governs all things AI from a cyber perspective. And also we had the Privacy Information Management System, which has come in, which has been in here for a long time, which also governs bits and pieces of it. And also stack-specific, sector-specific responsible AI frameworks. All of big tech has it. Now, when I'm talking of AI products and services, I'm basically talking of two types. Your own model, and also wherein you build the whole model itself. Machine learning, deep learning, you name it, you call it, we've got n number of flavors. And also we consume existing models. You have OpenAI APIs, you have all sorts of mixes right now. Now, underlying to these stacks, what complements these stacks? You have your web, mobile, API, you have your cloud, network, and all these stacks which complement it. And of course, you have the AI elements, the algorithms, and the supply chains for this. Now, why I'm saying about all these things is, whenever I'm looking at vulnerabilities of an artificial intelligence system, I'm talking of vulnerabilities which will come with all these stacks. You have vulnerabilities in the web stack, the mobile stack, the API, cloud networks, AI, all the technology stacks. You will have certain vulnerabilities from the process standpoint and from a technical standpoint to do it in the development environment. The execution environment, that's why we have something called TEs, trusted execution environments. The identity and access part of it, who accesses the AI, the consumption onwards to the development, and of course the corporate IT environment wherein you build these systems. I'll just quickly rush through this. You have, n flavors of web application. OWASP top 10 web vulnerabilities is what I've shown. You have the mobile application security vulnerabilities, the same thing from the API stacks as well. These are pretty much standard, which are available. This holds valid for any web, mobile, and the API ecosystem talking to each of them. For clouds and networks as well, I've just clubbed both because mostly, there's a lot of compute right now on the cloud versus the network part of it. But this largely is what the vulnerabilities in the underlying ecosystem looks like. And please understand, somebody was talking at an alternate level. I attended a conference earlier wherein somebody was talking about blockchain. And there was one statement: the blockchain is as secure as the underlying code, as the underlying infrastructure. The same holds good for artificial intelligence applications. Now, before we deep dive into artificial intelligence vulnerabilities, just take a quick hard look at this slide. This is what an attacker profile looks like. When we have threats, obviously we have threat actors. Who are these threat actors? Now, it could be, your average script kiddie. Many of us were curious kids. I mean, most of us, and that's why we are all here working in artificial intelligence. There could be disgruntled workers. There could be cybercrime groups. Artificial intelligence data sells for a lot on the dark web. There are organized, advanced, persistent threats, state-sponsored actors, which is what we are seeing lately, with huge resources at their disposal, with artificial intelligence systems at their disposal, which can be used for cyber attacks. And if you look at the pyramid, even though the population is a steep pyramid, we have at least this is data, this is at least 25 actors now. That means at least 25 well-armed cybercrime, cyber attack groups capable of bringing down the best artificial intelligence systems in the world. And how do they do it? What do they use to do it? This is what the top 10 risks. Given the paucity of time, I've just put together 10 risks. I'll go through each of them in detail. The first one is something which we are all familiar. We've heard of prompt engineering, prompt injection, prompt manipulation. Basically, you craft prompts and override the system for intended instructions. That could be an unintended output, it could be information disclosure, it could be anything. What causes it? Lack of validation and insufficient separation of the system instructions from the user content, especially with unsupervised learning. There was this case of a mobile product company whose code recently got leaked because of exactly this vulnerability. How do you remediate it? Simple things in life. Validate your inputs, whether it is web, whether it is the application stack, whatever it is, validate your inputs. Use context binding, that is very important. Enforcing strict policies on how user-supplied text is to be inputted. The second part is the leakage aspect, sensitive information disclosure. Okay, so the system is designed in such a way that it learns, simply put, basically put, it learns on its own. And it spits out what it knows. So that is why you might have seen in the corporate environments how cyber teams actually go around cautioning people on if they are using an AI system as to what to input, what strictly not to output. There are checks and balances being built into place in every other corporate environment. Why we do that is because of this. Okay. Now, there is also another aspect to it. Something might have crept in from training data. Something, so basically, how do you remediate it? Mask or remove PII, strict access controls, of course, content filtering, that is one part. Now, and of course, not just with data leakage, prompt injection, but overall, there is this concept in cybersecurity called vulnerability assessments, and slightly beyond that, which goes into use any, basically the mandate is use any and all means to attack a system, get an adversarial output. This concept is called red teaming. There are very few companies in the world right now who do red teaming on artificial intelligence system. A few of them are in India. But please make use of these services. Periodically test your systems. I repeat, test, and test your systems. Not at some point in time. Maybe there could be something which might not have been part of standard testing procedure then. So periodically, please test your systems. The next part is the training data poisoning. You're building your own model. What happens when you're building your own model? Obviously, you need data. What if that data itself was, there were certain elements to it which might have caused the AI system to go rogue? That is one of the key aspects of training data poisoning. How do you do it? Crowdsourcing, how do you remediate against it? Crowdsourcing data, be very careful when you do that. Sanitize it. Wherever you are picking up the data from, ensure that the whole process has a trusted environment. Access control is strictly regulated. And also, it has to be periodically vetted. The next part is the model inversion and model extraction attacks. Model inversion essentially is you are inferring sensitive information about training by querying the model. The model extraction is basically complementary. It essentially is basically you are the weights, what you use to train. You're basically reverse engineering the system. Okay. Now, how do you sort of tackle this problem? Tackling this problem is basically limiting the exposure. Second, rate limit it, use watermarking, and also consider differential privacy techniques. I'll come to what differential privacy techniques are in the privacy section. Then the next one is the adversarial examples and evasion attacks. Now here, inputs are subtly modified to follow an AI system while appearing normal to humans. Okay. Why does this happen? Overly simplistic, untested model boundaries, lack of adversarial training, and again, I repeat, real-world testing. Test these systems. How do you mitigate this problem? Use adversarial training, robust architectures, okay? Deploy runtime detection techniques for this thing. And again, it is, this is official recommendation. Continuously test with adversarial red teams. Now, the next one is very important from a AI vulnerability perspective. Is exactly, if you ask me, is this a vulnerability in itself? It is, because when I'm talking of traditional web applications, mobile applications, you can have a denial of service, ransomware, all of those things basically, sort of screws up the system, gives you either the system is not available or data is corrupted, so on and so forth. With AI system, it will give you an output. Whether the output is the right output is the problem. Take, for example, a healthcare AI diagnostic platform, okay, which is diagnosing, let's say, cardiovascular diseases. The system is designed to give emergency response as well in terms of alerting. Now, let's say the model has been tampered with by whatever means possible. It gives you an output which is not ideal. Now, a person with a potential imminent heart problem comes there and is diagnosed with a heart problem, and the model fails to do so because of malicious attacks, or let's say malicious manipulation. It will go undetected, and if that person, in cardio terms, if that person is not brought to a tertiary hospital, detected and brought to a tertiary hospital within 1 hour, the patient will die. This is one of those problems. So it is not just about giving, predicting wrong data, predicting wrong outputs, et cetera, et cetera. We are talking of actual loss of life here. Okay. Now, thankfully, for for all healthcare systems, there is a strict regulatory mandate that it has to be vetted by a human. Whenever we build AI products, from a regulatory standpoint, ensure that if there are potential large-scale implications, we do not ignore the human-in-the-loop context. That's very important. As everybody, including Elon Musk, keeps saying, the artificial intelligence system should complement, enhance human output. That is something we must all keep in mind while building these products. Supply chain and dependency attacks, again, these are normal things for the moment you build any sort of software systems, your supply chain, let's say your hardware, software, application stack, dependencies, libraries, so on and so forth. And the next one is the plugins also, which is a related one. I'll not go much into it. The next aspect is from the detection and response perspective. Whenever you build a software product or an AI product, logging and monitoring is very important. For us, for cybersecurity guys, we have enough logs. We can at least detect when an attack is happening and mitigate the impact. If we do not have logs, there is very little, much lesser chance of us detecting anything with respect to. Therefore, having system logs, audit logs, which actually tell an incident response system what is happening is very important. The misconfigured and insecure deployment is with respect to cloud systems, which I'll not go into in much detail. Now, we've discussed a lot of vulnerabilities. We've discussed governance. There are a lot of tools in the cybersecurity world which are AI augmented, which help us do cyber detection, management, response better. There is AI in governance risk compliance solutions for prevention, detection, response, and recovery systems, next generation SIMs, EDRs, antiviruses, firewalls. The threat intelligence aspect also has an AI system to it. There's AI in cyber forensics and in product security for threat modeling, your SAST, basically, code analysis, your build analysis, your DAS tools. For all these things, AI complements, augments, speeds up the detection and response times. The next aspect is the privacy aspect. It's a fundamental right, guaranteed fundamental right under Article 21, right to life and liberty. And it's closely related to the data security triad also, your confidentiality, integrity, and availability of your systems. Now for this, how do you exactly look around privacy? Your consent management, your data management, all of those things, essentially it boils down to that. So for you to manage data, you have to discover, classify, store, process data, be able to build some sort of privacy-enhancing tools on it, and that's how you have privacy-enhancing technologies. You have differential privacy wherein only the data which is required to perform your processing is exposed. The rest is not exposed. Federated learning essentially means if you use discrete data sets. I think everybody here knows what federated learning is, so I'll not go into it. Homomorphic encryption and searchable encryption. Essentially, you perform operations on encrypted data. That is how it is. Then secure party multi-computations, basically the raw data is not exposed. Many parties can collaborate on a certain model, and that's how you can perform computations, etc., etc. Now, privacy preserving record linkage is you have your UUIDs, etc. Only that is exposed, again, not the raw data. Your GRC platforms essentially plug in only to security user groups, not to data again. And secure AI model sharing platforms also ensure that basically raw data is not touched. And zero knowledge proof solutions is basically your part of your identity access management solutions, wherein identity access can be verified again without touching raw data. For the individual and artificial intelligence, we live in very interesting times. Earlier, I mean, from our younger days, whenever we used to get into hacking, ethical hacking, try around something, we needed to have very deep technical knowledge about the operating system, the vulnerabilities, etc., associated with it. Today, you just need to query the system. Somebody who knows how to integrate well is going to be a good hacker. That lowers the bar. That means that graph that you initially show is going to, the number of script kiddies and low-level hackers are going to increase, which means the volumetric-based attacks will increase. And deepfakes is something everybody knows. Everybody gets those calls, automated calls, non-automated, augmented, all of those things. There is an element of national security when we talk artificial intelligence. We talk about large-scale detection, response elements. Now, with cybersecurity, the quicker you detect, the quicker you respond. There are two very all-important parameters for detection and response. It's called your MTTD and your MTTR, your mean time to detect, your mean time to respond. That significantly goes down with the use of artificial intelligence systems. Economics, I mean, everybody's reading the news, the scale model of, the amount of, basically put the amount of money needed to bring down, bring down an AI system is also decreasing, not just build. So this means that scale of attacks from nation-state actors also will increase. And also we live in an era of warfare wherein traditional armies do not attack each other. It's now cyber, biotech, aerospace and proxy wars. These are the new forms of warfare in which the cybersecurity element is taking center stage with AI versus AI or AI augmented APTs attacking AI augmented APTs. We live in exciting but scary times. Overall, when I'm talking of tackling AI risk from an overview perspective, from a prevention perspective, I would say secure development practices, basic hygiene, your privacy by design. You build privacy elements by design into the system. Whether it's a car, whether it's software, whether it's artificial intelligence, factory-fitted systems are much better than an afterthought. Same goes by your security by design. Your detection, the detection tools, I can't stress more on this. This is the centerpiece which will define the security piece in your, your security resilience in your artificial intelligence system, whether it's a product or a service. Vulnerability assessments, red team exercises. The same with your respondent recovery, your incident response system. Again, if you relate back to that risk slide, it is logging and monitoring is very important. Process controls, SOPs, etc., etc. And of course, you have an open source governance checklist as well now. In summary, I would say, everybody is pumping a lot of the government, industry, academia, everybody is pumping in a lot of money into AI system building, deploying AI systems. It's an AI race. It is very important that we keep building, keep innovating. And while building, we do it safely and securely. Build responsibility. Enumerate, enumerate, enumerate. Know what systems are there in your ecosystem. Evaluate. Audits, privacy and impact assessments. Again, vulnerability assessments and red teaming. I would leave you with a thought here. Sweat in peace with the Indian Army and in the cyber world also, with the testing element. Test, test, and test. Sweat in peace so that you do not bleed in war. Thank you.
Check. That was an absolutely amazing session, Jason. A lovely, lovely concluding line, concluding words as well. Questions for Jason, please. Can we have a mic quickly here with ma'am, please? A mic here with ma'am. I'm sure there are hands behind as well. Get them the mics as well. Yes, ma'am, please.
Sir, in the first slide, you mentioned about the DPDP Act and its applicability. So I wanted to understand that DPDP Act has a clause where the user can opt out of the option to save their data.
Yes.
But still in the AI models, traceability of the data is still a challenge.
Yes.
So how do you think that DPDP Act will pan out and how AI systems can secure against the DPDP Act?
See, I would start with, the DP Act, clarification rules, draft rules are is right now in progress. We expect notification anytime. But I would suggest take a step back, be proactive, do an impact assessment to see, okay, a gap assessment, simple gap assessment to see where you are currently. What are the key challenges? Now, AI systems, whenever you talk, that's very broad-based. What exactly are the key deliverables from a business standpoint? What exactly are the things from a legal standpoint that you have to deliver? What are the things which are in the gray area? That will give you an idea of what to take as a business risk, what are the things you cannot absolutely take as a business risk, and therefore how your technology roadmap should go. That is very important. But having said that, it is very important to answer the first part of your question. It is very important that you have user-based consent. That is absolutely non-negotiable. Okay, he has the right to,
withdraw the consent.
He has the right to withdraw the consent, and that essentially it's a very serious thing. It's not just limited to the DPDP. When I'm talking privacy, I'm talking of fundamental rights. The Supreme Court will come into the picture.
Correct. And the repercussions are very high.
Absolutely.
And even if we address that, sir, my challenge that I foresee is that even if somehow we address the challenge of withdrawing the consent and that data is deleted from our systems,
right.
But wouldn't it impact our models then, because they'll be missing data?
See, this
data
is
synchronization issues.
Understood. Data synchronization, unsupervised learning, all of the above. See, this is a potential gray area, and this is something which will evolve as the law evolves. Now, taking a step back from the DPDP Act, with GDPR, what you saw was essentially the same thing, the right to forget, how it was invoked. It had certain gray areas which got clarified as case laws came into the picture. We expect one should expect that all laws, common laws, will evolve that way over time. We cannot be prescriptive about every single piece. So it's a balance.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Next question. Raise of hands. The mic will reach you quickly. Guys, we don't have a lot of time. We just have time for like one more question. If anybody has a question, please raise your hands and the mic will be there. Okay, Jason, thank you so much for that session. We've been talking a lot about all that AI, Gen AI, Agentic AI can do, but this was one which was quite eye-opening and I think very, very important in the near and distant future as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Joseph, can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you. I'll be around in case anybody wants to take any offline questions as well.
Absolutely.
Thank
you so much, Jason. Thank you.
Yeah.
Guys, we will move on towards our next speaker session, but before that, we have a humble request. There is all the tea and all the coffee available throughout the day, all the 3 days, but we request you all, don't carry the mugs and the cups inside the auditoriums, be it Audi 1, 2, or 3, because there are not really dustbins here nearby. So then it's just somewhere lying on the floor. It's extra work for the people who will have to clean it once we leave. So humble request, don't bring the glasses inside the Audi 1, 2, or 3. Aram se, have your coffee, have your tea, finish it outside, and then come back inside. And then you can keep taking breaks for more tea and coffee outside as well. Let's move on to our next session. We'll be talking about the edge computing shift in Earth observation. Just imagine a world where satellite processes data in orbit, delivering real-time insights without waiting for ground stations. For me, initially, it sounded like sci-fi, but it's not. It's already happening. Up next, we have Akash Yalagach, co-founder and CTO of Kalido, who will take us through the game-changing role of edge computing in Earth observation. Let's put our hands together and welcome on stage Akash. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Welcome, Akash.
I hope I'm audible. Yeah, good. Well, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the introduction, but just to correct that, yeah, without ground stations, it will actually be sci-fi. We need the ground stations to get the data down. So yeah, like I think since morning, we have a lot of sessions which took us through the journey of LLMs, or even there was one session on computer vision as well. I think there's one session after this on computer vision. Now, I want to take or gather the attention on how do we now take the AI and ML, the advancements that is happening here on Earth, like for terrestrial applications, up into space, like literally into space on satellites, right? And specifically, I'll be focusing on the edge computing, how edge computing will be able to, say, accelerate the data delivery as well as the decision delivery, okay? So I think everyone would have seen a satellite image on your phones or on your laptops, on Google Earth or Google Maps, right? I mean, can anyone say, like, what's so unique about this picture? Like, I mean, there is a reason why I have used this picture here. Well, like, I'll just go ahead. This is where we are currently. I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of folks who are coming here today would have used their phones to figure out, okay, like, how long will it take to get here? What's the best route to get here, right? And you have reached here because of a combination of a lot of different technologies behind that, right? One of them is satellite imagery. So if you open any satellite imagery on Google Earth and you keep zooming in, you'll start seeing, like on the bottom of Google Earth, you'll see like when was the picture taken and who was that satellite provider, right? And most of the urban areas like Bangalore, like we always have the most updated pictures. Like, so if you open today, it would show like, okay, by Maxar or Airbus at 2025, okay? And if you go somewhere like Thar Desert in Rajasthan, the last picture there would have been taken somewhere in 2024 or even 23, right? So while satellite imagery has been playing one of the key role in building base maps or mapping the world, there are a lot of other applications that we use satellite imagery. One of the important applications is to monitor the climate change, right? If we want to monitor global events at a scale, and we want to have a time history of how our Earth is changing, then satellite imagery is one of the best solutions out there. Then comes the disaster management, like one of the most, I would say, spoken disaster more recent was the wildfires in the west of the US, right? Where satellite imagery was used to understand how the fires were spreading, which way the plume is blowing, like what's the impact downstream, where the rescue operations should be planned, etc. Then comes the natural resource management. I think there was one article, I forgot the source, about Bangalore, like how the lakes around Bangalore have been drying up since like more than 25, 30 years, and there was a time lapse for that. And that time lapse was a composition of satellite imagery, and that is how you use data from satellites for natural resource management. Similarly, you have applications in the areas of forestry, land use, land cover mapping, and of course, the very well-known, the defense and security, right? And this small animation shows like how actually the images are collected from the satellite, right? So it has like a limited field of view. Satellites go around the Earth depending upon the well-known physics laws of either Newton, Kepler's, or other laws. So there are certain limitations, constraints with which we work around with. But if you want to monitor anything on Earth, anywhere, anytime, and at scale, then satellite imagery is one of the best solutions. Otherwise, then you have like other sources, like it can be like aerial imagery or even imagery from drones, right? So let me take you through the journey of data, like how the data reaches to your phone on Google Earth, right? So you are the end user, like we are all the end users where we use the data from satellites. But there is someone sitting there who is actually telling, okay, like I need to plan to collect data over a particular region, right? So that particular user, like we call that person as a user persona, that person puts up a request to the particular, say, satellite operator saying that, hey, I want to image over Koramangala area, like after 2 days, like can you do that, right? And that request goes to the satellite operator. The operator does like a feasibility study to check, okay, whether my satellite, will it actually pass over this area after 2 days? And if it does, then it goes to the operations team where they say they transfer the command to the ground station, right? And the satellite has to actually come over the ground station where then you uplink the command to the satellite saying that, okay, the command is uplinked to take the image whenever it goes over the area of interest, right? Then the satellite actually comes over the area of interest, it takes the images, but then again, the satellite has to wait to come into the view of the ground station to get the data down, right? That is the downlink, and then the data comes through the ground station, back to the satellite operator, and finally to the end user. Traditionally, this whole journey takes in the order of, I would say, 24 hours, and it can go all the way up to, like, say, 3 or 4 days, depending upon your propensity to pay the satellite operator, because everyone have their own, I would say, bandwidth, as well as their own anchor customers, so they would prioritize them, right? So how do we minimize this time to delivery, right? I mean, that is always a challenge. And here at Kelidio, like where we are focusing on the top 2 segments of this industry, which is the upstream and the midstream, where we are focusing building camera systems as well as the software systems around that to deliver the high quality data. And SatSure is a parent company which is focusing more on the end solutions, like how do we derive applications using the data from satellites, right? So like I mentioned, the bottleneck here is the visibility to the ground stations and the data rates at which we can get the data, right? I don't know, like if there's a book that was circulated by the organizer, which is the yearbook for year in AI, right? If you scroll to the 200th page, there is a chapter about why India has one of the ground stations in Antarctica, right? So depending upon your position of the ground station around the Earth, the contact time for a satellite varies. Like how long can I see? Like, so if the satellite is going on top of your head, like so it rises and it sets depending upon its orbit and where you are located. And typically this time range, if you're in Bangalore, can be in the order of say 4 minutes to 8 minutes, somewhere in that range, okay? And with the current radio system or the RF downlink systems, you have the ability to downlink at 100 to 400 megabit per second. There are some companies who are now going all the way up to say 700, 800 Mbps as well. So you have a limit at which you can, I would say like what's the volume of data actually you can downlink within a given amount of time, right? And traditionally, believe it or not, like while we all might think that, oh, satellite industry or rockets is hi-fi, like, I mean, people are really intelligent out there, we still downlink images and figure out that, oh, like in this image, like maybe 30% of it was covered with cloud. It is not usable anymore, right? And this was the trend till at least 2018 or 2019, right? And that is where we started thinking, as an industry, started thinking about processing data on the edge, okay? Like where the edge processing will help us in taking swift decisions in the matters of disaster. Like one particular disaster where we have highlighted here was the flood that happened in Andhra Pradesh in the late August, early September of last year. So there, as a company, we actually processed the data to identify which was those critical areas where the inundation was more, the flood inundation was more than the next severe zone, or like we rated the, I would say, severity based on the event. And then passed on this information to the drone company so that they can plan their rescue or relief operations in a more systematic way, like delivering food, etc., to more affected regions and then go to the next regions. But this took us 3 to 4 days, actually. Like, I mean, the event happened, it was only 3 to 4 days, then we were able to give this information to our partner drone company, right? If we had the edge, like if we were able to process the data on the satellite, extract the insight saying only tell me the region where the flood inundation is happening, which are the regions which were severely affected, and if you were able to go to them as soon as possible, it would have been very much helpful, right? And that's the whole, I would say, motivation for us to now process the data on the satellites. But you may ask, like, why have we not done this before? Like, I mean, edge is not a new concept when you talk about IoT or any applications here on the ground. Because on satellites, we deal with a lot of different constraints, right? Like, we cannot pop in another H100 card whenever we want. We cannot have like a EBS storage that we have the luxury on the cloud, right? Where we pull in extra storage whenever we want. Like, there is a fixed amount of resource on the satellite with which we have to work with. There are constraints on the thermal systems, like if the edge processor is continuously burning or like working, then it produces a lot of heat. Like, where do you throw that heat? So we work with that. And traditionally, satellite industry has been conservative because you build the satellite, which is quite expensive, and once you put out in the space, it's there, right? I mean, you can't go and repair it. You can't go and change things out there, which is why like people always test electronics like to the extreme environments before putting out there. But with the advent of, I would say, new space industry, like where the cost of satellites, miniaturization of electronics, etc., people are now taking risks. So one of the first GPU was put in space somewhere around 2019, right? And where they detected clouds and using a segmentation model and got the data down and rejected, like, say, whatever unusable data, right? So when we have processing capabilities on the satellite, we are able to reduce the volume of data that we will be able to, we will be downlinking. That means direct impact on the cost, that we'll be able to reduce the cost, as well as improve the turnaround time, starting from the client request to the analytics delivered to the end user, right? So typically, a system of edge, like, I mean, this is, I don't think there is anything new when differentiating between the terrestrial edge-based processing to a satellite-based edge processing in this model, what you see here. So you have an edge-based AI hardware. It can be a combination of your GPUs or VPUs or even CPUs. And on top of which you have the base software layer and operating system. And on top of that operating system, we deploy initial pre-processing data set. It can be involving starting from stabilization, calibration, then pre-processing, tiling, because you have like satellite image tiles, like where we need to further split it down. Then other utility applications, it can be cloud, sea detection, and then other utility apps. So essentially, whatever you capture the data from the sensor, you process the data close to the sensor just after collecting it and extract the insights so that you downlink only the insights from the satellite. So while we started building our own models, one of the first things that we realized was, okay, the actual time-consuming or process-intensive, like I would say, part of the whole chain was not the actual detection of clouds or buildings or any features that I want to detect. It was tiling the satellite image itself. So any satellite image, it can be in the order of, I would say, 260 or 500 megapixels, right? And each pixel will have multiple bands. We are talking about multispectral data, which has red, green, blue, near infrared. It can even include, say, red edge or like multitude of other bands depending upon the sensor. And when you have more granularity, that is more resolution with more number of bands, that increases the complexity. And hence, we have to tile the satellite image before we even do further processes, okay? And I mean, our engineers started with experimentation of executing it in serial manner on a cloud-based GPU, which was taking a long time. And then finally, we found that, okay, like let's go with a combination of Numba plus parallel computing. Numba is basically your conversion of Python code into a more like a machine-level code, which is like a just-in-time compiler. And combine that with parallel threading, we get the most, I would say, optimized time out there. That is what we tested and again confirmed with our own edge development kit, saying that the Numba plus parallel computing method works the best. Then comes the raster operations, right? And even in the raster operations, we were able to optimize the iterations like 5 times faster than a traditional CPU that we usually use. Okay. So as a highlight, yeah, like I mean, we were able to optimize the CPU plus GPU inferencing 25 times faster. Then we built an automated, say, georeferencing registration code, like, which is basically assigning each pixel to a lat long here on the ground. Okay? And then we had one of the fastest tiling algorithm, which we think is faster than the open source GDAL like library out there. We built a GPU-based raster calculation kernel, then the heterogeneous CUDA grid innovation. And combination of these helped us optimize our algorithm to deploy on the edge. Okay? And we tested various different applications before even putting up our application into orbit. So imagine a use case where the user is interested to just to understand what are the number of buildings even in a given area of interest, right? The user is not interested in the shape of the building or the texture of the building, etc. So if that is the use case, then why not just build a model which will detect the number of buildings and we get down the data saying that, okay, in a given area, like we have these many number of buildings, right? And building, preparing this model was, I would say, challenging, specifically to the Indian geographical scenario, because your training data set has to be as strong as the model inferencing. And on the edge, on satellites, we don't do any training. Like, we are just inferring on the satellites, where we build the model, we deploy the model on the satellites. Here on building, like, okay, there are different roof type cases. Sometimes in the villages, you might find someone is drying red chilies on the entire rooftop, right? I mean, that would be difficult to even detect sometimes by your model if that training data is not available. But we were able to get some good number out here. Then the next use case that we thought about was delineating or getting the road networks out from a given area. Like, I mean, this is very much useful in the case of disaster case of earthquakes, where you want to understand quickly which roads are still usable, like where there is a break between the roads, right? And this was, again, I would say segmentation-based, I think, unit model, and where we optimized. And this is the model that we finally deployed on the edge on a partner satellite. So a satellite which was already hosting a GPU-based computing platform. So we uplinked our model onto the satellite to test, okay, how does the model actually perform in a very resource-constrained environment, right? And here, the compute system was NVIDIA Jetson-based GPU. And the satellite was come by a satellite operator called Satellogic, where the image was somewhere between 0.7 to 0.8 meter resolution. Like I mentioned, this model was a unit-based road network algorithm where we delineated the roads. And this is the most interesting part, like how we were able to reduce the volume of the data. So this satellite scene, I mean, in fact, this scene, what you see here, the width of this scene is like around 5.3 kilometer, and the length of this scene is around 32 kilometers, if I am correct. So the original raw data volume of this scene was around 950 MB or so, okay, megabytes. And once we extracted only the road features, and that came down to 6 megabytes. So imagine like we are able to get down the volume by more than 90 or 95% here for different use cases. And the amount of time, the volume of cost that you will be saving, starting through the whole journey of getting the data from satellites to the end user, right? That is the whole value proposition of edge processing on the satellites. And here we were able to execute it, I would say, in a decent timeline of 1.5 minutes, but we should really, I mean, as an industry, I think we should really get it down to like less than 30, 40 seconds. Like that would be the ideal target. Okay. Well, when we talk about the future of edge AI in space tech, like even though we process the data on the edge and reduce the volume of data, like yes, there is some improvement in the, I would say, TAT to the end customer, we are still limited by the time that we take to get to the ground station, right? I mean, currently that is the only way where we can get the data down, right? So in the future, like we are now seeing the rise of inter-satellite laser links, okay? So you have satellites talking to each other over laser comms and send the data across, so that if the other satellite is, I would say, in the visibility of the ground station, you can transfer the data from that satellite to other satellite and get the data down even faster, right? And that comes under the enhanced autonomy as well as the inter-satellite comms. Then you have the evolution of the hardware and the miniaturization. Like we are now seeing with the advancement of semiconductor industry, how we are able to progress further in miniaturizing the electronics and ruggedizing those electronics, making it more reliable to put it on satellites. Then with the advancement in the analytics capabilities here on Earth, be it in the use of machine learning, the different open source models that we are now coming across, so how do we leverage that and put it up on the satellites, right? Further, like the scalable constellation development, like how do we deploy rapid, cost-effective satellite constellations where they have enhanced autonomy and constellation management. Say, if one satellite fails to take an image, it should automatically give a command to the another satellite saying that, hey, like, I mean, I was not able to take an image over this area. Can you take that in the next upcoming pass of yours, right? That onboard autonomous decision-making is something that we are now looking forward into the satellite operations or operations and management. So here at Kelidio, like while Edge AI is one part of the system, we are developing our own camera systems to put on satellites. We are developing two variants of the camera systems, which call them as the payloads. One is a high-resolution payload, which will be imaging in 0.7 or less than 0.7 meter resolution. The other one is will be imaging at around 1.2 to 1.5 meter resolution with a very wide swath. And we have tested a prototype of this camera system on an aircraft, and which helped us prove, okay, like whatever images that we are developing has one of the best qualities out there. And we are now working the data that we have collected. We have collected almost around 900 GB to 1 terabyte of data. We are now using this data to develop the models to be deployed on the edge. Well, thank you. That's about it. These are the actual images that we see from the camera system that we have captured. Yeah. Thank you.
Check. I am 100% sure there will be questions. Yes, let's get a mic to sir there. Then sir, then blue shirt sir behind. Black jacket sir here.
Should I be worried?
You finished your session way too early, but that's a good thing because there are loads of questions. Let's get mics to them quickly. Yeah, that's okay, sir. We'll start with you, then we'll come to you. Let's get one mic here. Let's get one mic here to sir. From Open Text. Yeah, sir, you can start. Your mic is working.
Hello, yeah. Yeah, nice, Akash. Very different session, I must say, because from the morning I'm listening agents and LLMs and all that. I'm actually hearing something different, so it's very refreshing. So the question here is two questions. You mentioned about H100s and all those things. Do we really need those things? Because the old robust ML model like YOLO and all those things, object detections, those all things are there from almost a decade now, and then you can do that in edge computing there itself and get the filtered image down at the downlink. So you really don't need those kind of hardwares there, right? So, so now you're saying that we don't have those stuff. What is your take on that? Because that pieces is already there in Atlanta glaciers. Also, people are doing that. So, what's on that? Second interesting question, maybe once you answer the first one, is on the real issues that you are in Bangalore, right? So you have the images of satellites and all that. So must be thinking about the issues like the traffic management systems and the flooding systems and all the Rajkalva systems and all those things. I think this is one of the area where you can straight away work with the CM and then try to look into those kind of real issues, the social issues, because people are taking 2 hours every day, one-sided, by the way, right? If I'm not wrong. So those are the areas where I think you should really step in, and then this is the area where I think everybody is looking forward.
Right. No, thanks for the questions. So answering your first question, the H100 thing was just as an example. Like, of course, like we don't need such a heavy-duty system on the satellites. In fact, I think the industry is realizing that GPUs are not one of the best solutions for satellites because they are power hungry. Right? And they emit a lot of heat. So we cannot have the luxury of building a cooling system on the satellite just because our GPU is throwing away a lot of heat. So this is the classic example of resource-constrained, I would say, model development. I mean, so recently when the DeepSeek thing came up and it made waves, I was like, okay, I was happy that, okay, someone is talking about resource-constrained models. And here on satellites, we are extremely constrained with resources, which is why now the industry is moving more towards FPGA-based processing system. But when we talk about FPGA processing system, the current ML models or deep learning neural networks, I mean, at least from my understanding, we do not have that setup like where you can directly deploy it on FPGAs. So there are some challenges in implementing those models on the FPGAs. So it's a trade-off. As an industry, like I would say satellite industry, we are still like say 5 to 6 years behind than the traditional LLM or even perception-based ML models that are available here in the industry. But yes, like we are moving more towards FPGAs than GPUs or H100s, something like that. Coming to your second question, yes, we are in talks with Government of Karnataka, but more towards monitoring the forestry and agroforestry use cases. Unfortunately, not towards traffic yet.
AI has kind of given up in front of Bangalore traffic. I'm just kidding.
So when you talk about urban use cases like monitoring traffic or monitoring buildings, you need very high resolution Earth observation data, right? And unfortunately, with the dearth of high resolution data available out there, the cost of the data is really huge, okay? So unless someone is actually ready to pay for it, to like say analyze, process, get the data as well, then yes, we can look into that. But currently we are working with the government, and one is on the water stack implementation with the government of Karnataka, as well as the agri and agroforestry stack is what we are working.
Great work there, Akash. Sir, can we have your question?
Mr. Akash, I'm Sashikumar here. It's a good, it's a wide, scintillating and agile session. It's a totally, you have taken all of us into the space, and from there you've thrown us to see how the Earth is looking. It's a good thing. But because of having a lot of constraints and other things in the satellite imagery and the satellite getting links, can't we use the technology of high altitude flown drones with the high image resolutions? As and when the situation demands, we will deploy the equipment and we get the things and to the ground, and we can process it, and we can deploy our resources to mitigate the natural disaster or climate. So in this, are there any technologies are available currently, or any work is going on?
So, like I mentioned earlier, it depends upon the application or the use case that you are looking to solve, okay? So if you're looking to solve something on a global scale, and where you want to monitor on a more regular basis, then satellites are one of the best solutions out there. But if you're looking for something like one time in a very small area or like a limited area, not maybe it can be like a state. I mean, when I say small, it is the area as big as like say Karnataka. Then yes, like maybe drones or a high altitude platforms, which we call as HAPS, are more suitable. In fact, like Government of India did the program of Swamitwa program, where they imaged the entire, I would say more than 700 or 800 villages. No, not villages, I think districts, and using drones. And they are now mapping out the actual houses, like how the houses are built and what are the number of houses, etc. We are a part of that program in analyzing the data as well over there. So I would say, when you talk about different spectrums, like drones to aircrafts to high altitude platforms to satellites, there are different types of problems for which different things are more suitable. So the cost and the unit economics also will be different for different things.
Next question.
Yeah, hi Akash. So this is Soumyan Anand from Caterpillar. So yeah. I want to just say that this is the first session that I marked when I got the agenda. So I'm really happy that I love the session. I have a very small question. I'm good with the hardware component, what you have explained, but let's say if you want to change the models, AI models which are deployed in edge, right? Let's say you have said some predeterministic models like sea and ocean detection, and you will have one for land detection, one for house detection. Have you faced a challenge, something like you want to change the model on the fly? So is it something that you're working, or is there a challenge at present if you want to change the model on fly?
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a challenge, okay? We haven't faced that challenge because we have not deployed the solution on a day-to-day basis or on scale yet. Whatever test that we did on the satellite in 2023, that was like a one-time demonstration thing. So whenever like we have our own satellites, we will be implementing this as well. And we have thought about this challenge. Like we definitely know that once we deploy the model, sometimes it might work. And if you want to push some software updates or patch update to it, like we have to update it. So the traditional way is you go ahead and you put a patch update through a command whenever the satellite is passing over the ground station. But there are, I think there are some non-traditional ways which we can explore where the model keeps learning on top of it. But that again implies some compute resource utilization on the satellite. So there is a trade-off out there. Other ways, yeah, like, I mean, we can deploy multiple models up there. And once we understand which model is working, okay, like we can reject the models which is not working.
Hi, Akash. I just have one question here at the back.
Okay.
So my simple question is, why are we so obsessed about having the compute on edge? Why not just keep it on cloud so that we can experiment with the models more and so on? So what's the major advantage?
So I think there is one thing, like say cloud detection, that has to be done on the edge. I mean, there is no question about it if you ask me, right? What is the use in getting a scene of say 10 kilometer by 15 kilometer satellite image from the satellite delivered to you, passing through the entire chain of ground station operators, like there is entire operations cost involved there. And finally, you realize that, oh, 70% of this scene is cloud. This is not usable to me. But you end up paying for it because you have actually requested for that image, right? So there, definitely, you need it. But when it comes to other applications of, okay, do I need to detect buildings? Do I need to detect trees? Or do I need to detect even cars? Like there were actually companies who were detecting cars, but after downlinking. There, it is a matter of business case. Like, is the end use very clear? Because once you process the data on the edge and reject the pixels, I mean, that data is gone, right? I mean, you don't get that data back again. So if your end use and the business case is very clear, then yes, you can go ahead and do the, pursue this mode of edge computing. If not, then just leave out the area which is not interest to you, where you are very sure, okay, I don't need the clouds, I don't need the sea. Like if I'm imaging a coastal area like Mangalore, where I want to understand how the port or what's the progress in certain construction near the port, then I will just reject the pixels which have sea, right? I mean, I'm not interested in that. So that is the way forward, in my opinion.
All right, let's have the question from Sir here. We'll try to keep the questions a little short. We have time for just two more.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So very good session. So really enjoyed it. So I work as an AI architect building autonomous networks. So I have two questions, very short ones. So one would be data privacy. So you said you just do inferencing on the edge. You cannot train, obvious reasons. So how do you handle that? Because you cannot deploy one model which is trained on somebody's images. You cannot use that for somebody else. So how are you handling that? Another one was the latency. You said it takes 1 to 3 minutes for you to just get that data downlink or whatever. And then to pass, say, an area, it takes 8 minutes. So you would have lost images by then. So what is latency against what are you calculating? So is there any metric where you measure that?
Right.
So
now I'll take a first question. Of course, like the diversity of training data really helps in building a robust model. So whatever data that we are training, we ensure that, okay, like we are taking some data from India, like where the buildings are like slightly more haphazard than more traditional, like say in the US or somewhere where things are very much planned. So diversity of data definitely matters. If you don't have the data diverse, then the model fails, okay? Then coming to your second question regarding latency, well, the metrics, if we are able to downlink the data, like you can imagine if we are compressing the data from 900 megabytes to say around 2 megabytes, at 400 megabits per second, you can actually do the math, how much time we can come back, like, I mean, we can get there. So that's the amount of data or like time that we save in getting the data down and the latency in transmission. But the latency in delivering the data after downlinking still remains the same. So that is still there. That challenge is still there. But that is where now we are innovating, okay, like whatever we are deploying on the edge, the same model now we are deploying on the cloud. So even our cloud utilization costs are coming down because of the development of edge-based processing systems. So yeah.
Akash, before we let you go, I have one last question that I would like to ask you, and then Sir, a short one. Quickly, I'll ask you, around 6 to 7 months back, during the Indian National Space Day, I was shooting 2 back-to-back podcasts, one with Dr. S. Somnath sir, the ISRO chief, and the next one with, I'm sure you might know him or the organization for sure, the founder of Skyroot Aerospace, Naga Bharat Dhaka, exactly. Somnath sir was telling me that with NASA, with ISRO and the private sector playing hand in hand, coming in together, the prospect of Indian space travel is mammoth in the coming years. And Naga said the same, that in not very far away in the future, there will literally be possible where humans will be able to do space travel. And that's not way too far ahead in the future. Can you tell me how much of a role can generative AI play behind this, and how will it make it happen even quicker?
Well, you put me in a spot there. Well, people do travel to space even now. So there are people right now living up there in the orbit, either in International Space Station or even in the space station by China. So there are people living up there. What Somnath sir or others are speaking is, how do we send humans from India? Right?
Civilians, they meant,
Civilians,
yeah.
Civilians from India. In fact, one civilian is flying on the private space system, that is the Axiom space. He is scheduled to go in the next few weeks. An Indian planning to go in the next few weeks.
And that person is not an astronaut or a space scientist?
No, he's an Air Force pilot from Indian Air Force, so he's planning to go there. I mean, the question is, how does generative AI, like, how can we accelerate using generative AI?
Exactly.
Right? When you talk about human space missions, reliability and fault tolerance becomes one of the most important, I would say, aspect. No, like, critical system can fall. Like, if it falls, like, I mean, there is a risk to life out there. So people in ISRO are now working on AI-based fault tolerance models, where you can actually detect an anomaly on the either a spacecraft system or a launch vehicle system even before the anomaly can occur, and try to fix that, or like take a decision how to fix that anomaly. That is one thing on top of my mind. But yeah, sorry, like, I can't think of anything else. But this definitely, I think, is where there's a clear use case of generative AI for space systems out there.
Thank you so much, Akash. One last question, because I promised you, bro. We'll keep it short.
Yeah, I will make it quick. Nice presentation, Akash. So my question is, you said we came to this level of sending GPUs to the edge. So how far away we are from using zero-shot detection or open vocabulary models in the edge itself? To Sarah also asked, like, you said you have lack of training data when crafting solutions for traffic and stuff, because you don't have data. But these open vocabulary models and zero-shot detection, you don't need data per se. You just send a prompt like Florence to grounding Dino or Sam, even Sam. So how far away from us to upgrade to that level so that we have those models in the edge to process that?
I mean, like, if personally, I think like maybe another 3 to 5 years is what my expectation is, because there are some companies who are now working towards setting up data centers out there in space as well, like, who are thinking of setting large data centers. It can be like storing of data, processing of data, and relaying the data. So there are some companies, so when they do that, like, let's see, like, if this happens out there.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not wrong here to say that that was one of the sessions that got the maximum amount of engagement. Can we have a huge round of applause here for Akash?
Thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Akash. Some really path-breaking work that you guys are doing. Keep up at it. We will continue with our trend of really, really path-breaking sessions and really, really insightful conversations. Up next on stage, scaling computer vision with AI with intelligent training data pipelines. For our next session, we have Puneet Jindal, CEO of Laborer, who will share insights into how intelligent training data pipelines are revolutionizing computer vision AI. Please put your hands together and welcome Puneet Jindal.
Thank you.
Welcome, Puneet.
So thank you, Korak, for the wonderful introduction. And hi, everyone. My name is Puneet Jindal, and I'm CEO at Labeler. So first of all, I would like to thank Analytics India magazine to give me the opportunity to be here on this stage, having a discussion. So I'll keep it simple. It's just a few set of videos that I'll be showing here, not too much details. So why computer vision? And so it's one of my passion to solve for wherever there are vision sensors. And why data? I'm sure the last couple of sessions were agents. And then then you probably, the last session actually, a wonderful session by Akash, right? There was discussion about training data, right? So I have been in the past, so I've worked for 12 plus years building AI products, started my journey as software engineer, and moved to business intelligence, and then moved to machine learning, solving predictive problems, and then got into deep learning, handling image and video data. And these were the companies like Walmart, Delivery, RateGain, FSoft, LiveRate, spread across e-commerce, logistics, healthcare, right? One common pattern is where I found out that I can enable a lot many AI ML engineers teams if I focus on my focus on the building the data systems for them, so that they can focus on building the AI systems faster and faster time to the market, right? This is something like my personal feeling used to be, can I just iterate on my algorithm without worrying my data for tomorrow, right? So that's a focus. So whatever I will be sharing, it's a contribution from my team. So these are from my team members. We are quite a small team, 15, 20 member team. So yes. So one question that I would like to guess, it's just an interesting question. I haven't got the answer. Even ChatGPT also couldn't give me the answer, but I would like to estimate. How many number of vision sensors across the world? What do you think? Anyone would like to answer quickly? Human population, okay. So good direction. Anyone else? Anyone else? How many vision sensors? 3 billion. Sorry? Okay, cool. So just to quickly, move to the answer, right? There are CCTVs. You have your smartphones, right? Everywhere there is a camera. And then we are building robotics, and so many places, CCTV surveillances going across the world, right? So the number is probably, in billions, but then the number is some double digit or even 3 digit, in my understanding, right? If we start counting and start guesstimating, and as Elon Musk said, right, every human would have one humanoid robot by 2040. So think about how many vision sensors will be deployed across the globe, right? So AI is going to be more smarter. It was started with machine learning, deep learning, we can say generative AI. Now we call agents, and probably 3-4 years from now, we'll be calling it as baby AGI, and then we'll be saying that everyone is going to do AGI, right? Of course, the benchmarks are getting bigger and bigger, but then, the point is that there is a lot of data that would be generated. So I just want to show some video, right? So how can I play this video here? Excuse me. Yeah, okay, got it. So if you look at this video, right, what's happening? We're just detecting some objects, right? This is one of the scenarios of trash, right, in this video. Now, okay, cool. So detecting trash could seem to be a simple problem, like, okay, I'm sure you must have seen the training data sets on Kaggle or other platforms, right? But then the point is the number of categories in terms of how much trash and how much type of trash that we are generating is kind of increasing at enormous pace, right? And then let me show you another video. So now if you look at this, right, all these are very basic tasks. If you look at surveillance, right, security and other aspects, someone someone fall in the warehouse and you want to detect it. And then, so this is one of the companies, building video AI agents. And then what they're doing is like they're breaking down this whole net outcome, which is like if someone falls, you need to identify those situations, right? You need to build safer workspaces, right? Or someone was kind of trying to enter a space which was a restricted workspace, and then a system has to detect that and then identify and alert that timely, right? So what are these like small tasks broke down into set of steps, but then these are the agents which are doing this. Now, this is again where you have these images or videos data, which is supporting the AI systems. And now this one, a video. Cool. So this is the example of where a lot of innovation is being done on the farming robot side, right? Farming robots in basically continuously 24/7 identifying, moving through the first challenge for this kind of robot is like, how can I move without damaging anything? That's autonomy, right? The second step is like, how can I ensure that this robot picks the right strawberry at the right time, at the right ripeness level, right? So all this, it needs to learn within their data sets, right? Again, it falls back to training data. And now this one, another video. Cool. So this is one of the videos what Toyota AI Research is working on, and many other AI labs. The future of humanoid robots, they need to first learn very basic things, just as basic as folding a T-shirt, iron the clothes, putting a spread on the pizza, or maybe cooking chapati, right? So there are enormous type of tasks that we do in our daily lives. And if we want to make humanoid robots a reality, we need to first generate these data sets. And then such type of data sets are not there in the public domain, is going to be one of the biggest challenges, right? Just one of the old tweets by Andre Karpathy. How many of you know about Andre Karpathy? I'm sure many of you, right? So he just posted this engine, and what are the videos that I showed, right? It's not something that generating data is a solved problem, is unsolved problem. It's a solved problem. But then a company like Tesla did already for the self-driving cars. But that's one of the first use cases, in my understanding, in mainstream, where we actually got to know the value of building an engine which can generate data very fast and enable the AI systems to adapt, right? And so if you look at this, the workflow is very basic, right? Let's say you have your first model out there. In today's time, we do have generative AI models, right? You can directly start with that, vision language models and all, which will first, let's say, identify where the self-driving car commanded that, okay, whether you are doing it right or not. Let's say it made a left intersection where it should have made a right intersection, right turn, right? And then identify an inaccuracy, and then you identify what are those so many mistakes that the autonomous car has made. Use that to only focus on improvising the data. Let's say some mistake, whatever the mistake has done, the humans need to support that, improve that, right? And then put that back into the training system and kind of improve the AI model, right? Now, this essentially, it's like, it's almost like, you in the technical terminology is it's a data engine which has a combination of iterative data acquisition or identifying the relevant data where the effort should be built, right? And then, focus on retraining and then evaluation. Now, evaluation is what? How many of you are from software, have been writing softwares, right? So we used to write software unit tests, right? So what used to work in software development as unit tests is what in the data domain is called data unit test. Interesting, do search it out on internet, how Tesla built data unit test. And actually, what we are now naming it, something popular called as evals in a way. We are building those basic ground truth or benchmarks saying that, okay, this is what is true, this is how it should happen, this is where my current engine is, or my AI system is, it has to operate in these limits, right? So we are sort of giving it some objectives, outcomes, right? In the agents world, we are going to give them the outcomes. So this as AI is kind of iterating, right? We are giving it new names because of their improved abilities. At the same time, the fundamental challenge would still remain the same, that how do we collect the contextual data? It's just that just cross probably 92, 93%. Interesting thing, generative AI has helped us, is that it has enabled us to reach some basic accuracy levels. But the point is, as we are deploying it across systems more and more, and it has enabled the adoption, right? If there were 100 companies or 1,000 companies before generative AI, now there are like 10,000, a lakh companies which started doing AI. Oh, everyone said, oh, wow, now it's much easier to kind of build AI. But the moment they started doing that, and they deployed it, and suddenly started generating revenues and said, okay, now we have more customers, more scenarios, and suddenly you find out that, okay, you don't have that data to optimize on that, right? And now that will happen same for agents. More and more we deploy agents, the more there'll be, it'll be easy for probably billion companies, not billion companies, but then, so the million companies to kind of build agents, but then everyone, in a nutshell, will be doing an AI, right? But then who will bring that data to the system, right? And so that's where the scaling challenges are, right? How to ensure that you get only the good data, and as Andrew said, right? It's not the time of big data, but you really need good data for your AI. I would say in the context of agents world, right? You really need much more deeper data. More than good data, you also need the deeper data, right? Not anymore, you don't want to just detect a person, but you also want to detect what the action that the system should take, right? So that data, I'm sure you will not find not even like 1,000 data sets out there, right? So, and one of the instances, and the videos that by the way, the videos that I showed are all the real use cases that we are working with our customers. These were all customer names that we are working with. So whenever we talk to them, the AI leadership, right, the biggest nightmare for them, as we are doing and tuning the AI faster and faster, we say that, okay, we will update our AI every day. The more risky it becomes. Why? Because if somehow you have a system which is not able to control that bad data going into your AI pipeline, I'm sure I don't need to ask like all those AI engineers here what could be the outcomes and what risk that would be, right? So I have been at that space in the past, so it's really scary. So AI data bad quality, garbage in data going into my AI systems is really, really a nightmare for them. And so it's important for a data engine to identify and flag where is the bad data. And that's where it's really important, right? So I'll just quickly move further. So there are 3 components on a high level, though there are so many components to build a right data engine. Now, I could be talking about only the vision sensors right now, but then these things are, in a nutshell, applicable to other modalities as well, okay? Optimal data curation, quality and formatting, high-speed labeling. So I'll show again what that means. Optimal data curation is like, what is the most diverse data? Even Akash pointed it out, right? How do you generate diverse data sets, right? Diversity, right? It's not about the volume just, but then it's also about the diversity in the data. So you should have methods, you should have techniques to identify the valuable data for the right relevant use case. You cannot just go on identifying or using any data because there is a cost associated to it. You have to also bring it down. And then quality and formatting, as I already discussed, right? You need to have systems in place where you are able to identify those bad data points, right? It might be that you might not be accurate about it, but you have to be methodological. Instead of looking at all the data, you just look at the only few specifics, right? And then high-speed labeling is like humans cannot do scale up at large volume, so they need to focus on only the more of focus on the automation. So this this is an example of how you. So for example, you are probably building a robot which needs to walk through the campus, or let's say on the side roads, right? And if you're training for this, you are collecting some data, but then you need to have some systems that how do you collect and only use which is very, very relevant, and rather not spend your compute or your time or your energy on collecting the duplicate data, right? So there are some algorithms. Just an example. So in a way, in traditional sense, it's sampling, right? Sorry, just a video, if you can play. So this is an example of auto labeling. So now, this kind of task used to take, say, maybe half an hour, 1 hour, right? There are tasks that we do where it takes like 6 hours per image. For example, in food grain quality analysis, right? You have to literally identify shapes of, say, around 1,000 grains in that image, right? So how do you do that? How do you identify different type of grain and all, right? So traditionally, it has been manual tasks. And for an ML engineer, right? If you're asked to think that, okay, you have to build a model, and for that, you have to kind of need 10,000 data sets. And the other option that they're given, you really need to have 1 lakh data set, let's say, just images annotated with millions of annotations, right? I'm sure AI engineer would always choose a more data, right, direction. And so then such kind of automated labeling is needed to kind of, so that they are able to focus on training the AI systems rather than getting the data. Another is example of this autonomous movement in the survey, for example, of a survey vessel, which is kind of moving. Can you play the video, please? So if you look at this, so UX has a lot of role to play. I'm sure everyone knows, right? Our human brain understands images faster than some sort of text, right? 6,000 times faster, something around that, right? So there are ways then how you would innovate in your data engine, that you are able to kind of quickly skim through the data, the most important relevant data, which can help you identify and flag, right? An AI system can actually help you flag, but then still a human expert can do it even better way, as long as that AI-assisted system can actually help them where to look at, which 1% to look at, not just randomly guessing what data, right? And some sort of progress to share this. It always works for me. You start with your, whenever in doubt, right? you start looking at the problem, right? In today's time, there are a lot of tech noise out there. There is some interesting things are happening, but at the same time, there is too much noise in terms of how things are going to shape up. Every day, there is a lot of change. But then, fundamentally, if you look at things, if you look at a problem, when your customer is talking, you just focus on what is the customer experience that they are going to look at, right? What is the customer experience that they're expecting? And you build on that in such a way that, what technology can it solve, right? Right? What technology can solve that problem is what I use that paradigm, and it worked for me. Yeah. Thank you. I think we have 7 minutes. Okay, so any questions? Yeah. Okay, so just to rephrase your question, so in generating this training data sets, your question is like how much we are using the synthetic data and how much we are using the real data. Okay, so right now, if you look at this problem, right, for them, the focus is that how to, eventually they need this refined label data sets for their vision models, right? But then, now the question is the synthetic data has those sort of distributions, right? But then in usual sense, it is always that the current generative AI applications are able to take to 80%, right? But then they are failing to get to 99%. And that's where it happens so that real data is always the key driver, right? So synthetic data, I'm still of the view that we are still far from that, right? It's probably 20% or something, but it's a real one. The point is that, how deeper insights that we can extract from each pixel. The images and videos are getting more deeper, larger. Each pixel is actually capturing more and more information, and then it's important to extract more out of the same pixel data, right? I hope I answered your question. 20%, yes, yes. But then again, it's very, very specific to use cases. If you look at retail, warehouse use cases, there the adoption of synthetic data generation is higher because it's relatively possible to simulate those environments easier in comparison to the other use cases. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So one question I have here.
Sorry.
Specifically, when it comes to I explained the two scenarios. One is the medical images where an oncologist, radio oncologist looking at it. So the why is that the AI systems kind of like label it with the pre-knowledge they have, and then they will need to be validated with the radio oncologist that says this is the right labeling. Once the radio oncologist says yes, it is right labeling, it should automate the process. So that's basically a human intervention at some point. Yes. Then based on the human intervention, label it for the post-processing. Yeah. So that scenario, like how is it, how are you guys doing? That is first question. Second question is that while we are processing PDFs, for example, like columns are there where the column name is alt. Alt means alternative, but the computer system doesn't know that. Wherever the alt comes up, the human intervention comes up, yeah, this is equivalent to alternative. So while processing the text of such nature, how are you guys helping in that? Confirming a human interaction, then helping us for post-automatic pre-processing.
Okay, so I think interesting questions and two questions. So first is around medical imaging, right? And to kind of re-understand your question, right? I mean, it's like when there are medical images, the human in the loop, the radiologist confirms on that. So, and your question is particularly?
Once it confirms it, the post images needs to be, the AI should automatically create a synthetic data.
Correct.
And then use it for the intelligence.
Yes.
And then in the cases of a text processing in the PDFs and other things, if there is acronyms like alt and all is there, human intervention will come, and then similar process like how the labeler is kind of doing this kind of activity.
Okay, so so the workflow is very simple in our case for now. So it's like the first level. So they now, given that they're now Gen AI marketplaces, model marketplaces. I would not even call now Gen AI marketplaces, the model marketplaces, right? The moment you bring your data or connect your data to cloud, right? The system identifies which are the best models out there, which can do the first level job, right? It could be the customers themselves. I mean, the AI teams then would be doing it, but our system does this job, right? And then in case of medical imaging, it's tougher, right? And then this is where the radiologists first take a look at the past, like first batch of data, which is identified as by the system as like, okay, where is the, out of, let's say, in case of medical imaging, we don't talk about million images, we talk about in like literally thousands, right? And there we say, okay, which, let's say, 100 out of the whole system are the best possible representative, right? There are ways, how do we do that? But then 100 are the ones where the radiologist should look at and kind of annotate, label, refine, right? And then that goes back into the learning system, which kind of start telling, which starts tuning better for the next pass of the data set, which could be 100 to next 500 and so on. So that next time, the time to label, so it's like it works like a pre-filled form.
Correct.
Right?
The next 500 will be done with the previous thing, exceptions again thrown to human intervention.
Correct. And so similarly, and then we also merge external data sets as well. Something on the similar lines of what we've been talking about as RAG, right? We call it RAG, we don't call it RAG. The point is that, okay, there is some base reference knowledge in that enterprise, which needs to be connected so that system is able to better understand, right? So those are the reference data sets which help the system to be more confident where it is more accurate and where it is not. Okay.
I didn't understand. So these, it's more about labeling the data, but where is the LLM coming into picture with the pre-trained data sourcing as a RAG and then again sending it?
What it has done very good in comparison to the previous one is classification. It is still able to identify, okay, let's say just in a simple example of a picture where some person is standing. It can say that, okay, there is a person, there is a road and so on. But then where is that person is still generative AI is far, right? So we use generative AI at some layers versus we use the deep learning models at some layers, right, which can actually help localize better, right, with a higher confidence. But then earlier, the deep learning models had to do even the classification by itself. Now they do the classification itself, but then they also use generative AI inputs to make the accuracy even more better in terms of classification. Right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll just take one last question. We'll keep Sir's question for the next session. Pick, and the other one gets to pick the question in the next one.
Okay. So I wanted to ask, how will you use the data engine to sort of pick rare case scenarios, especially like in sensitive domains?
Sorry, can you come again, please?
So how will you make use of your data engine to sort of like ensure data diversity and pick rare case scenarios, sort of like the long tail examples, especially like in sensitive scenarios? Like suppose you say I want to do toxic image classification, like I want to identify violence content or like blood-based content or something like that. And these are like sort of like a little rare, but how will you sort of like make use of the data engine? What are some of the techniques you would recommend adopting in such sort of a data set generation process?
Okay, so one is like, so your question has two parts. Quickly, I'd like to answer, right? So one is like identifying the diverse data and then also identifying the rare cases, right? So identifying rare cases is something that we yet is not something that we have productized in the sense, right? Because it's still, we are far away. Something called as RLHF scenarios you might have heard, right? I mean, a lot of work is going on. A lot of knowledge still need to be acquired and digitized into one place, right? However, the first level data engines is where, so that's where you have domain experts and you have this, this kind of data engine, which is able to collect, do the first level work, and then create some reference data sets for the rare cases, okay? That, okay, this case hasn't come, but this is how it will look like, okay? That's one. The identification of diverse data sets is where, so for example, think of it like whenever we work with the AI teams, right? It happens in batches, right? Batch 1, batch 2, batch 3. We call it as batch 1, batch 2, batch 3. So as you keep annotating, you have these reference data sets. We also put a lot of markers that saying that this is a complex data, this is a complex image, and even annotated, how much time an annotator took it in terms of reviewing, let's say, also is a signal for us to identify whether there's something is different, or number of annotations per image versus where they are in the image. So a lot of these signals that we use to identify those complex data. And then the experts look at, okay, out of this last batches, these are certain set of images or videos where which are diverse, possibly, and could become the sort of what we call as data unit test for the future system as a reference point, right? So these are just simple statistical ways that we use. Then there are some feature engineering or deep learning embedding-based techniques on how we identify those scenarios. I mean, there are so much to do yet. We are doing some of them, but then there's a lot to do that can be done, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Puneet. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very insightful session. Please put your hands together for Puneet Jindal. Thank you so much, Puneet.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And last but not the least, we have an extremely, extremely insightful, enriching session as our concluding one for the day. We have Sridevi Vadapalli, Chief Data Scientist at Daimler Truck Innovation Center, India, with a critical discussion on Gen AI and ethics. Please welcome on stage Sridevi. Put your hands together, guys. And the stage is all yours.
Hello and good evening, everyone. As the topic says, I'm going to talk a little bit about ethics. And I know ethics seems like a very dry topic, but let me assure you, this is not a moral science lesson that you used to have back in your school days. So why is ethics important? So as we all know, generative AI is extremely powerful, and a lot of us have hopped onto that bus to utilize generative AI. And it is powerful in the sense that it's changed the whole spectrum of how we look at AI today. However, I like this saying that comes in the Spider-Man movie, which says, with great power comes great responsibility. So it is very, very important for us to understand how ethics plays a big role in all the generative AI solution development or agentic AI solution development that we all are today focusing on. And I don't want to talk theoretically, so I'll give you some examples of industry where the sheer awareness of these incidents will help you understand why it is important to focus or wear the ethical hat when you're developing solutions in Gen AI or agentic AI. So the first example that I would like to bring is, this is a recent incident that has happened in Google where spam filters that all of you will notice in your Gmail boxes that there is a folder called spam, and a lot of mails automatically get directed to spam. So there is an AI model behind this which is diverting spam, which is a spam detector basically. However, there has been a manipulation by the attackers who have gone into the data set, manipulated how you define spam. Basically, the labeling has been messed up with. And due to which now the AI is confused about what is spam and what is not spam due to the mislabeling that has happened. And this is one such example of how AI or Gen AI or agentic AI could get manipulated. The second example is about Hugging Face. All of us use LLM models today from Hugging Face, and they are free and open source, some of them. But there have been 100 poison models that have been injected into Hugging Face platform. And the intention is malicious because everybody wants, not everybody, attackers want you to use their malicious to get their objectives fulfilled, right? So extremely important to be aware that this could happen with any Gen AI, agentic AI solution. What is this examples that I gave you about? This is called data poisoning. And the key factors about data poisoning is the intent is malicious. They will go to any extent to get their malicious objective achieved. And how do they do it? There are 4 different ways. I will not delve into the details of how this happens in the backend, but just for you to be aware and read when you go back into your solution development is backdoor attacks. The second is data injection. So when you feed malicious data into the system through backdoor entries, it is one of the ways to bring in malicious content into your solution. The third is mislabeling, like the spam example is actually a mislabeling example. And the last is the data manipulation. So if I mislabel, tomorrow it is possible that you apply for a loan and you don't get it because I went back and tampered the labeling in the system, right? So it's important, extremely important for all of us to be aware how this could happen and how we should safeguard the solutions we are developing from any of such attacks that is possible. The second example I would like to bring to your notice. Okay. Yeah, and this is a true example which has happened with Chevrolet, the car manufacturing. So there is a bot that is used. So there is 2 tabs. One is the ChatGPT bot, where you could talk to the bot and get information that you want. And the second is chat with a human. Obviously, somebody has been trying to tamper with this bot. You can go through what the content is, but the intention is somebody is prompting the bot to get the new car at $1. And this is possible if you have prompts written in such a way that the bot is agreeing to what you're saying. This is, yeah, I would love to have a car at $1 as well, but that's not the right intention. I think you understand the whole idea of how somebody could manipulate the bot to get what they want. The second is some attacker, and these are all real cases, by the way. The attacker is trying to tell the bot to disregard all the guidelines that have been put into the solution already by somebody who has developed it and start swearing, right? And the bot is listening to the person, the attacker, and is trying to do the same. Now, this is highly, highly malicious. We do not want our bots to be talking like this to any of our users. It's bad customer experience at the end of the day. So what are these things called? These are called prompt hacks. And essentially, there are 3 types that people can do. One is injection, where you're injecting information into the prompts in such a way that you get what you want. The second is jailbreak. Jailbreak is essentially the prompts that you write to break the guardrails that exist already in the solution to get information. It could be for sensitive data information. For example, you want to understand somebody's salary as an employee, you could do a jailbreak and get that information through prompts. And the third is prompt leaking, which is about extracting or leaking data using prompts, because the prompts are at the back end using data. So you want to fetch that data which you are not authorized to look at. So these are some examples of prompt hack. Then there is bias. Now, all of us are aware of bias and how it could possibly influence our day-to-day transactions. If I, as a person, apply for a loan, and because I'm a female, I do not get the loan, then it is gender bias for sure. And there are many such biases that could happen. Now, the problem with bias is we are feeding in data which humans have in the past manually done, and that data is now going into Gen AI and Agentic AI as information. But humans are also biased. So basically, there is a possibility that the data that you're using is itself biased. Now, with Gen AI, the problem is it amplifies the bias. It has learned a pattern which you do not want it to learn, but it has learned it multifold with all the high parameter weights that it's possibly assigning to these sensitive information like gender, like ethnicity, and many other things. And then it is amplifying it. I'll give you a real example of how this has happened in the past. So there is something called Compass, which has been developed in the US. And the essential use of Compass is when somebody does a petty offense and they are in prison, probably they get a term of 1 year, 2 years. Now, after 2 years, assume they're released, go back. There is a system called Compass, which is AI-based, and it is essentially used to predict, is this person who is now released from the jail going to offend again? So basically, it's a prediction model to predict if the person is going to be a repeat offender. Now, all the data that is possible about the prisoner has been passed to this AI solution, and it has built a good, accurate prediction model. Now, what has happened with this? By the way, this solution is no longer being used, and the reason is this. What it did, it has taken all the data, it has learned some pattern, and this is a stereotyped pattern that it has learned, that black offenders are twice more likely to offend than a white offender as a repeat offender, right? This is a pattern it has learned. However, do you agree that it looks biased? Absolutely, right? We do not want such patterns to be learned by the GenAI solutions or agentic AI solutions that we are building. So it's extremely important to understand that the data that you are feeding, even if it was human, humans also make mistakes, so you have to monitor that data that you're passing to generative AI to ensure such stereotypes, such biases do not creep into your system. And if they creep, let me assure you, and there are some good articles and white papers about this, generative AI is known to amplify such biases. So yeah, that's what we talked about. The next example I'll give you, and again, this example is a very interesting one. This has happened as recent as Jan 14th, 2025, which is like 2-3 weeks ago. So if a lot of people tell me, oh, hallucination is no longer a problem, right? But look at this use case. This is a story of New York lawyers who asked ChatGPT to give 2 cases which they could use to substantiate their own case. I'm assuming all of you are aware that in a legal system, when you're arguing for a case, you can say in XYZ year, in XYZ case, this happened, so now I'm using that as a supportive argument to my own case. Now, in this particular case, they asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT has given them 2 use cases, which they have used for supportive this. They have also asked ChatGPT, can you tell us what you're telling is real? And by the way, ChatGPT says, yes, these are absolutely true cases, and these are quoted in Westlaw and LexisNexis, which are the use case, cases from different past historical cases that have been documented. It is so confidently telling them that these are 2 use cases you can absolutely use to support your own use case, right? But if you go back and check, they have later checked it, and they realized these are not real use cases. But look at how confident ChatGPT has been to be able to give them such use cases. So hallucination still is a problem. You are looking at information. In today's world, there's so much being generated by ChatGPT or generative AI solutions. It's hard to now start saying which is real, which is not real. We are at that stage. So it's important for us to understand how, when we build solutions, we have to focus on ensuring zero is not possible, but minimize the hallucination that your solution could look at. The next use case, and again, this is super interesting as well. So New York Times has now filed a case on OpenAI, by the way. On what basis? So they have found many, many examples where the bots have recreated exact same articles which they have published in their previous papers. Now, and very similar to that, this is one such example. This is the output of ChatGPT. I'm not going to read the whole thing. You will get the slides if you want, but this is an exact copy of what New York Times had published, and this is the article that has come from ChatGPT when asked on a similar prompts that they have given. There's also another use case where you see, all of you know this is Thanos from that movie. I don't remember the name of the movie, but yeah, and there is a list of prompts that is available, by the way, on the internet. You could use the exact same prompts and develop the exact same image of this character, Thanos, right? So what does that tell us? There is no way to find originality anymore. There is a new problem of plagiarism. Every time somebody is writing a new article, there is no way to find out, is this person's original, or this is somebody else's that you're just taking from these bots and copy-paste, right? So there is this problem, and there is no mechanism today to have data provenance. People are trying to trace back in their generative AI solutions of where did the solution, this response came, but can I trace back and say which article, which document did this response come from, right? But the whole purpose of LLM is that it is giving you response from a collective resources. Now it's hard to pinpoint and say which document did the answer or response come from. So it's important for us to have these in the back of our mind when we are developing such solutions. And plagiarism is now a whole big debate, especially in the music and art, if you know that you can use AI to generate art, you can replicate Picasso, you can replicate A.R. Rahman, anybody. So this is a new problem, and I don't think we have a solution anytime soon. The next is, of course, this issue of, are you aware of this thing that happened? When ChatGPT was launched, Samsung had this big issue of a whole data leak, so they shut down all ChatGPTs or any LLMs in their resources availabilities. So this was one big issue that happened. There's also now a new issue. So the Italian watchdog has accused ChatGPT of privacy violations. It is believed that there is ways you can write prompts to all these GenAI solutions and still get all the sensitive information which is classified as sensitive in the databases, right? So very, very important to watch out for data privacy. I also read this interesting article by a researcher called Mlds, and he tells how you can use all these prompts on the LLMs to fetch email addresses and phone numbers of people. So it's really scary if you think about it that way. Like, I don't want my email address and number to go anywhere. I'm sure you don't want either. And the last thing that I want to speak about is, so this is one example where a user has written that his dog had some issues. He got a blood test for the dog done, and the blood test report was also there. But the vet couldn't identify what was wrong with the dog. However, he put this blood report and the symptoms of the dog and fed it into ChatGPT. And very, very precisely, ChatGPT could actually say what the issue of the dog is. This is a really good thing. Yes, we all want ChatGPT to do that for us, for humans also. There is another scenario where there is a test image of a husky, and ChatGPT in one situation has identified this truly as a husky, and in another situation, it has actually predicted it as a flute, but because it's looking only at the leg or probably something like that. Now the problem here is, if you ask it, why did you find this as husky? Why did you find this as flute? The explanation that it gives is exactly the same. So and in this particular case, where it actually did a good job, if you ask for an explanation, there is no clear way to know how it arrived at that solution, right? So there is a huge problem of explainability. Now, if there is a problem with explainability in LLMs, which is what black box models are for. However, I like black box models. I'm not against black box models, because human brain can think in 3 dimensions max? It's impossible for us to talk in 5th, 6th, 7th dimension of patterns that we can identify, right? But a machine learning algorithm like a black box can be used to solve these higher dimension problems or more complex problems, which is beyond the scope of integrally explainable models. So black box models are good, but I think the problem arises when there is a risk to these black box models, especially in situations of healthcare, like the previous discussions where I heard about medical imaging and all. You do not want to tell a person that you have a heart disease or cancer without being able to explain to him why you're saying so. You need explainability in certain scenarios, especially sensitive scenarios. Same goes with criminal justice, right? You need to know why you're blaming somebody as a repeat offender. You need to explain this logically to somebody to be able to convince and help them trust this ecosystem, right? So it's important to understand black box models should be used very cautiously and in certain areas only, not always. So what do we do to minimize? So I spoke about a lot of problems. It's not like I'm asking you not to use generative AI. Please use generative AI, but put in guardrails. It's important to ensure that whatever you're building and developing has certain rules and regulations which will help you all the risks, minimize all the risks that we spoke about. The first one is, if it is possible, desensitize your data. So don't put gender, don't put age wherever it's not necessary. In certain scenarios, yes, because definition of sensitive data or PII information varies across industries. If I'm in the bank, I'm applying for a loan, I shouldn't be a child. You want to make that check for sure, so you need to know my age. However, probably you shouldn't use gender. So each industry could possibly have different definitions of PII. Follow those industry definitions, but wherever not required, just don't dump data for the sake of dumping into the solution. Second is content filtering. Now, with all these GenAI RAG solutions, you can upload your own data. But how do you control who is uploading what data? Somebody could be putting in something highly unprofessional, and you would want to control that. So content filtering is also an important aspect. Vulnerability assessment, I think I did attend the cybersecurity session. So it's important to check every touch point, every API call, what is the vulnerability, right? Prompt safety. We don't want somebody to take a car at $1. I'm sure you don't want to sell your products at $1 either. So ensure that no swearing happens. The prompts that are being written are monitored. Ensure there is safety in those. And then monitoring, of course, all of us would want all solutions to be monitored, even if they were not GenAI. Even the regular AI models that were built before this, or statistical models that were built before this, monitoring is a key element. We shouldn't forget that. With generative AI, the monitoring becomes very complex because there is no quantitative way of doing this. Everybody is coming up with different measurements. I'm only hoping that in industry, somebody brings up a standard way of doing things. How do you define model drift? Today, there is no quantified way of saying this is a measurement for model drift. There is no quantified way of saying, there is a data drift that has happened behind, or there is bias. How do you define stereotype by a GenAI output? It's not possible to quantify literally, right? So there are different mechanisms people are trying, and I'm sure as we evolve in this solution, there will be a standard practice set up like all technology evolves. Bias detection. Bias can be stereotype bias. There can be data bias, like I said earlier. Your data possibly could be biased. But there's also algorithmic bias. Algorithms are learning patterns from the data, but they probably are learning wrong patterns. It's always about analyzing causation versus correlation, right? You must see what is the real causation features versus what is possibly just a correlation, and it's not a pattern that you want your algorithm to learn. And then there is zero trust architecture. So one of the articles I was reading said, even if it's your boss, don't trust, don't give him authorization. Have to go through the authentication process to enter any ecosystem to do their job, right? So zero trust, don't trust anybody. Then fine-tuning. One of the reasons fine-tuning came up, and it's very, very important to keep that aspect in mind, is fine-tuning is, as you all know, on your own data that you're tuning the parameters. So it basically helps in reducing the hallucination. The more you're tuning the model to your own data, the reduced is the hallucination. And then the response quality will also improve because fine-tuning is then adapting to your data, and all the weights and the parameters are reset. And last, but not the least, is the human in loop. Everybody spoke about it, so I won't go deep into it. But it's important that all these solutions that we are building have a human. I know a lot of people are talking about agentic, and I did hear a lot of sessions about agentic AI. You want autonomous decision making. But we are not matured enough to get into autonomous decision making because these checks and balances are still not matured. As we tend towards more maturity, I think it's important, it is possible to have more autonomous decision making of whether I should get a loan or not. But right now, in the current scenario where these are still evolving and not so matured, it's important to have a human in the loop. So that's all I had, but yeah, open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Sridevi. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, was a really, really interesting session. A session that speaks volume of things which are very, very important, because all responsible governments are even talking about it, how important it is to not just have AI and generative AI, but its use in a very responsible manner. Questions, anyone? Please raise of hands. Can we get a mic quickly to Sir, please? We can start off with you, sir, and then we'll come to Sir. Whichever mic works first.
It didn't work. Oh, it worked. We are using the custom models, right, which have already been trained. And you talked about the biases that are there, like gender bias and all that. So how is it practically possible to avoid these biases? Because if we are using the already pre-trained models, right, what do we do? I mean, how do we prevent those biases now?
Fine-tuning.
Okay.
You should try and do fine-tuning. Also, when you fine-tune, the parameters get reset to your own data, right? So what it has learned from other sources could be biased. I don't know what data is going into each of those LLMs for training. But when you try and train it on your own data is in your control. You can eliminate any biases that you see in your data. And fine-tuning is one of the ways. I'm not saying it will become zero biased, but at least you will minimize.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, hi, madam.
Yeah.
So ultimately, these models are trained by data that is lived by humans.
Yes.
So as long as there is bias in humans, will these models always have bias? How can we get rid of it?
Yeah, so biases in humans is a very valid point. Yes, that's what I was also trying to say, that humans are biased and generative AI is just amplifying that bias that exists. That's why it's important to have that extra step of bias detection, the stereotyping and all. You have to have checks and balances put in place to ensure. You can also write prompts which says, avoid stereotyping. A lot of people I see put those into place and say, don't say brown Indian software engineer. No, avoid stereotyping, and you can help the prompts and the solution to learn to avoid stereotypes. And then also have bias detection mechanism for all the outputs that are coming, so that you can go back and help the system unlearn some of these biases that it has. And then, of course, fine-tuning, like I said, because data will be in your control. So you are going to feed it data which is probably unbiased, and then, like I said, no zero bias, but at least it will minimize.
Hi, this is Shankar. I work in Arista Networks. One of the questions related to the explainability, right? It is very much important in a critical system. So I would like to know what is the current state of the research, what is happening in the explainability? Do you have a...
Explainability, a lot of work is happening for sure. There are intrinsic explainable models, which I think can handle to a certain level of dimensions, but higher the dimension, then the intrinsic explainable models get difficult to use. But there is also post hoc explainability that people are talking about, so which is what your SHAP or LIME. In fact, you have one for deep neural networks as well. So some are model specific, some are more general, but these are post hoc. So basically, after you have built a model, you are trying to understand how the explainability of these models are. And those are some of the ways. I wouldn't say they are the best, but at least you have an idea of which features are playing an important role. Is there gender that's playing an important, significant parameter? Then do you want to drop it off from your model? So at least it's giving you an idea, if not a sense of, can I measure and say X% increase in this leads to a Y% increase in the target variable? No, that's not possible with explainability, but it will give you an idea of, yes, these are the 10 parameters that are helping me predict my Y, but it can only give you in a proportion. So at least post hoc explainability is key. And that's what people are tending towards, given that it's impossible to understand how the black box models work. I couldn't hear your question fully.
The scale of how the GenAI and agentic level solutions are coming for the text and all other areas, explainability is not there in that level of to support that. So
yeah, so if you see the newer models of LLMs, the Omnis and the, I don't know the new ones, but they are able to give a reasoning. Okay. So if you ask them, tell me why did you say so, it will try and give you an understanding of why it said so, but again, it's not as good as the intrinsically interpretable models.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Any other question? Yes, can we quickly have the mic, sir?
So recently Perplexity AI and all, right, they are giving citations. So is those things would be good enough for to make that explainability aspect in all these scenarios, or is any other aspects also need to be considered?
There is a lot of research going on in explainability. I don't know what was the Perplexity paper about, but these are post hoc, right? Like you build a model, your model has learned the patterns. You're just trying to say.
I was mentioning like Perplexity AI, I mean like OpenAI, right? They also comes with their search results, but comes with additional citations. They will give that where this data originates from. So that won't be good enough for our explainability aspects. That's my question was.
No, because full explainability happens when you can say that this contributes to your, the output by this percentage. That quantification cannot happen in black box models, right? You can only get to a reasoning that you can say that, okay, this is 10% more important than the other variable. You can do that level of quantification, but you cannot say, I increased the income by 1 rupee and that's why this changed by 0.5. It's not so mathematically explainable.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, Gen AI and ethics, Sridevi Vadapalli. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sridevi, please? Thank you so much, Sridevi. We couldn't have asked for a better ending to day one of MLDS than with her session. Thank you so much. I can imagine it's been a long, long time. We started off from 10 a.m. Before you guys go off, you guys have been an absolutely amazing crowd. Can I have a round of applause for you all? Absolutely amazing crowd. Thank you so much. Yes, let me tell you all that if today was insightful, enriching, enlightening, tomorrow is going to be all of that and more. By more, I mean extremely, extremely fun as well. One of the absolute major highlights of MLDS 2025, the highly anticipated 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Awards is going to be tomorrow. Join us here tomorrow, start of the day at 10 a.m. Extremely, incredibly insightful sessions in all the 3 halls. And of course, the award ceremony from 2:30 p.m. right here in Hall 1. Have a great night, everyone. This is me, Korak Roy, signing off. See you all tomorrow. Thank you. And of course, nobody should go home without their PAN card. So we have Mr. Om Prakash. No, ye to pita ka naam hai. We have Ved Prakash. Ved Prakash, whose father is Om Prakash. We would request Ved to come forward and collect his PAN card, please. And we would request Shalini to stay back for 2 minutes. You are required. Mr. Ved Prakash, if there's a friend of Ved's or a family member, please inform him that his PAN card is here on stage. And not a lot of people will be available at the stage after 5 minutes.